Okay, all right. Team, we're ready to start. Staff are recording, all good? Kenny, Ryan, you there?
Yes, we're recording. Actually, Kenny's out today. Josh is going to be helping me out in the control room, and I'll be running
Okay.
slides.
Okay, thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Josh. So why don't we begin, and Ms. Bailey will join us in just a second. Good morning, everybody. I want to call the time is 10:04, and I'm going to call the October 24, 2024 Planning Board meeting to order. We will be joined by Vice Chair Bailey in just a sec. We're joined by Commissioner Giraldo. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
And Commissioner Washington.
Good morning.
And I'm Chair Shapiro. Please note that the deadline for all participant pre-registration and for all submission of materials and exhibits was 12 noon on the Tuesday before this planning board meeting. Registered speakers may join the meeting with the link provided in the email provided by the planning board office or listen by phone by utilizing the call-in number which is provided in the email you have received. And of course, anyone may tune in to watch the planning board meetings via live stream. If you wish to speak or become a person of record, you can use our online web form, which will be referenced on the screen before you. In addition to the commissioners, we are joined by our principal counsel, David Warner. We have Jessica Jones, our planning board administrator, Rhonda Ford, our technical hearing writer, and Sherry Connor, the acting development review division chief. And again, Josh and Ryan are helping us with technology behind the scenes, and we thank you for that quite ably. So let me start with announcements first. Some exciting ones. I want to give kudos to the Prince George's County Planning Department, who received two very prestigious 2024 Maryland Planning Awards. So the awards were presented this past Monday evening at the joint conference of the Maryland chapter of the American Planning Association and the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association. There were more than 55 nominations from across the state of Maryland in multiple award categories, and the award review committee comprised of many planning professionals selected Prince George's County for our Neighborhood Planning Academy for the Community Engagement Education Award, and the Woodland and Wildlife Conservation Ordinance Amendment for the Zoning Regulation Process Reform Award. So congratulations to all the team, Director Hull, Deputy Director Hunt, members of the team were at the awards dinner to receive the awards, and I want to thank everybody for all of your successful initiatives such as these. So good work, team. Very, very proud of all of you. You do us right. Moving on to the order of cases, we're going to follow the order of cases in the order that they are listed on the agenda. One exception is item 3C is being removed from the agenda. We will not be taking that up. And moving on to item 2, I would look for a motion to approve the draft minutes from October 17.
Approved draft minute.
Ms. Bailey.
Yes, I'm here.
We got you. All right. And let the record reflect that Ms. Bailey is also here. So we have 4 commissioners, including myself. Ms. Bailey moved to approve the draft minutes from October 17, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Vice Chair Bailey, a second by Commissioner Washington. With no discussion, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye, Mr. Chair.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. There are no legislative items this week. And again, item 3C has been removed from the agenda. So we'll move on to our consent agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to oppose staff's recommendations or any board member who wishes to discuss any of the items in the consent agenda, items 4B and D? If not, I would look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, after consideration of records for items 4B and 4D, I move adoption of the staff findings and approval of these items on the consent agenda in accordance with the recommendation of staff. Second.
Got a motion by Vice Chair Bailey, a second by Commissioner Washington. With no discussion, I will call the roll. Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Did I say the ayes have it 4-0 on the last item? It doesn't matter. Now I did. I
would like to order
and
now.
we will move on to our regular agenda items. So we'll start with somebody needs to mute.
I just need a deposit of 50%. Hello?
I can't see who it is, but somebody needs to mute.
What's going on? No, she's at work.
Somebody really needs to mute. It's going to get bad.
She's at work. Okay.
We might find out some personal business we don't want to know.
I know, exactly. Can somebody see on the list who it is and either deal with it or
I'm
let
working
me
on
call
that
them
here.
out?
Sorry, hold on one second.
Kip
I think
Bank? No. That was wrong. Didn't mean to call the wrong person.
I think we're okay now, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, so moving on to item 5 on our agenda, preliminary plan of subdivision 4-24018, addition to Glorious subdivision. Mr. Haller is representing the applicant, and Ms. Gupta will be giving the staff presentation. I don't think we have anyone signed up to speak. I'm going to read a little bit more into the record on this about our procedures, and this is going to be applicable to every evidentiary hearing we have, and I'll repeat myself when it comes to some of the cases later today where I think we're going to have a lot of folks speaking. So as is always the case, the planning board will be conducting an evidentiary hearing. When we conduct an evidentiary hearing, we require those intending to provide testimony to take oath. In addition, as is our practice, but I want to lay it out for the public, that reasonable cross-examination of any person shall be permitted. The purpose of cross-examination needs to be in the form of a question. It's not about conclusory statements. Typically, if we have a number of folks signed up to speak, I will ask one or two of the folks in opposition, parties in opposition, to select a spokesperson who can cross-examine on behalf of the group. Be a little flexible around that, but in terms of managing the process, we want to narrow the folks who are sort of taking the lead on that. Cross-examination, you can cross anyone who signed up to speak, including attorneys, on factual assertions for attorneys, as well as staff may also be cross-examined. And so that's the process that we'll have. We'll also allow for, as has been our practice, a summation by the opponents, and again, having opponents select one or two spokespeople to do the summation, and followed by the applicant who has the last word. So that has been our practice, but I want to formalize that, and I'll reiterate that when we get farther down on our agenda, okay? So in this case, pretty much everything I said is irrelevant because we don't have folks signed up to speak on this one. Mr. Haller breathes a sigh of relief on that. So let me turn to staff for a staff presentation, and then we'll hear from Mr. Haller. Ms. Gupta, take it away.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, doing a quick sound check.
Yep, we can hear you fine. You're a little on the soft side, Ms. Gupta, but we can hear you.
How about now?
Better.
Okay, thank you. For the record, I'm Ridula Gupta with the subdivision section. Item number 5 on the agenda is a preliminary plan of subdivision 4-24018, titled Addition to Glorious Subdivision. The subdivision proposes 9 lots and 1 parcel for the development of 9 single-family detached dwelling units. This application is supported by an approved Certificate of Adequacy ADQ-2024-029. The applicant requests a variance to section 25-122B1G of the 2024 Woodland and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Ordinance for the removal of 4 specimen trees. This request is discussed further in the environmental finding on pages 14 to 17 of the technical staff report. No community member has provided any feedback to staff or signed up to speak. In conclusion, based on the findings presented in the technical staff report, staff recommend that the planning board approve this preliminary plan of subdivision 4-24018, type 1 tree conservation plan TCP 1-025-2024 and variance from section 25-122B1G, subject to the findings and conditions in the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. Commissioners, if there's no questions for staff, then I will turn to the applicant, Mr. Haller. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Planning Board. Thomas Haller, an attorney with offices in Largo, on behalf of the owner of the property, Mr. Gabriel Ackham. When I appeared before you in November of last year on the original glorious subdivision, I did not think the subdivision could get more glorious, but obviously it is. So, as staff noted in the staff report, the application seeks to integrate a 2-acre parcel of land into the original glorious subdivision because the land was acquired after the original subdivision was approved. So the 2-acre parcel plus 0.95 acres of the original glorious subdivision are included in this subdivision in order to integrate it seamlessly into the prior approved subdivision. 3 of the lots of the proposed 9 were actually included in the original subdivision, so this subdivision will actually result in the creation of 6 additional lots. We concur with the recommendations of staff and all of the proposed conditions. I'm happy to answer any questions the Planning Board has with regard to this application.
Thank you, Mr. Haller. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant on this item? Seeing no questions, we have no one who has signed up to speak. I'm going to close this public hearing. And Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this item, unless there's any deliberation?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-24018, TCP 1-025-2024, and variance to section 25-122B1G, subject to the conditions as outlined in staff's report. Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there is no discussion on the motion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Haller, and thank you for all the work, Ms. Gupta.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move on to item 6 on our agenda, preliminary plan of subdivision 4-23043, JLT Recycling and Trucking. Mr. Antonetti is representing the applicant. We have Ms. Vatadust, who's going to be giving a staff presentation. I don't think we have anyone in opposition signed up with this. This is an evidentiary hearing. If appropriate, I'll swear folks in. And a reminder that all the cross-examination rules that I noted are applicable to this too, though I don't think will be, it's relevant for this. But again, just a reminder, we'll start with the staff presentation. Ms. Vatadust, take it away.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Can you hear me?
I can. Again, maybe it's my mic, but again, you're on the soft side. Commissioners, is she soft for you as well?
Yeah, it's the same for me.
Okay, all right. Then, yeah, just speak up a little bit, but we can hear you.
Sure. For the record, I'm Mahsa Vatandust with the subdivision section. Item number 6 on the agenda is a preliminary plan of subdivision for JLT Recycling and Trucking, case number 4-23043. The subject project proposes 2 parcels for the development of 72,500 square feet of industrial development. The application is supported by an approved certificate of adequacy, ADQ-2023-074. The applicant submitted 1 exhibit prior to the noon deadline on October 22, 2024, which is included in the additional backup. The applicant requested revisions to 2 recommended conditions, which staff has reviewed and is in agreement with. No citizens have provided any feedback or signed up to speak on this case, and based on the findings presented in the technical staff report, staff recommend that the planning board approve the preliminary plan of subdivision 4-23043 and type 1 tree conservation plan TCP 1-021-2024, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report as modified by the applicant's exhibit. This concludes the staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Vatadust. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll turn to the applicant, Mr. Antonetti. Good morning, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Shapiro, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Robert Antonetti with the law firm of Shipley & Horn. Today with me, I have my partner, Arthur Horn, and Senior Land Planner, Mr. Andrew Shelley. Together, we're pleased to represent the applicant in this case, JLT Recycling and Trucking, regarding this preliminary plan of subdivision. Our development team is here, Mr. Jerome Taylor, Mr. Mark Shaner on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Barry Kaysen, Kevin Garvey, and Mike Petrack.
Mr. Antonetti, we lost your audio. Actually, we lost your video too. Commissioners, let's give him a second to work through the technical issues. Mr. Horn, are you on the line? Can you hear and see us?
Yes, sir, I can hear and see you. We're going to agree with the staff report. I don't know what happened to his, there he goes.
All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes, sir.
Oh, I greatly apologize.
No worries.
I just was introducing our development team. With regards to this application, I would like to thank Ms. Vantadous for her thorough review. She's been a pleasure to work with, very communicative, and it has helped facilitate the thorough review of this project. We do agree with the staff's recommendation in this case, save and except for the two minor condition changes that have been presented in applicant's Exhibit 1, which, as you heard, staff agrees with. And then with regards to this use, it's an industrial area. It is a redevelopment of an industrial site, which will include a recycling collection facility, which is a huge part of the green economy, will help reduce the carbon footprint within the county, and will also allow for the recycling. Although no processing will happen at the site, it will allow for the collection of materials that will ultimately be recycled and placed back into the stream of commerce, again, lessening the carbon footprint of various uses in product production throughout the region. With that being said, we greatly appreciate the Planning Board's consideration of this application. We're here to answer any questions that you may have, and that is basically our case in chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, any questions for the applicant or staff? Seeing none, we have no one else who signed up to speak. I will close this public hearing. And what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-23043 and TCP 1-021-2024 to include the conditions as outlined in staff's report and as further amended by applicant Exhibit number 1. Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington and a second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there is no discussion on the motion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you, team. Thank you, staff. Thank you for the kind, Mr. Antonetti, thanks for the kind words regarding our staff as well. Always appreciate it. We will move on to item 7 on our agenda. This is Countywide Planning Division Mandatory Referral MRF 2024-004 Accokeek Solar. This project is for the construction of a 13-acre solar facility on a 26-acre wooded parcel. Mr. Rivera is representing the applicant, and Ms. Walker will be giving the staff presentation on this. And we will turn to staff. Ms. Walker.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, this is Tania Walker with the Special Projects section. This mandatory referral is for MRF-2024-004 Accokeek Solar. This proposal was reviewed per Land Use Article Section 20-301 through 305 of the Maryland Annotated Code for mandatory referrals. This project is for the construction of a 13-acre solar facility on an approximately 26-acre parcel. Slide 3, please. This 26-acre parcel is located on Accokeek Road in Brandywine, Maryland. The site is bounded by single-family detached dwellings to the north and east, by Maryland 373 Accokeek Road, and vacant land to the south and single-family detached dwellings and vacant land to the west. Slide 8, please. The proposed 13-acre solar facility consists of 5,025 panels, 2 solar equipment pads, and an 8x20 storage shed, as well as a black non-reflective 7-foot chain link fence. Slide 12, please. This slide shows the recommendations that resulted from staff's review. Staff recommends that the planning board adopt the recommendations and transmit them to the applicant. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Much appreciated. Questions for staff on this mandatory referral? If not, Mr. Do we do questions? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. My question is from what I understand reading it, this is good soil, isn't it? It's farmland soil.
Ms. Walker, do you know?
Give me 1 second to pull up the report.
We have representatives from the applicant's team as well as Mr. Rivera, so they may be able to answer that as well, but we certainly will wait for Ms. Walker.
I think she says in the report, it says it's under our categories, meaning the planning board's categories, this is the least desirable site for a solar farm. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And the applicant has agreed to do a dual use for the site.
And the dual use is what?
Herbaceous cover with pollinator value is going to be planted under the solar panels.
Mr. Chair, I mean, it's not an issue now, but I think it's got to be an issue. I hate to continue to see prime farmland in the county being used for these solar panels and the dual use with the herbaceous is, I mean, they've got them in other states where they actually raise crops and raise animals, goats and the like. So I really think it's something that's time that we reconsider this because our farmland is getting used for the wrong reason. But that was I just had a comment on that. Thank you.
I would associate myself with those remarks, and I think that I know that staff broadly is looking at this issue, and actually the state is looking at this issue too. But it may be appropriate for us to have some kind of convening on this from our side and have staff look into this so we can come up with a clearer policy around this. I really appreciate your words on this, Commissioner Giraldo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and I would just add that I would also associate myself with your comments, Commissioner Giraldo, and it's why I was encouraged with regards to recommendation number 1. While staff did respond that the applicant is considering herbaceous cover, the recommendation also includes vegetable production, free-range chickens for egg production, and grazing of small livestock. So I think that gets to your point, and hopefully the applicant is taking good note of this discussion. So
yes. Thank you. I see Mr. Ray popped on as well. Yes, Mr. Ray.
Good morning. Yeah, for the record, this is Bobby Ray with the Special Project Section. I just wanted to repeat the comments that the Commission is making regarding the solar guidelines. We are looking into those. We will be updating them, and all of these particular suggestions will be looked at and recommendations as far as the dual use. And as you mentioned, the state is also looking at the solar issue very closely right now. So these are things that we're definitely aware of.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ray, and thank you, Ms. Walker, again, for all the work on this. Any other questions, Commissioners, for staff before we turn to the applicant? If not, Mr. Rivera, you can take it away. And you've heard some of our comments and conversations. Either you or members of the team may want to address that as well. But Mr. Rivera, take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good to see everybody. My team is here, Mr. John Marco Sanchez, who is the project manager for an overall company called Soltage. And we have an LLC here called Prince George's Accokeek Solar One for this particular site in Accokeek. We also have one pending that'll come before the board in December, I believe. So we will take these comments as to the farmland into careful consideration. As you know, these are mandatory referral guidelines with preferences and recommendations, which aren't exactly conditions, but it doesn't exempt us from the permitting agency reviews. Before I get into the details, John Marco Sanchez is here. He'd like to just briefly address the board, introduce himself and his company to the board and the staff, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez.
Hi, folks. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is John Marco Sanchez, and I'm representing the applicant Soltage. Soltage is an independent power producer and a leader in developing, financing, and operating distributed scale solar and battery storage projects. Since our founding in 2006, we've built a solid 18-year-old track record with over 125 clean energy projects constructed across 18 states and counting. Our development footprint in Maryland currently includes projects in Wacomico County, Caroline, Somerset, Frederick County, Dorchester, and now Prince George's County. Today we're here to present our latest project, Prince George's Accokeek Solar One, which will participate in the Maryland Community Solar Pilot Program. This project will deliver guaranteed electric bill savings to the residents of Prince George's County and Pepco customers without altering their existing electric service. In year one of operation, we estimate the project to save subscribers approximately $50,000, with over $3 million in savings across the life of the project. Any Pepco customer is eligible to subscribe to the project for electric savings. We also estimate the project will generate over $60,000 in local tax revenue in the first year alone and over $800,000 over the project's life. We believe this project not only will contribute to the county and state's sustainability energy goals, but also provide economic and environmental benefits to the community. We're happy to address any questions or concerns you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Can you talk about your history? I'm going to channel Commissioner Giraldo here, but if you could talk about your history, your approach, your experience to dual use in other locations, what your company philosophy is around this, and any specific approaches you have to this project that's before us.
Sure. This project is before us. We are proposing dual use of pollinator habitat or herbaceous ground cover. That's one of the dual use options that was presented to us as part of the mandatory referral guidelines for this zone. In regards to other projects we have done, the term agrivoltaics that's kind of the term that we use to describe solar combined with an agricultural use. This is relatively new, and the industry is figuring out exactly how to incorporate different forms of agriculture with solar at the same time. We currently do not have any active projects with a raised grazing operation or a farming operation underneath. As those may know, the increased cost in steel can oftentimes make the projects not viable commercially. And so a lot of the states that you maybe have heard of, raised grazing or cattle and these sorts of things, or full-on farming with combines going underneath, are a lot of times in states where there's an additional incentive provided to help offset some of the costs there. The whole industry is looking more and more seriously into how to incorporate these, and states are starting to require them via legislation, but most of the time it's attached with an incentive for the time being until costs continue to decline.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sanchez.
If that's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll proceed. But on that note, I will get with your staff, Bobby Ray, Tanea Walker, to follow up on this issue. I think what John Marco said about incentives that could emanate from the county or the state could be a great thing, like revitalization tax credits. Those are the things that incentivize folks to do more for the county. So we'll follow up on that aspect of it as well. But turning to the review, Ms. Walker did a great job of processing this mandatory referral case. As you know, the guidelines require a complete submission. We worked together to make sure that the submission was totally complete. They gave us interim comments. We've addressed those, and now we have recommendations. Although they are still guidelines, we've already incorporated almost all of these into our plans right now. Again, we have to go through the mandatory review by DPI, for example, for any building permit, electrical permit, fence permit, grading permit, all those different permitting, stormwater management, concept plan, and for park and planning, and also DPI with the Woodland Conservation Ordinance, we're complying with the new code. So with that, we believe that we're fulfilling the spirit of what the mandatory referral guideline process is, and we'll be happy to work with the county, park and planning, soil conservation district as well on how to address this important issue on farmland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Rivera, Mr. Sanchez, other members of the team?
The question I have, Mr. Chair, is I understand that there's additional costs if they have to elevate the solar panels, but I don't see how that affects, for example, the free-range chickens or even the honey production, the beehives. Why that should not result in any additional cost. And I don't see why you guys don't consider it and be a leader in that regard.
Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Rivera?
Sure, I can kind of speak to that. So it kind of depends on sorry, apologies, got to check a message there. It kind of depends on the definition of agrivoltaics. A lot of states and different jurisdictions have different definitions. Some of those that you just mentioned don't qualify as dual use in some states or agrivoltaics. So if there are any specific recommendations of what you guys would like to see, please pass them on to us and we'll go through the vetting process of what that might look like for us. We personally have not worked with chickens in the past. We certainly go back and consider, as well as apiaries. Those are, as you mentioned, less cost intensive for a project, but my comments were mostly regarding the raising of the panels.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you, John Marco.
Commissioner Giraldo, colleagues, this mandatory referral, so these are guidelines, these are our recommendations. I mean, to be blunt, I don't see anything from stopping us from recommending for this project that we ask them to sort of take that additional step and, have our recommendation be that they look at, whatever version of this that would be a step above the herbaceous cover and that would have some kind of raising, or what did you say, Mr. Sanchez? I like your language, raising or not raising or herding. What was it, raising or?
I mentioned grazing and potentially apiaries.
Okay. I mean, if we had if we asked them, as part of the mandatory referral to consider that, I don't know, Mr. Warner, is that within our purview to do that?
Yeah, it's actually one of the recommendations staff has offered you in the staff report.
So yes. we can amplify that as part of our if we are to approve this mandatory referral, we could amplify that as part of our approval. Would that work, commissioners?
Yes.
That's
yeah.
fine. I appreciate Mr. Sanchez saying that he'll look into it and follow the recommendations.
Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Rivera, anything else from you or your team?
But that's it, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and we'll follow up and get back to you shortly.
Okay, and let me just say, Mr. Sanchez, I appreciate your clarity, your openness around this. Appreciate the work that you all do. It's important work that you do. And like you said, we're all learning through this. There are a lot of moving parts, state, local, industry, regulation, all of it. So really appreciate your willingness to sort of be, help us move in the direction that we'd like to see. So with that, if there's no further discussion on this, commissioners, what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the recommendations of staff to include the amplification of recommendation number 1, and would ask staff and council to please ensure the recommendation reflects the discussion just had with regards to amplifying considerations of dual uses above and beyond herbaceous covering. And with that, approve the transmittal of MRF-2024-004 to the applicant.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. If there is no discussion on the motion, then I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Thanks again, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Sanchez, and team. And Ms. Walker, thank you very much, as well as Mr. Wright. Appreciate all of your work on this.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, we're in items 8, 9, and 10 are on our agenda. These are companion cases. Items 8, 9, and 10, zoning map amendments, A8427-01, A8578-01, A8579-01, Oak Creek Club, Land Bay Tea. Am I hungry? Did I say land bake? I apologize. These items are continued from October 17. Again, this is an evidentiary hearing, and I would remind everybody that in addition to that, since this is an evidentiary hearing, we'll require those intending to provide testimony to take an oath. We also will allow for reasonable cross-examination. If there are multiple folks speaking, we would ask them, depending on how many there are, frankly, we'll play it by ear. We'll ask them to select a person if there's any cross-examination, and cross-examination, again, is in the form of a question and not conclusions. So anyone's able to be cross-examined, including attorneys, as long as it's on the sort of the factual assertions that are being made. And so I'll swear folks in at the appropriate time. And we have Mr. Hatcher, who's going to be representing the applicant. We have Mr. Mitchum, who will be giving the staff presentation. And let's start with staff. Mr. Mitchum, good morning, and take it away.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Joshua Mitchum with the zoning section. The items before you are items 8, 9, and 10 for the basic plan amendments, A-8427-01, A-8578-01, and A-8579-01 for Oak Creek Club. As a matter of housekeeping, these items were continued from the October 17, 2024 Planning Board meeting, in which the applicants and citizens requested a continuance of the applications. Prior to the noon deadline of Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024, staff received additional letters of opposition to the project from the community that have been added in the additional backup. The amendments include an increase in density from 1.3 dwellings per acre to 1.4 dwellings per acre, which represents an increase in the maximum number of dwelling units in the LAC zone from 52 to 76, and an increase in the maximum number of dwelling units in the RL zone from 1,096 to 1,108. No other conditions of the approved basic plans are proposed for amendment, and the request does not involve a change in the overall land area of the existing basic plans. Next slide, please. The site shown in red is located in Planning Area 74A and located in Council District 6. Next slide, please. The subject property shown in red is located on the east and west sides of Church Road, north of Oak Grove Road. Next slide, please. So the subject property outlined in red is currently zoned LCD and was formerly zoned both LAC and RL. The subject property is bounded to the north by vacant land owned by the Commission, currently zoned LCD, to the south by Mary Bowie Parkway right-of-way, to the east by single-family detached residential units in the Lakeview section of the Oak Creek Club subdivision, currently zoned LCD, and to the west by the Church Road right-of-way. Next slide, please. So the subject property shown in red is not within any overlay zones. Next slide. This map with the site shown in purple demonstrates the location's environmental features. There are no streams, wetlands, or 100-year floodplains with the associated areas of steep slopes within the limits of the site. Next slide, please. The application is subject to the 2009 approved countywide master plan of transportation and the 2022 approved Bowie, Mitchellville, and vicinity master plan. The subject property has frontage again on Church Road along the western boundaries of the site. Next slide, please. Based on evaluation and analysis, zoning staff recommend that the planning board adopt the findings of the report as modified. Adopt the findings of this report and approve Basic Plan Amendments A-A427-01, A-8578-01, and A-8579-01 for Oak Creek Club, all subject to the conditions of approval stated within the technical staff report with the amendment of Condition 1. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchum. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this point? Seeing none, we'll turn to the applicant, Mr. Hatcher. If you could introduce yourself for the record, any members of your team as you see fit, and the floor is yours.
For the record, my name is Chris Hatcher with CL Hatcher LLC, with office in Laurel, here on behalf of the applicant, Oak Creek, Carrollton Oak Creek LLC, the applicant in A-8427-01, A-8578-01, and A-8579-01. I'd like to first thank the staff reviewer, Mr. Mitchum, and the zoning staff on this application. I think that the Oak Creek community and the entitlements for it have been around for a while, so it took us collectively some time to wrap our minds around what would actually need to happen in order to implement this. And so we're super appreciative for the coordination with staff. With that said, I think it's imperative that the applicant make very clear from the beginning that to the extent that the staff report indicates that a maximum density of 36 dwelling units, the applicant would gladly and is currently proffering a maximum number of dwelling units on this land bay to be 28 dwelling units between the LAC and the RL zone. And that's actually a pretty important information, although it's not super relevant to the required findings. It's certainly relevant for other reasons, because the applicant has been coordinating with the community for at least the last 5 years about what the future of this land area could be. As the commission is aware, there is, and the commissioners are aware, there are certain uses that are generally not, communities may not necessarily be very enthusiastic about them locating in or around the community. And those are the exact type of uses that we were being approached for this portion of the community, for this land. So in light of that and some of the things that were coming up, we decided to engage with the HOA 5 years ago to figure out what the best uses for this project could be. After any number of meetings, and one in particular a couple years ago when there was over 100 community members there, we ultimately came to an agreement with the community about various things, one of which for the purposes of this application is the maximum number of dwelling units that we would proffer in this application. And so just to be abundantly clear to the HOA attorney, and any of the community members that might be listening in, to the extent that the staff report suggests more than the 30 units that we ultimately agreed upon, the applicant is proffering less than the 30. The applicant is proffering 28 units for this geographic boundaries. As you are aware, since this is a basic plan amendment, in order to ultimately pull a permit for this, any development on this property, We're going to need, at a minimum, a CDP application reviewed and approved, the preliminary plan reviewed and approved, an SDP reviewed and approved, and ultimately a plat reviewed and approved. At each step, for purposes of, again, community information, the design guidelines, which the applicant intends to be the exact same as those already approved in Oak Creek, largely. Those will be established by the CDP. The architecture, landscaping, and other site development related things are established by the SDP, and the actual lotting pattern is established by the preliminary plan of subdivision. Again, not necessarily immediately important to this application, but in terms of clear and transparent and consistent communication, I think it's important for the applicant to state that very clearly on the record. The applicant has reviewed the staff report and obviously submitted any number of an extraordinary amount of material in order to support the staff report. So we submit on the material that is contained in the record. And with that, the applicant respectfully requests that the planning board adopt the findings of facts and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and recommend approval to the district council for this basic plan amendment with the inclusion of the proffered condition that I've said a couple times on this line. I'd like to reserve the right. There are several members of the team that are here to respond to any questions that the board may have, but we'd like to reserve the right and the time to call them up at the appropriate time if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. Questions for the applicant at this point, commissioners?
Just a clarifying question, and it really goes to staff. Mr. Mitchum, with respect to the applicant's proffer, is that an adjustment to findings or a condition or added condition?
I believe that will be something to be addressed with the conditions of the report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitchum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just to help me with our process, Mr. Hatcher, I just want to make sure that if you could list the members of the team that are present, so I'm not misunderstanding who's going to be speaking in opposition or who's part of your team. So can you just go through the list real quickly of who's part of the team?
Yes, on our team is Miss Gaboni, who is with my office.
Yep.
Mr. Martin, who's with my office. Mr. Riley, who's with the applicant. Mr. Allison, who's with the applicant. Mr. Allison, who's with CPJ. And I believe that's everybody on the list that I was provided.
Okay, so then I'm assuming everyone else on the list is in opposition or other. Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Hatcher. It's helpful. All right, commissioners, if there's no further questions for the applicant or staff at this point, I'll turn to our speakers list. I'm going to ask, let me go through the list to make sure we have who's here and make sure I'm clear that you're speaking either in opposition or in favor, maybe. But if you could just let me know as I go through the list. First of all, Mr. Villa, you're signed up to speak.
I will be speaking in favor
okay.
with respect to the association's participation. Mr. Dwight Ward, who is also listed as a speaker, will also be speaking on behalf of the association. He has longstanding experience with this matter.
And I have Ms. Davis as well.
Yes, Ms. Davis is the general manager and may speak depending on what questions you may have. But Mr. Ward is going to do the heavy lifting.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Villa. That's just a process piece. I'll swear you in when it's appropriate for you to your time to speak. And then we have Timothy Stewart and Tracy Burrows Gardner. Mr. Stewart and Ms. Burrows Gardner, are you on the line? No Timothy Stewart, no Tracy Burrows Gardner. Okay. And then I have Dolly Banks. And or Kit Banks.
Here, present.
Okay, Mr. Banks, you're here. Ms. Banks, you're here as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Danielle Telesford and Deirdre Boulware. Ms. Telesford and Ms. Boulware. And did I miss anybody? All right, how about that for efficient? So let's start with folks who are speaking in support. We'll start with Mr. Villa and Ms. Ward. I'm going to swear you all in. Mr. Villa, Mr. Ward, and Ms. Davis as well, just in case. If you all could come on camera, or you don't have to, but whether I see you or not, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony before you will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Consider yourselves under oath, and we'll start with Mr. Villa. I'm going to give everybody up to 3 minutes to speak. We'll put a clock up to help manage the time. And introduce yourself for the record, name and address, and take it away. Mr. Villa, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I am going to defer to Mr. Ward to begin our presentation, and I will speak after he concludes his presentation with just a couple of caveats.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villa. That's perfectly fine. Mr. Ward, we'll turn to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also thank you for the 3-minute time limit. So I'll start at the beginning and part of the rationale of why I'm here before the board. I've been a longstanding volunteer in the Oak Creek Club Homeowners Association, serving in various capacities. The majority of the time has been as the president of the association. And so what brings us before the planning board today is when I was the president of the association, this goes all the way back to 2018, I want to say. And we got a letter from the landowner that was demanding that we move generators, and that we move gates, and that we move brick pillars, as well as some electrical things that are associated with our gate entrances, because they were in violation of an easement. The long backstory of that easement was granted in a handshake agreement between the previous developer, Montgomery Land Development, and the owner of the parcels of land. So why are we here? When we got that demand letter and tried to evaluate the expense of it, it was going to cost the association north of $150,000 just to do the work. And more importantly, or just as important, it would change the aesthetic of the entrance to the main entrance to the Oak Creek Club. And so what we suggested back to the developer, the board at that time, the iteration of that board, we suggested back to the developer that we weren't prepared to bear that expense. Would they entertain bearing the expense? And then upon closer examination of the properties by that iteration of the board, it just made visual sense, not in consideration of any zoning things, but it just made visual sense to swap parcels of land. One of the main reasons is we have private streets. And at the time, that development was going to be a commercial development, which would be on the north side and the south side of Mary Bowie Parkway, the main entrance. What we were suggesting is we'll just move your parcel to the north side, give us the south side. And for the HOA, what it did is you'll see a pond that's on the renderings. It would also give the HOA frontage to that pond property for any type of consideration of future usage. So what I want the planning board to understand, I only got about 30 more seconds, is the genesis of this project. Unlike a lot of projects that come before the board, the ideal was originally generated by the HOA and suggested to the developer, and then we got involved in the process that gets you here. So I'll just stop there and I yield my time back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. That was very helpful. I appreciate that. Mr. Villa, turn to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to add on to what Dwight has very eloquently testified to, there has been a timeline provided to us by the developer with respect to all of the various processes that have to be adhered to in order for this project to be approved, and we are at the first stage there. There have been, as Dwight suggested, many, many meetings with the association and presentations made by the developer with respect to what they plan to develop. And over time, because of the member participation, pretty vigorous participation, we had the last meeting we had over 105 members. As a result of all of that, we are now at 28 single-family homes as what is being presented to the planning board. And I hope that's clear. Mr. Hatcher has made that proffer, and I hope what is being considered by the planning board is, in fact, that 28 homes on the subject property. But having said that, there are continuing concerns of the members regarding notice of what will follow next on the timeline we've been provided. You'll hear, I think, from a couple of members of the association that they feel that there hasn't been that level of transparency, that zoning signs appeared without proper notice. Now, I understand that what was done consistent with the code. But just as a homeowners association attorney and someone who's sensitive to relationships between members, between the board, between the developers, I would just ask that this level of communication that we've enjoyed in the past continue, and that efforts be made by the developer with respect to whatever stage we're in, that notice be given to the association board so that the members can be fully apprised of what's happening. So that's the only part that I wanted to add and just make clear to the commissioners where we are. We certainly support the 28 home plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Villa. Are we going to hear from Ms. Davis as well?
Unless she has something that she explicitly wants to add, I would say no.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to other folks on our list. I see that Ms. Telsford, you've joined us.
Mr. Chairman, before you move on, I just want to be, Mr. Ward, are you the current HOA president or former?
So I am the current treasurer of the HOA as of a couple of nights ago and former president.
Okay. And has the HOA voted on this issue? And I don't know if this should be directed to you or perhaps someone else coming up, but.
Yeah, I can actually comment in Mrs. Washington. What you'll see is in the documents that are provided, the HOA entered into an MOU and a resolution in the last iteration of our board, the 2 iterations ago of our board. That's where the agreement was signed with the developer. And I think you'll hear from various testimonies the process that led to that, including town hall meetings, and I think an executive session with the previous board with county council person. So there are a lot of steps that have happened. Some that could use improvement, some that ran well. So.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that question. That was helpful. I appreciate that. All right, so I see Ms. Telesford. I appreciate that you are there as well. We have Ms. Banks and we have Dolly Banks and Kip Banks. Do we have Deirdre Bulwar? Or do we have Timothy Stewart or Tracy Burrows Gardner? If not, then let us start with, let me ask all 3 of you, Dolly Banks, Kip Banks, and Danielle Telesford, if you all could come on camera if you can. Raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Consider yourselves all under oath. I'll take you all in the order that I have on my sheet in front of me. So that would be Dolly Banks, then Kip Banks, and then Ms. Telesford. We'll put 3 minutes on the clock for each of you. If you could introduce yourself, name and address for the record. And Ms. Banks, we'll start with you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Dolly Banks, a resident of 405.
Ms. Banks, you're very soft. If it's possible to sort of speak up more into the mic or move it closer to you or some combination thereof.
Is that better now?
Yeah, it is better. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Dolly Banks, resident of the Lakeview community. I live at 405 Esterville Lane. and I live in the Lakeview, which is adjacent to the land that the Carrollton Development Group is proposing to develop and increase the density of the homes. And I am requesting that the application by the Carrollton Development Group for an increase in density be denied. Of utmost concern is the process that the Carrollton Development Group has used during this application process. Simply put, they seem to say one thing and do another. On the planning department's website, you encourage developers like the Carrollton Development Group to have meetings with residents ahead of today's hearing to keep residents informed. And in 2023, there were 2 meetings. Mr. Hatcher was the lead, and he indicated that he was a resident of Prince George's County and he was invested in the community. And they showed us a rendering of the proposed development. And residents had substantial concerns about the plan, primarily that the lots of the new units were not the same as to the homes that they were adjacent to. And there was a second town hall in 2023. And I do not recall hearing in these 2 town hall meetings that the Carrollton Development Group would be asking to increase the density of the homes and the lots adjacent to our community. And we never heard another word from Carrollton Development Group until 1.5 years later when they posted a sign about the hearing on October 17th. And please do note that the sign was not posted in accordance with the laws for sign postings. And this was brought to the attention of Mr. Mr. Hatcher, and we also had to work with staff on that as well. So again, my concern is how this developer conducts business. And I would have to be the one to live directly next to their work and with the consequences of their work. Secondly, the burden that this development would have on the community is of utmost concern. I submitted to the record the documentation showing that the homeowner association is operating at deficit for key services in the neighborhood, i.e. security, landscaping, professional management fees, and the homeowner's fee is looking at increasing again beyond hyperinflation. I also want to say that the issue about the number of houses, I have heard so many numbers, 28, 24, 30, and that is really of concern because as a resident, in terms of the stakeholder engagement process, that's of concern that there's so many different numbers as to how many houses would be built. And I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Banks. Appreciate it. We have Mr. Kip Banks.
I am Kip Banks, a resident of 405 Esterville Lane. I am a 15-year resident of Oak Creek and Lakeview, adjacent to the Land Bay proposed development, and also a 32-year resident of Oak Creek. I stand in opposition to the effort to amend the county planning to increase the density for the following 4 reasons. 1, preservation of neighborhood character. Oak Creek is a well-established community with a unique character and lifestyle, and increasing the density will disrupt that existing balance, leading to overcrowding, more traffic, and more frustration that we already are experiencing in Oak Creek. 2, infrastructure concerns. Oak Creek is a unique community in Prince George's County. We have gates and we have arms. And sadly, at this point, those gates and arms have not been working. They malfunction. Adding more people is going to exacerbate that problem. Thirdly, traffic and safety. If you look at the rendering there, there's the main entrance to Oak Creek on Mary Bowie Parkway. You pass the main gate. Then you make an immediate left north on Bamberg Way going north. And that gate malfunctions all the time, and it's a traffic issue, a safety issue, because when you turn left, you can't get in the gate. You got to back up, but you can't back up because cars are coming down the road. And many times, I fear for my life trying to make that left turn. And so there's a traffic and there's a safety concern with that as well. And then finally, a couple of more points: impact on property values. Again, we take great pride in Oak Creek. We love our community, we love our homes, and there's a concern about the property values going down. And finally, I want to say again, with respect to safety and welfare, if you look at the plans, you look at the homes, in terms of parking, many of the houses will not have adequate parking. I served representing the Lakeview Landview to the Oak Creek board for many years, and because of the lack of parking, houses not having any parking, oftentimes there would arise fights between neighbors, and I had to mediate those fights because again we're putting too many houses in too small of a place, and so again I stand in opposition to the effort to increase the density for this land T. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Appreciate you taking the time and being here and making your voice heard. Much appreciated. Ms. Telesford, you are next on our list.
Hello, I'm Danielle Telesford. I've been a resident of Oak Creek since November 2007. I currently live on the newer side, the Fox Turn side. However, I do still have a property on the townhome side. I am in opposition of the increase of homes, and I would like for you guys to consider denying this proposal to increase the amount of homes. One, I did attend the meetings that was discussed by the previous speakers, and it was a concern about the lot sizes not being comparable to what is already there. Parking was an issue. The alignment of streets were discussed was an issue. And at no time did the developer discuss a possibility of increasing the amount of homes in that space. And as the previous speakers have spoke already about, our facilities cannot manage additional homes. It's barely managing now. We have issues with our gates due to the in and out traffic. And it is definitely a concern if you guys approve this, that you will be bringing down our lovely community. So please take it into great consideration the impact it's going to have on the 1,174 homes that are already there suffering with our infrastructure.
Thank you, Ms. Telesford. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Did I miss anybody? Do we have anyone else who is signed up to speak who needs to be on the list? If not, then I'm going to turn back to well, actually, commissioners, are there any questions you have before I turn back to the applicant for the final word?
No questions, Mr. Chairman, but I think it would be helpful for staff or someone to kind of go through what the process is and exactly what's under review for us in terms of this application. A lot of the concerns raised by the homeowners seem to be out of scope, quite frankly, with regards to this application. But I would encourage them to stay involved because there will be later steps, I believe, where sizes, parking, all of those type things will in fact be relevant. So I just think that would be helpful because that seemed to be a consistent theme through the citizen testimony.
Yeah, I agree with that. I appreciate those comments, and I would associate myself with that, Commissioner. Thank you very much. I see Ms. Thomas has her hand raised. Ms. Thomas, were you hoping to speak on this? I don't see you on our speakers list, though.
I did submit my information on Tuesday. It was submitted at 11:55 a.m. I'm not sure if
I don't see you on the list. I'm going to err on the side of making sure we get to hear your voice. We'll have to determine whether it's considered part of the evidence if we don't have the record of it. But go ahead, Ms. Thomas, if you could introduce yourself, name and address for the record, and we'll put 3 minutes up on the clock and give you the opportunity to speak as well.
Sure. My name is Catherine Thomas, and I am a resident of...
Oh, Ms. Thomas, I'm sorry. I need to swear you in just to be safe, okay? If you could raise your right hand. Mm-hmm. Do you solemnly swear that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you're under oath, and take it away, Ms. Thomas. Thank you.
Sure. So, first, thank you for the opportunity to speak and to address the board. My name is Catherine Thomas. I am at 405 Boyden Street in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. And I, too, am in opposition. And part of the reasons are, I'm not sure if this is in scope for this particular hearing, but we did have meetings with Carrollton. Mr. Hatcher was there. We had 21 questions that the community raised to Mr. Hatcher, to Carrollton, concerning the development. Of those 21 questions at the time, we had 61% of those questions, or 13 of those questions, that were unanswered. And that was at our meeting again in 2023, and we haven't heard from the developer again. Our concerns do center around safety. There are concerns around infrastructure. We also have some environmental concerns, lack of canopy. If this development and we have reduced frontage and just concerns that we have about the quality of life that we're going to maintain here at Oak Creek. I just wanted those to be part of the record, and just to say that I am definitely in opposition of this development.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thomas. I appreciate it. I'm glad we got to hear your voice on this. Anyone else that I may have missed? Seeing no one. Commissioners, any other questions before we turn to the applicant? All right, Mr. Hatcher, any summation from you? Rebuttal first and summation.
For the record, my name is Chris Hatcher, here on behalf of the applicant. Just to answer Commissioner Washington's questions directly, the CDP, which is the next step in the process, will establish all the development regulations, including the lot sizes and those various things. To the extent that there are community members that are concerned about that, and rightfully so. The developer made commitments and we tend to follow them. The preliminary plan establishes the lotting pattern, the location of the streets, and all the concerns associated with that will be addressed at that time. And the SDP really deals with the architecture and what I think for most people or most community members would refer to as quality. I'm not necessarily, a believer that what the community members would say is quality. And so to the extent that there are other concerns, and as you've heard, there are, that's what the process is for, and we intend to engage in the process. To that, I believe that answered Commissioner Washington's question directly. With that, we submit on the materials that are in the record, and again, we respectfully request the board approve what I'm going to collectively call the basic plans with the proffered condition.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. And let me just amplify something that Mr. Hatcher said. I mean, I think commissioners, we know, but I think for the public as well, I'm thinking specifically Ms. Banks, Mr. Banks, Ms. Telesford, Ms. Thomas, that assuming that we do take action today, that this is a beginning of a process, and there's all sorts of ways where you will very much have opportunities to have your voice heard and help shape the future direction of this. So please know that there's plenty of opportunity to make sure that you can help inform and shape things related to the specific designs of the property. So I just wanted to say that for the record. So commissioners, if there's no further questions for staff or applicant, we've given the applicant the final word. I'm going to close this public hearing and turn it over to you, commissioners, for any deliberation and then potential action.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion, but before so doing, I would like to associate myself with your comments, and also Mr. Hatcher ask that you double down on your commitment and efforts to engage and re-engage and ensure that you are in constant contact and communication with the community. That was also thematic in the citizens' testimony, and also just encouraging them to stay involved as part of the process, because a lot of what was mentioned at this stage will be addressed at future stages of the process. So please stay, again, engaged. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings and analysis of staff and approve basic plan amendments A-8427-01, A-8578-01, and A18579-01, subject to the original conditions and considerations as well as the amendment of condition 1 and would also like to include, where appropriate in the findings and or conditions, the applicant's proffered condition of a maximum of 28 dwelling units. One citizen testified that they had heard different numbers. If this is approved, then that will be the number. So.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Commissioners, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. I want to thank everybody for your participation on this and for making your voice heard. And know this is a continuing process, and it really does matter, and it really is helpful when you come out and make your voice heard. So thank you, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Hatcher, and thanks to the staff team as well. Mr. Mitchum did a great job on this one. I appreciate it. If there's nothing further in this one, we have items 11 and 12 on our agenda. I'm going to suggest that we take a quick break. It is 11:19. Let's reconvene at 11:30, and then we'll pick up companions cases 11 and 12, okay?
Thank you.
See you all in 11 minutes. Commissioner Washington, your camera isn't quite working yet.
I'm not on?
I can't see you.
Oh, okay. Let me turn it off and back on. Let's see. How about now?
Yes. Perfect.
You know, go figure, we will have a meeting without any technical issues.
I know. It's not even technically possible.
Exactly.
I got to agree. Okay, folks, we are back from a brief break, and we are about to take up items 11 and 12 on our agenda. These are detailed site plan and departure from design standards, DSP 22001 McDonald's Ager Road and DDS 23001 McDonald's Ager Road. These items were continued from our October 7th, 2024 Planning Board meeting. They're companion items. We have Mr. Gibbs, who's representing the applicant. We have Ms. Natalia Gomez Rojas, who's going to be giving the staff presentation on this. We have a number of folks who signed up to speak. This is an evidentiary hearing. I want to go through some process things up front. So first of all, again, since this is an evidentiary hearing, I'm going to require all those who are intending to provide testimony to take an oath. I'm actually going to do that right here, right now up front, because it'll help facilitate the communication process that we have. So everybody who's intending to speak, please come online. And as we go along, I'll just affirm that you've taken the oath when it comes to your time. And you can just say, yes, you've taken it, or if not, I can swear you in at that time. So if everybody could raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You do. Okay, consider yourselves under oath. So again, a reminder that evidentiary hearing, we're going to allow for reasonable cross-examination. Cross-examination is about questions. I'm going to be very, very mindful that this doesn't turn into arguments or conclusions or, dare I say, even badgering. It is simply to get additional information from questions, okay? It's not conclusory statements. We have a number of people signed up to speak, so I'm going to ask the opponents, I'm going to ask you how you're organizing yourselves in a second to see if we can help manage the process. Cross-examination can be of anyone who signed up to speak, including attorneys, as long as that's just for factual assertions that are being made. What I'm going to do to help facilitate this process, since there's going to be a lot of information, is I'm going to allow for cross-examination after each person speaks. So after the staff speaks, if there's cross-examination of staff, we'll allow it at that time. I'm going to be pretty strict, though, that cross-examination is simply about questions, specific questions that were provided in the testimony before us. That's what cross is for. In terms of the process, there's a number of folks who signed up in opposition. I'm going to play this a bit loose here, but if I can hear from you all to see if you have organized yourself in some ways, and if there's a way to designate one or perhaps two people who can handle cross-examination. And when we get to a summation toward the end from the opposition, who can handle summation as well. So please let me know. I see Mr. Smith's hand up, and I see Mr. Boato as well, but we'll start with you, Mr. Smith.
Alexa, you can take this if you want, or I can just explain the order that we came up with. Yeah? Okay. So, Mr. Chair and Planning Board members, we emailed to staff yesterday our preferred order, and that is Alexi Boato, Lisa Ensminger.
Hold on
Jeff
one sec.
Roney.
Hold on. Lisa, okay.
Yeah. Okay, Lisa Ensminger, Jeff Cronin, Melissa Schweisguth. Yeah, Melissa Schweisguth. Michael Wilpers.
Hold on. Okay.
Mary Beth Shea.
Okay.
Jillian Brockell.
Okay.
And Greg Smith.
Okay.
In terms of cross, we'd appreciate some flexibility because, as with the previous hearing, some of us know more about certain subjects than others, and the questions will arise more naturally in their topic areas. I don't presume to know as much about historic preservation or the history of local plantations as, say, Jillian or Mary Beth, and I haven't done the transportation analysis that Melissa Schweitzer has done. So to the extent you can be flexible there, I think it would benefit everybody.
I will. And the one thing I would ask is I would prefer that we do not have multiple people who are crossing the same individual. Okay. If it has to happen because people are coming at it from two different angles around cross-examination, I'll be flexible around it, but that's what I'm trying to minimize.
Okay. Another point of order. We've had this discussion before. I think the purpose of an evidentiary hearing is to have a fair process to build a robust record that any party can rely on for your decisions and for appeal. So I hope you'll be flexible in terms of time limits. We put a lot of effort into developing our written testimony and hearing testimony. We try to be cognizant of time, but if you can be flexible, that'd be great. It's been a long time getting here. And the last procedural point I want to raise here is I learned only yesterday that folks who are sending written comments to the planning board were not automatically being registered as persons of record. I understand you can read one section of zoning ordinance and say, well, unless they explicitly ask in writing to become a person of record, they're not registered as such. But I can also point to the charter where it says anybody who comments and appears before the board in person or in writing is a person of record. And nobody, I think, would think that if by sending in their written comments, they don't become a person of record. So I hope, I think this is the public's benefit, and I don't see how anybody's harmed. The planning board would designate anybody who sent a written comment, took the time to do that, to register them as persons of record for the case. Otherwise, they're disenfranchised going down the line.
I don't want to take this up in the context of this case. We'll take it under advisement and ask legal to look into this as well, and they can advise us, commissioners, if that's all right with you. That would be my recommendation. Any concerns? No? Okay. All right. So, but we hear you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll, like we typically do, we'll hear from staff first, then we'll hear from the applicant. Again, if there's cross-examination of staff, go ahead and identify yourself. I just want to go through our list of speakers just to make sure that there's nobody that we have missed, in addition to the list that you just ran through. Mr. Smith, I just want to see who else is here. Carolyn Edwards, I see, not on your list, but on my list. Miss Edwards, are you here? No. Jasmine Enriquez? Yasmin Enriquez? No. Senator Augustine. Senator Augustine, are you here? Okay. Give me one more sec. And Jeff Cronin, you did mention. Okay, then I think we're covered. Everybody on your list is on my list, so we're good. We're aligned. Okay, so we're going to start with the staff presentation. Then we will hear from the applicant. And again, if there's cross-examination, raise your hand, and I'll be mindful. I'll keep an eye on hands raised so I can give you the opportunity to search. We're not going to have cross-examination until after the presentation. So staff goes, and then there's cross after that. It's not interrupting during. So we'll start with staff. And where am I on my list? Yep, that's it. So Ms. Gomez Rojas, we will turn to you for the staff presentation. Take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'll do a quick sound check.
Yes, good and loud. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Natalia Gomez with the Urban Design Section. Items 11 and 12, DSP-22001, DDS-23001, and AC-23017, titled McDonald's Ager Road, proposes the development of an eating and drinking establishment with drive-through service in an integrated shopping center. These cases continue from September 26, October 3rd, and October 27, 2024. Additional materials were submitted during the previous hearings, and additional materials were submitted as opponent exhibits before the Tuesday noon deadline. But I want to clarify that nothing was submitted from staff or the applicant. This application has been reviewed and evaluated in accordance with the prior zoning ordinance. Next slide, please. The property is located in Council District 2, Planning Area 65. Next slide, please. More specifically, this is a 4.16 acre site outlined in red, and it is located on the northeast quadrant of the intersection of East-West Highway and Ager Road. Next slide, please. The subject property is currently zoned CGO. It has the prior zoning was CSC. Next slide, please. As seen in this slide, this property is not subject to an overlay zone. Next slide. Here, this map shows that the subject site is relatively flat and gradually elevates towards the eastern border. Next slide, please. Here we can see the master plan right-of-way in the vicinity of the site. MD 4110 East-West Highway to the west of the site is shown in red, and it is noted as an arterial road. Next slide, please. This aerial view shows the subject property, and it is improved when an integrated shopping center and a freestanding building that will be replaced with the proposed eating and drinking establishment. Next slide. Here, the detailed site plan has been rotated for legibility purpose, and the north is facing towards the left. The plan shows the proposed building has in additional improvements that include surface parking and the delineation of the drive-through lanes. Next slide, please. The landscape plan illustrates the proposed on-site plantings associated with the proposed development. Next slide, please. As companion to DSP-22001, the applicant filed a request for alternative compliance, AC-23017, from Section 4.7, buffering incompatible uses of the landscape menu along the eastern property line adjacent to a historic site. The applicant proposes clearing the existing trees and is not proposing landscaping replacement with the quantity required by the landscape manual. AC-23017 was reviewed by the AC committee and the planning director, who recommended disapproval since they determined that the proposal was not equally effective in fulfilling the intent and purposes of Section 4.7 of the Landscape Manual. According to Section 1.3F of the Landscape Manual, where compliance with the Landscape Manual is not possible, the applicant may seek relief by applying for a departure from design standards in accordance with the provisions of Section 27-239.01 of the zoning ordinance. Accordingly, the applicant is requesting a departure from design standards from Section 4.7 of the Landscape Manual, where a buffer is required between the shopping center and the adjacent property, which is a historic site currently improved with a seminary. Due to a long-standing trespassing situation in the property, the applicant is proposing to clear the existing trees along the eastern property line and replace them with steep slopes covered with a mix of river rock and riprap, with scattered boulders, evergreen trees, and perennials arranged in a naturalistic manner throughout. Next slide, please. This slide shows a section of the proposed development in relation to the adjacent property to the east. Next slide, please. These images display the results of a 3D analysis conducted to assess the visibility of the proposed development from the historic site, following the removal of the existing trees. The yellow dots on the top left image indicate the locations at Green Hill, which is the seminary from which the visibility was tested, offering the perspective of a 6-foot-tall person standing on the ground. The image on the top right demonstrates an example of the view from Green Hill and illustrates that due to the vegetation and grading difference, the view to the proposed building is minor. Next slide, please. This slide shows the current TCP, that is TCP 2-004-2024, where the applicant proposes to meet the woodland conservation requirements via off-site woodland conservation credits in an approved woodland conservation bank in order to provide an organized landscape schematic using crime prevention through environmental design technique on the site to address ongoing trespass issues. Next slide, please. This slide shows the approved natural resource inventory plan, NRI-026-022 for the site. This plan details the delineation of the existing tree canopy and forest on the property. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial image taken from PG Atlas that shows the current conditions of the site. Next slide, please. The circulation plan shows a truck turn plan and all existing access points to the shopping center. The applicant is not proposing any new access points at the time. Next slide. The photometric plan here reflects adequate lighting throughout the site with minimal spillover onto adjacent neighboring properties. Next slide, please. The elevations shown in this slide are the proposed freestanding building, rectangular in shape, that will serve a McDonald's eating and drinking establishment. The proposed building would be approximately 19 feet tall with a single door on the west and south elevations. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. As a matter of housekeeping, the applicant provided an exhibit requesting the deletion of conditions 3A and 3B. Staff is in agreement with the applicant's request based on the response received from the State Highway Administration and which had been addressed in Staff Exhibit 2. Staff would like to note that memorandums from the Department of Health, DPI, and the Historic Preservation Commission are included to demonstrate coordination with multiple agencies. The memos have no objection to the subject application and listed a series of recommendations properly transmitted to the applicant. Staff is also aware of the concerns submitted to the record by members of the public regarding traffic conditions in the area, woodland conservation and tree canopy coverage, stormwater, existing encampments, and historical considerations. Please note that the adequacy of transportation facility off-site traffic is not evaluated at the time of detailed site plan stage. However, there has been meetings with the SHA regarding the site access. consolidation of the two southernmost two-way access points into one commercial right-in, right-out access point per the Maryland State Highway Administration. Design standard is recommended and a condition is included as shown in the staff exhibit 2 in accordance with the recommendation of the SHA. DPI also presented no objections to the subject application. Staff from the transportation planning section is ready to answer any questions that the planning board or attendees might have related to the traffic and transportation matters. Regarding to the woodland conservation and tree canopy coverage, the staff found that according to the NRI and the site visit performed on February 22, 2024, understory trees and invasive species were observed. Staff requested the applicant provide an alternative landscaping that facilitates natural surveillance, sensitive to public safety concerns, and to promote the crime-free environment. Staff from environmental planning section is also here, ready to answer any questions related to the TCP and NRI. Almost done. Staff communicated with the Department of Social Services and about the existing encampments and requested a site visit from the Department of Social Service Street Outreach Unit to find an interagency solution for the persistent trespassing situation on the property. Staff from the Department of Social Services performed a site visit. It recorded that the records of this visit is included in the backup. This staff informed that the people who were encamping at the time of the visit respectfully declined the help that they tried to offer. From the urban design standpoint, the applicant applied the principles of crime prevention through environmental design, which recommends avoiding landscaping and screening elements that can create blind spots or hiding places. Crime prevention through environmental design also underscores the importance of landscape maintenance. Keeping areas free of litter can be a signal that residents and property owners have a vested interest in the area and will not tolerate illegal activities. Lastly, the Historic Preservation staff presented the subject application to the Historic Preservation Commission on March 19, 2024. A memo from the Historic Preservation Commission is included in the staff report as well. I will defer to the staff from Historic Preservation section to address the historical considerations listed in the additional backup for this application. The Urban Design section recommends the Planning Board adopt the findings of the technical staff report, disapprove AC-23017, and approve DSP-22001, DDS-23001, and TCP2-004-2024 with the conditions found in the staff report and as revised by the staff exhibit 2. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the thorough report. There's a lot of information, and I know there's going to be lots of questions and some concerns from residents. I appreciate the thoroughness of this too. So, Commissioners, any questions for staff at this point? All right. Is there anyone? I don't see any hands raised on this, so we'll turn to the applicant. Oh, we do. Mr. Smith, cross-examination. You're on mute. Mr. Smith, you're on mute.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Ms. Gomez-Rojas, you said that the transportation impacts are not assessed at the DSP stage. Well, if not at the DSP stage, then when do we get to the numerous safety and congestion concerns that the public have raised and documented in their written statements? These are pretty serious concerns. When does the planning department and planning board get to those, and how do you then determine whether or not the project conflicts or supports the purposes of the zoning ordinance? When do we get to this?
So normally traffic adequacy is determined at a time of preliminary plan of subdivision, but I can defer your question to Ben Patrick, staff from transportation planning section, who can probably give you a better explanation of this. Ben?
Hello, good morning. Hello, this is Ben Patrick for the record.
Mr. Patrick, you're very soft. We're having trouble hearing you.
Is this any better?
Barely.
I'm not sure what the issue is. Give me 1 second.
That was it. Yes.
Got a little better.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Again, Ben Patrick. Thank you. For the record, Ben Patrick, Transportation Planning Section. That's correct. The transportation adequacy would be tested at the time of preliminary plan.
But no preliminary plan was required here. So how does the plan
Maybe I
get
can
to understand
step in and just
what
help
this
that
project's
answer.
impacts may
Yeah.
be?
Sure, Mr. Warren.
Yeah, just to give a full answer to Mr. Smith. So, right, for this application, no preliminary plan of subdivision was required, so there's no test for transportation adequacy. However, this is a site plan review, and the site itself is being evaluated.
I'm sorry, your sound cut out on my end.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Right. So the off-site transportation impacts are evaluated at preliminary plan of subdivision. This particular project did not require a preliminary plan of subdivision, so no certificate of adequacy was required. However, you're reviewing a site plan, and that site plan has to be able to handle the traffic that it will take in by whatever use is being proposed. So the impact on this site of traffic is a part of the evaluation at this stage. So how many cars are coming in, how many are leaving the site, and how the site handles that is before the planning board at this stage.
All right. All right. Other questions for cross-examination? No argument,
one
Mr.
more.
Smith. Respectfully, just cross. Mr. Boato, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, are
I
you
have
done?
one more question. I have
Yes,
one
sir.
more question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Gomez-Rojas, could you tell us how many additional parking spaces are proposed and what the change in the total impervious surface would be for the site?
So a total of 71 parking spaces are proposed. And can you repeat the second part of your question, please?
Is that additional parking spaces?
It is a mixture between of existing parking spaces and new additional parking spaces.
And my second part was a comparison of the current area of impervious surface versus what would result if this project goes forward.
I will have to look at the staff report for that information.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boato.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us back again. I have a quick question for Ms. Gomez-Rojas. How do you know that the McDonald's, with its open public bathrooms and cheap dollar menu, won't attract more unhoused people than the current situation?
Let me stop. That Mr. Boato, I hear you, but that's not where her testimony was, and I feel like you want to save that for any kind of a summation down the road. That does not feel like cross-examination to me.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Any other cross for Ms. Gomez-Rojas? All right, so we'll turn to the applicant. Mr. Gibbs?
I'm sorry, I do have my hand up. This is Melissa Schweisguth.
I don't see you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do a hand raise function. Yeah, I did. Sorry, and I know you don't want us to cross the same person, but I did have a follow-up question for transportation because they said that at the DSP stage, they do not consider the site's impact on traffic, yet they did have the applicant submit a trip generation. So I just wanted to understand then what is the purpose of the trip generation for the DSP? Why was that required?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Pat, maybe Ms. Gomez-Rojas or Mr. Patrick or Mr. Warner. Ms. Gomez Rojas, I'll start with you to see if you want to answer it, or unless you want to turn to somebody else.
So I can align with what Mr. Warner says, that is, at the time of DSP we evaluate traffic impacts, and part of what we requested from the applicant was to determine that the estimated trips to the establishment will not create additional impact to the site. But Mr. Patrick or Mr. Warner are more than welcome to continue or expand.
Patrick, anything you want to add to that?
I'm going to add to that, no.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Mr. Warner, anything you want to
right,
add?
because
Okay.
we asked for trip generation figures at preliminary plan of subdivision to determine how many trips the project's going to demand, and then what are the impacts of those trips on the public facilities surrounding the property. But we also look to that information to determine at this stage if the site is adequately designed to address the number of cars coming and going. It's obviously going to be different for different types of uses, and then that affects how the site is designed, and that's what you're looking at right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for that. We have another hand raised on cross, Ms. Brockel, Jillian Brockel or Brockel.
Brockel, thank you. I just had one question, Ms. Gomez, and thank you so much for your work on this. I just wanted to confirm that the historic preservation officials, they only evaluated the impact of the McDonald's on the historic site next to the planned McDonald's, and not whether or not the site itself could be historic. Is that correct?
That is correct, because the only historic property is the seminary that is adjacent.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, we have additional cross. Mr. Wilpers.
Yes, one question. Thank you, Ms. Gomez Rojas. Do you have a total number of trees that the applicant proposes to remove?
I believe that's indicated in the TCP. I can ask, I can defer to environmental planning, who can give us a better answer.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Who do we have from environmental planning on this one?
Good morning, Chair Shapiro. This is Christian Mioli with the environmental planning section. So for woodland conservation purposes, we don't account for individual trees, but the TCP2 worksheet shows a total of accounting for 2.04 acres of clearing in total, but we don't have a number for individual trees. It's only what's designated as woodland. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mioli. All right, Ms. Brockel, all right. I see Mr. Wilpers. Is your hand up again, or is that from before?
That's from before.
All right, and Mr. Smith, yours is from before as well?
No, it's not. Just a follow up on Mr. Wilpers' question and on Mr. Mioli's answer. Staff is proposing offsite mitigation. Has staff identified where that mitigation would take place? What kind of ecological or social or public health value would be provided through that offsite mitigation? We're looking at habitat, we're looking at shading, green space, stormwater management. Has that been identified at this point so that the public can take a look at it and comment on it, or not?
I want to make sure that is that what you all do at this point?
At this stage, them identifying that they will be providing offsite credits, that's all that we're reviewing at this stage. The actual purchase of credits comes at the permits stage, and there's a list of priorities for them to purchase banks, obviously the closer to the specific site. So it goes through a hierarchy of, within the same watershed, within the same, I don't have them off the top of my head, but there's a hierarchy that they look at in order to keep the benefits as close to the site as possible. But it's not part of the specific review at this stage.
Okay.
Or it's not something that's reviewed, by staff at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Smith, all right? Okay, no more cross. We're going to turn to the applicant now.
Should have been all right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. May I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Edward Gibbs, an attorney with offices in Largo, and I'm pleased to be here today representing McDonald's USA LLC, the applicant for this detailed site plan and departure from design standards. McDonald's is proposed to be a lessee on a portion of the Green Meadows Shopping Center, which of course in its entirety comprises 4.16 acres. The leasehold interest that McDonald's would have would be only 1.16 acres of that entire parcel. The owner of the property is 6581 Acre Limited Partnership. I do not represent that entity. I only represent McDonald's Corporation, but there will be a representative on behalf of the owner speaking today. Green Meadows Shopping Center, as the evidence of record establishes and as testimony will further amplify, is quite an old center, being constructed in approximately 1949. As the evidence of record establishes, there are 3 buildings presently on site. In the middle, there is a larger inline commercial building with numerous individual uses. And then on either side, north and south of the inline building, there are 2 much smaller buildings. The McDonald's leasehold interest would be in the general area where the existing building on the south side of the parcel is located. And that is where McDonald's, if this application is approved, would raise that building and construct its eating and drinking establishment with drive-through service. But again, only as a leasehold interest and not as an ownership interest. As staff indicated, the property is currently zoned CGO. It was previously zoned CSC, and as is authorized under sections 27-1900 and 27-1704 of the new zoning ordinance, the applicant has at its discretion the right to use the prior zoning ordinance, and that is in fact what has occurred here. So this application is being reviewed under the provisions of the prior zoning ordinance and the standards related to the CSC zone, not the CGO zone. I would agree with the staff's articulation of the surrounding properties, and what will be of particular interest is, of course, the Palatine Seminary, which is located to the east or southeast up a steep grade, as the line of sight exhibit showed, and as one of our witnesses will testify. Let me say that I adopt the findings and recommendations of the staff report as part of our presentation in our case in chief for both the detailed site plan and the departure from design standards. I'm going to call a series of 6 witnesses today. Very uncharacteristic for a case of this nature, but I am going to call that many witnesses. They are going to give limited testimony which is relevant to the criteria articulated in the zoning ordinance and relating to the review and approval of a detailed site plan and a departure from design standards. There's roughly 1,000 pages of opposition documents that have been filed in this case, most of it repetitive and duplicative, including a canned opposition letter signed by numerous people. So what I'm going to have to do is reserve the right, because I don't know where the planning board is going to go with allowing testimony that is not relevant to the criteria for the approval of a detailed site plan. I will object to testimony being provided that is extraneous to the criteria for the approval of a site plan. But I will also reserve the right to present rebuttal testimony if in fact that information is allowed to move forward, and I will have to rebut it. That's really about it. I want to say, before I start calling my witnesses, this is a very straightforward case. And quite frankly, on the merits, very simple. We're happy to finally be here today and to present this case and be able to get to the merits of what this is all about. But effectively, what the evidence will show and what the record already shows is that there are two requests here. The first is for a detailed site plan. And the criteria for the review and approval of a detailed site plan are clearly set forth in sections 27-281 through 285 of the prior ordinance, and by reference, collateral reference, design criteria contained in section 27-274. That's it. And what we'll find, and I'll address this in greater detail in summation, but what we will find is that all of those provisions deal with design considerations of the project, safe on-site circulation, safe pedestrian circulation on-site. Everything is triggered on-site. I do agree with the comments made by your counsel earlier on that the driveways into the site are a relevant area of inquiry, and that is why we have a requested revision to condition number 3 in the staff report. But that is the area of inquiry. 1,000 pages dealing with off-site traffic issues, traffic lights, pedestrian crossings, U-turns, that none of that is legally relevant to the consideration of a detailed site plan. And then we have a departure from design standards. The evidence of record and the testimony will establish why that departure was filed. I will say, and the record discloses, we never proposed to file a request for alternative compliance. We filed a departure from design standards, and we were told by staff we needed to file a request for AC because that needed to be denied before we could proceed to the departure. So we went ahead and filed the alternative compliance application, knowing that it would be denied because we needed to get to a departure. The evidence will show that there is a continuing years and years problem with trespassing encampments to the rear of the shopping center. As you can see from the slide that is in front of you right now, slide 1 of 20, the red line depicts the property boundary for the Green Meadows Shopping Center, and you will see that there is an area behind the buildings, and that is the area where the trespasser encampment has occurred for years. Testimony from representatives of the ownership and testimony from a police officer with the Prince George's County Police Department who works to provide security at this location on his off-duty hours, not as a function of his official duties as a Prince George's County police officer, will establish what these problems have been. And so what the evidence will show is that McDonald's didn't come out here and say, oh my goodness, we want to file a departure and take down all these trees. McDonald's filed the departure in order to address concerns of the businesses in the Green Meadows Shopping Center and of patrons to the shopping center because their safety is threatened by acts of trespassers who encamp behind the center. And we'll get to all that in the testimony of the case. But that was the impetus for the departure. McDonald's has no desire to take down trees that aren't necessary in a normal case. This is an effort on their part to address a larger concern for the continued viability of a long-standing shopping center and safety of patrons. With that being said, I am prepared to call my first witness, who is Mr. Lucas Crocker. I'd like Mr. Crocker to identify himself and confirm that he took the oath.
Yep. Hi, good morning. I'm Lucas Crocker, and I did take the oath.
Mr. Crocker, could you explain your employment situation and what your relationship is?
Mr. Shapiro, I had a question.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah. Yes, I have a question for Mr. Gibbs.
I didn't testify, Mr. Chairman. I said I made an opening statement that referred to evidence in the record and what the evidence will show. If the evidence doesn't show that, I'll be happy to answer Mr. Smith's question.
I'm going to hold off on any questions from Mr. Gibbs. We'll run through the witnesses. If you have questions for specific witnesses, that feels appropriate for cross. We can, if there are factual assertions that you feel like Mr. Gibbs has made, we can get to those too afterwards. Turn to Mr. Crocker.
Mr. Crocker, would you state your employment affiliation and what your relationship to the Green Meadows Shopping Center is?
Sure. So I work at Wilco. Wilco is the property management company of the Green Meadows Shopping Center.
And by Wilco, do you mean Wilco Construction Company?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And how long has Wilco been the property manager for the Green Meadows Shopping Center?
I believe since 2009.
And do you have information which you believe is relevant to the applications which are before the planning board today?
I do.
Could you please explain that?
Sure. So, I'm obviously aware of the property operations. There's a partially wooded area in the rear portion of the property. That's the location of an encampment. This location is where people are gathering and really trespassing on the shopping center grounds. They use this encampment area to pitch tents. They're really creating shelter by hanging tarps between trees with ropes to sleep overnight in most cases. These individuals are lighting fires to cook and for warmth. They're cutting down trees on the property to use as firewood or to use as barriers to hide the encampment from the main roads, which our property management team has been taking pictures of. And by the way, I have no knowledge whatsoever of trees being taken down at the direction of the shopping center's ownership or Wilco. These individuals are staying for hours at a time, like I said, frequently overnight. They're really there until the off-duty officers are on site to physically clear out the encampment. And even then, this is a game of cat and mouse, because as soon as the officers leave the shopping center, these individuals immediately return and resume all activities. We've seen reports of illicit activities such as vehicle break-ins. There's been assaults. There was a recent homicide, panhandling, a general harassment of patrons visiting the shopping center, employees of businesses at the shopping center. It's gotten to the point where the owners of these businesses in the shopping center are calling the police to intervene because of the actions of these individuals. And they really need the police there to address what's going on to protect their business, their patrons, and their employees. This issue has greatly proliferated since the start of COVID. And we see this McDonald's development proposal as a holistic way to address this encampment and trespassing issue. Said a little bit differently, if the McDonald's development proposal here falls through for any reason, we really have no other means to continue to solve this issue. The property and ownership are maxed out from a financial perspective. There's been well over $1 million spent to clear the encampments with these off-duty officers. There's a regular bulk trash removal service to clear large debris left by these individuals. These are things like couches and mattresses. We've installed security cameras, installed extra lighting. These are continually broken by people throwing rocks at them, for instance. We've completely renovated the facade a number of years ago to improve curb appeal. And really everything we've done is to try to deter these individuals from congregating on the shopping center grounds. The most effective by far has been hiring the off-duty officers who are there for 7 days a week, but they're only there for several hours at a time because of the expense. And really having McDonald's at the shopping center is an opportunity to eradicate this encampment and trespassing issue, because McDonald's will provide extra security and lighting. They'll ideally be removing the area where these individuals are congregating by creating the real estate and the parking. And obviously that will reduce the area these individuals can easily set up camp. And whatever area is left over will be made uncomfortable through landscaping, so people can't, stay overnight or congregate in general.
Mr. Crocker, how long again has Wilco been the property manager at the center?
Since 2009.
And how long has the trespassing encampment been present?
I would say probably since, I would say probably like 2012 to 2015 area. It's gotten significantly worse since the onset of COVID, and it's continuing to exacerbate.
Have you, through internal bookkeeping, come to any conclusion as to how much ownership has expended in hiring both security protection and third-party contractors to periodically come in and remove the encampments?
We do. We have those accounting records. I just highlighted we spent well over $1 million over the years to address this issue and hire things like the off-duty officers, for instance, and any other service that is help clean up or solve the problem.
You referenced bulk trash removal. Is that a process where you would bring in a company to clear out the encampment and all the debris that comes with it?
That's correct. Yeah, it's typically a dump truck with a large trailer, and it gets completely filled up and hauled away off-site.
And do you typically need security protection when you go back there to accomplish that?
Yeah, that is mandatory and is definitely needed. Yeah.
And typically, if you know, when the trash company with the police protection or security protection clears out the encampment, how quickly are they back?
As soon as possible. We've actually had our property management teams witness these individuals load things into pickup trucks and haul them off site, and then immediately return and just place them back in this area.
Do you have an opinion as to whether this trespassing issue has had an impact on the success and viability of the shopping center and the safety of patrons and workers?
I do, and believe it has.
Okay. Nothing further from Mr. Crocker, I do have something else. So you're aware that the McDonald's restaurant would go in the location where the southernmost building is located on site today?
Yes, I'm aware.
Are you aware that a letter was submitted into the record, I guess before noon on Tuesday, authored by State Delegate Denny Taveras and dated October 16, 2024?
Yes, I'm aware of the letter.
Did you read it?
I have, yeah.
And specifically directing your attention to the last large full paragraph on page 2 and the last sentence of that paragraph, and I will read it to you in quote. As recently as October 8, the owner of the La Donita, the family-owned restaurant currently on site, reported that they were unaware that her restaurant was at risk of being replaced by a McDonald's. Did you read that?
I did.
Is La Donita a restaurant that presently occupies the southernmost building?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not that is a correct statement?
I do, and yes, it's a correct statement. They occupy the building.
And what about the knowledge of the operator of that restaurant as to the McDonald's proposal?
As you mean that she was unaware that McDonald's was coming?
That is correct. And this would be, yes, based upon your knowledge as the property management company.
Yeah, so I guess to answer that question, the genesis of La Donita at the shopping center dates back to, I think, September, November timeframe of 2020. There's a former restaurant in that same building. I think it was called Jerk Hill. We had learned that Jerk Hill had not been paying their rent for a number of years. When we began to investigate, we learned that La Donita was an illegal subtenant in that building. Shortly thereafter, the owner of Jerk Hill had passed away. The lease was terminated. La Donita expressed an interest to stay. Obviously, this is around the same time McDonald's development proposal came to light. I believe in November of 2020, we signed a 12-month lease agreement with La Donita, and we had told her we cannot commit to more term because McDonald's is coming, and we'll allow you to stay temporarily. That lease expired in October of 2021, and it's been a month-to-month tenancy at a below market rent, and it remains the same today.
Thank you very much. Nothing further of Mr. Crocker.
Ms. Gibbs, I have questions for Mr. Crocker. My colleagues may as well. Briefly, I'm curious around with the homeless encampment, what kind of interaction you've had with the police department and with the Department of Social Services, if any, or has this been strictly the property owner and its agents?
Sure. So the Department of Social Services has been on site. I think Officer Flax can address that question as well. He directly engaged with them. They offered services as an outreach to these individuals, and they actually denied it, from my understanding. What was the first portion of your question? Sorry.
Police department.
Yeah, the police department's there every day for several hours. They engage with the individuals to clear out the encampments. They help deter people who are maybe stumbling onto the property, and they'll guide them off premises onto the sidewalk, for instance. But they're very effective at their job. They're very well known. They're very visible. And so, yeah, hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, any other questions at this point for this witness? No questions. Cross-examination for Mr. Crocker. I'm not sure the order matters, but I have Mr. Wilpers, who showed up first on my list.
Thank you. For Mr. Crocker, question about you mentioned that the homeless have cut down trees to use as firewood. How many trees have been lost to this operation? I've been on the site and didn't really notice stumps, but how many trees have been cut down by the campers?
Obviously, I'm not sure of a number to pin to that, but it's
Mr. Crocker, and this is for all witnesses. If you don't know the answer and you say I don't know, then you don't know. I mean, that's okay too.
I don't know.
Okay, follow up on that. How many trees were cut down by the owner of the property in a previous unauthorized clearing of the woodland toward the west side, which is sparsely vegetated?
Mr. Wilpers, I understand you're trying to make a point. That's not cross-examination. You'll have the opportunity to make the point if you do around tree loss there, but I don't see how that's a question for Mr. Crocker.
All right. I just want to cast some doubt on the story he's telling. Number two, how many people on average, homeless on average, on a typical night, camp in that woodland?
Again, I'm not sure about a certain number. I think Officer Flax could point to that question better. I've seen probably 10 to 20, generally speaking.
On average, you would say on an average night, 10 to 20?
Sure.
Okay. I've been there a few times and I've only seen 2 or 3, but that's my observation. How many people, you mentioned the loitering problem around the shopping mall in general. I've noticed many, many more people loitering who don't spend the night there. How many people on average are loitering on the curb, at the entrances to the stores, in the parking lot, back behind by the dumpsters? On average, how many loiterers do you have?
Again, I don't know a specific number. I would estimate 10 to 20, a crowd.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what would prevent these campers from simply trespassing the pretty dilapidated chain link fence in the back from just camping on the Green Hill property if this development goes through?
I think...
Respectfully, Mr. Wilpers, I don't know why that's a question. I understand you're making a point. I don't see that as cross-examination for Mr. Crocker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, maybe I just interrupt here and just remind that cross-examination is only to the testimony that the person gave. It's not to other ideas that the person asking the questions might want to ask about. It's only to the testimony the individual gave.
Thank you.
I did think that they were relevant to the risk to public safety that the witness has been hammering away at, and therefore I thought they were relevant to examine further. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you. If there's no other questions, Mr. Wilpers, we'll turn to Mr. Boato for cross.
Okay. Hello, this is Alexi again. So I have a question for the witness that just spoke. If this issue has been going on since 2012, why are you only now asking to cut down these trees?
So I think the development proposal with McDonald's came to light, and we saw it as an opportunity to eradicate this issue. We've done everything to try to address it in our power. This was a new opportunity that allowed us to further take action on it.
Okay, I have a follow-up question to that. How do you know that removing trees is going to stop loitering? We have the exact same situation at Aldi, and there's not a tree taller than 5 feet anywhere in that parking lot.
I don't know that it will stop the loitering.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Boato?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith, cross-examination.
Yeah, thanks very much. Mr. Crocker, I think you pretty much asserted towards the beginning of your testimony that it was you were out of options. Either the McDonald's goes through or nothing. You're just out of options now. What efforts has Wilco made to attract other tenants that would not be a high volume drive-through with those impacts, and it would not require clear cutting the remaining woodland on the site? I'm assuming
Mr. Smith, respectfully, you're making an argument. That is not what Mr. Crocker.
I'm asking a question. His assertion was this is the solution to this loitering
he
problem.
made it. You disagree, Mr. Smith.
And
Stop.
we don't have any other options.
Mr. Smith, you disagree with him. Hear you loud and clear. Thank you. But that's not cross-examination for Mr. Crocker. Though your disagreement is clear on that. If you have a question for him based on his testimony, please.
I did, Mr. Chairman. He made an assertion that it was basically McDonald's or bust. They're out of options. And my question was, what other options did they explore? Do they really see no other options to this particular proposal?
I object. I object. It's beyond the scope of what the direct testimony was. And the comment from the witness was that he saw the McDonald's as the opportunity to eradicate the trespassing situation. It had nothing to do with other uses.
I agree. Mr. Smith, do you have other questions in cross?
All good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of redirect questions as a result of what was asked.
Please.
Mr. Crocker, relative to questions about how do you know that taking the trees down will help, what role do the trees play today, not just in providing camouflage, but in providing opportunities to erect shelters?
Sure. So, like I highlighted, they're slinging tarps with ropes between the trees to use as that shelter.
Okay. So is it correct then to say that there are tarps that tarps that are strung and not just tents?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. All right. You have other witnesses, I believe, Mr. Gibb. Oh, wait, there's another hand up. Hold on. Ms. Schweisgood.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a quick question again. Mr. Wilpers was asking about the fence, but I just wanted to clarify, has the property owner, Mr. Crocker, have you tried putting up a fence around the forested area to prevent the encampments as a way of, have you tried that option already?
Yes, we actually were directed to take down a fence that was there because it was found to be in violation of some PG County, I guess, ordinance.
All right.
Right, but you didn't feel that fence. I mean, yes, there is an ordinance. You have to get approval for a fence that's more than 4 or 6 feet high. It's possible to get fence approval. Property owners, we deal with it. It's kind of a headache. I understand, but did you feel that fence was helping the encampment problem, and is it something that you would have wanted to keep and possibly figure out the permit situation for that?
Sure. If it was in an effort to help deter these individuals coming on site, I think it would be for the best.
All right. Mr. Smith, you have your hand up again.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it on point. I took from your testimony that you think McDonald's is a client that has the resources to do things like provide security and lighting. So that implies they're going to have enough revenue from this outlet to be able to do those things, right? Have they penciled out for you what kind of throughput they need on a daily or annual basis to succeed at this site? How many dollars? How many?
Mr. Smith, it's so beyond what he's asking. I understand you're trying to get at traffic issues. That's not what he's testifying about at all. Please. We have. That's actually it for Cross on this. Anyone else? You were on redirect. Mr. Gibbs, anything else?
No, I'm ready to move on to my next witness, and that is Officer Brandon Flex.
Okay.
I hope
you've been sworn in, Mr. Flex.
Officer Flax, are you? I did receive a text a while back from Officer Flax saying that he was called into the courtroom because he had been waiting. Officer Flax, are you still with us? Or I'm going to have to go out of order. I'm going to assume from the text that Officer Flax is still providing testimony in a trial, but he did indicate that he would be back. So,
okay, understood. So keep going.
Okay. Yes. My next witness is going to be Mr. Stephen Marcus.
Mr. Marcus, you've been sworn in. You're under oath, correct?
I have, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you could identify yourself for the record, and Mr. Gibbs, you can manage the process with him, of course.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Marcus. Could you please identify your employment for the planning board?
Sure. First of all, Mr. Chair and members of the board, my name is Stephen Marcus. I am with Global Government and Industry Partners, and here on behalf of my client, McDonald's.
And you indicate that your client was McDonald's or is McDonald's, and when did that employment start and for what purpose? But actually before that, what is the business of your company?
Sure. I'm gonna, Mr. Gibbs, I need to interrupt, and I apologize just for a minute. I got distracted for a second, and so Mr. Marcus, I missed the first 30 seconds of what you said, so I apologize. And if I was multitasking, I feel bad. If you could reintroduce yourself, just so I hear it, and then Mr. Gibbs, keep going.
Sure. No problem. Stephen Marcus, I am with Global Government and Industry Partners. And to Mr. Gibbs' question, we are a government affairs company located in the District of Columbia.
And you indicated that your client was McDonald's Corporation. Did there come a time when McDonald's retained you and your company to provide assistance relative to its proposal to locate in the Green Meadows Shopping Center?
Yes, we were engaged by McDonald's in July of 2023 to lead the community engagement efforts surrounding this project.
And so when you say lead community engagement efforts, just provide a little a little bit more as to what that involves?
Sure. So we work closely with local and state elected officials, community leaders, neighborhood associations to engage residents and stakeholders. Our outreach involved hosting both virtual and in-person meetings. Those covered 5 different communities at the suggestion.
Well, let me not to interrupt you, but you were explaining what your business includes. Is that what you were retained to do for this particular site?
It is. We were retained to specifically lead community engagement efforts, and that is based off of, again, engagement with the local community leaders, the elected officials, neighborhood associations directly associated with this development.
And please explain what that involved in this instance.
Sure, of course. It involved outreach by hosting both virtual and, again, in-person meetings. And if you would like, I can continue on where exactly that took place.
Yes, please.
Sure. So we covered, at the suggestion of the elected officials that we spoke with, we covered 5 different communities specifically: Lewisdale, Green Meadows, Carroll Highlands, Chilham Ray, and Precinct 8.
And what did those outreach efforts involve?
Sure. Again, they involved hosting virtual meetings. They involved in-person meetings as necessary. At times with different folks that involved actually going to the site, taking a look at the site, and general management of feedback from community members, elected officials, and others involved in the project.
Okay. And you had meetings that involved all of those organizations in this case?
We did. We had individual meetings with each community mentioned, with the leadership as well as with the communities as a whole. And then we also had large meetings involving all of the 5 communities that we mentioned in one large community meeting as well.
And what were the results of your outreach efforts? First of all, did that involve explaining the McDonald's proposal to locate in the Green Meadows Shopping Center?
It did. Well, it involved, in partnership with members of the McDonald's team, actually going over the site plan and actually talking about the development as you've seen. But yes, it involved coordination with the McDonald's team to discuss the proposed development.
And let me ask you another question. As a result of those meetings, was the issue of the trespassing encampment raised as a concern?
It was. It was specifically raised, particularly around the existing shopping center property specifically. It was absolutely an issue that we documented and communicated back to McDonald's.
Okay. And I'm assuming there were other larger issues raised as well for your consideration. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you could just briefly summarize those because they're typical.
Sure. We received feedback related to traffic, safety, and crime. Mostly those were the 3 larger sort of concerns that were raised on both sides, both from those that expressed support and those that were opposed to the project.
And did you, as a result of those meetings, did you do any mailers or flyers to encourage responses?
Yeah, we did. We sent out flyers. We also posted flyers around in different locations around the community. We again mailed flyers. I'm sorry, and emails, obviously, and collected information. Had a dedicated email address for any questions or concerns that were raised as well.
you're aware that there were approximately 10 letters of support entered into the record by the applicant. Were those are you aware of those, and were they letters that you received as a result of your community outreach?
I am aware. I can attest to, I believe it was 10 or so letters of support that were either directly received through our inbox or that went directly to people associated with this project.
And did you receive any correspondence expressing opposition?
I did not receive any letters of opposition directed towards this project.
No further questions.
Commissioners, questions for Mr. Marcus? No questions. Hold on one sec. All right, we do have some cross. Mr. Smith?
Sure, thank you. Mr. Marcus, are the materials that you presented to these community groups and are the flyers that you mailed out, are they on the record for us to see?
I would have to defer to the McDonald's team representation on what was submitted to the record.
Okay, I don't know is a good answer too. Are the attendance lists from these meetings, are they available on the record?
Again, I would have to defer to the McDonald's team, the representation for what has been submitted to the record. That was outside of the work that our.
Right. So you said you were aware of, I guess, 10 letters of support received from the community sent to your company, I guess?
There were some that were sent directly to me, correct. There were also some letters that were received by others.
Which others?
I said by others. It's various other folks that received letters. I believe some went to council members. I think some went to McDonald's directly. They didn't all directly come to me.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that there are dozens of letters submitted to the record from individual residents, but also from Carroll Highlands, Friends of Sligo Creek?
Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, that's not what he's testifying to. You can make that point elsewhere, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Shapiro, you allowed Mr. Gibbs to put the.
You are not the applicant, Mr. Smith. He is directing this witness. You are on cross-examination.
Right, and he testified that he knew of letters of support. I'm asking if he's aware of the letters of opposition, including from one of the civic associations with which he said he engaged.
We're aware of that. We have those in the record. Why does Mr. Marcus need to tell you what we already know?
All right, asked, not answered. Thank you, Mr. And so, Mr. Marcus, this is directly on point, Mr. Shapiro. Mr. Marcus testified on direct that one of the major issues that was raised by folks in the community were traffic impacts.
Objection. The witness did not classify it as a major issue. He said there were a number of issues that were discussed.
It was one of 3 issues he said were raised.
He did not classify it as a major issue. He said it was a theme.
Mr. Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you. So it was raised, maybe as a minor issue, maybe as a major issue. How did McDonald's respond to those concerns raised by residents regarding traffic safety and congestion in this area? How did you or your client respond? What actions?
Again, our responsibility in engagement was to collect information, whether opposed or in support of, and communicate that over to the client. And that's what we did.
So it sounds like, Mr. Marcus, the answer on that one would be you don't know.
I don't know how they responded. Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Bowato.
Hello, Mr. Marcus. During any of your community webinars that you folks put on behalf of McDonald's Corporation, did any of the folks attending speak out against this proposed development?
Yes, there were folks that were opposed to the development. Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Boato. No further cross on this. No questions from commissioners. I'll turn back to you, Mr. Gibbs. You have additional witnesses?
Yes, I do. First of all, is Officer Flax back with us yet? Okay, I'll continue to move on. I would like to have testimony presented at this time from Mr. Brian Redder of McDonald's Corporation.
Mr. Redder, you were sworn in?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Gibbs, you can manage the process as with the other witnesses.
Yep, thank you very much. Mr. Redder, could you please explain to us your employment?
Yes. First, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Brian Redder, McDonald's USA LLC, as the construction manager responsible for new construction in the Bethesda field office.
And have you been involved in the proposed location of a McDonald's in the Green Meadows Shopping Center?
Yes, I transitioned to the McDonald's Bethesda field office team in November of 21 and joined this Hyattsville site project team working through entitlements in 2022.
Thank you. And so you are directly responsible for the entitlements which are before the planning board today, namely the detailed site plan application and the departure from design standards. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, could you were here for the testimony of Mr. Marcus directly preceding your testimony, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you are aware that he was in fact engaged by McDonald's Corporation to conduct community outreach?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, Mr. Marcus testified that his employ by McDonald's in that effort commenced in July of 2023. Is that when the McDonald's community outreach efforts began?
No, I think McDonald's has been working with the Green Meadows Shopping Center ownership since 2020, as Mr. Crocker alluded to. And I believe the engagements with the community began somewhere in 2021, 22.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you could please explain to the planning board exactly what your thought process was when you became aware of the difficulty with the trespassers who are camping behind the center, and how you came to the conclusion to request that the trees be taken down.
Sure. So as I noted, we've been working with the shopping center ownership to try and develop a plan or strategy to help revitalize this site through redevelopment. During this lengthy process, our team is, we strive to be inclusive of our community partners in the lawful pursuit to obtain this DSP approval. So back in 2022, March of 2022, I believe, and that's before I joined the team, there were some community engagement efforts that included on-site meetings, some virtual meetings, and we engaged Stephen Marcus and his team in July of 23, and those engagement efforts went through likely November of 3. We contacted the appropriate county, local, and state officials who recommended us to engage the communities. As Mr. Marcus noted, Lewisdale, Green Meadows, Carroll Highlands, Chilham Ray, and Chilham 8th District or Precinct. 2GIP led those efforts. I was involved in some of those virtual meetings. There were town hall style meetings. We provided a presentation. We had a question and answer period for any questions that were asked that we did not have answers to. We went back, talked to our internal team and other consultants, and determined that based on the feedback analysis from those meetings, trespassers at the center, patron safety, security personnel presence, and the pedestrian access to the site and the existing congestion on Ager Road and 410, that the best method for us would be to address all of those items on our detailed site plan would be to try and eliminate some of the tree coverage at the back of the site.
Now, was it McDonald's desire just to take down trees, or was that an effort to bring about a situation where the trespassing encampments would no longer occur?
That our original, concept plan for the site only had a minor removal of trees. That wasn't our intent. I think we had originally included a pretty significant retaining wall at the backside of that shopping center. But then there was concern voiced by stakeholders that retaining wall could potentially enhance the coverage of those trespasser encampments at the back of the shopping center.
Okay. And so how did you arrive at the solution to propose taking down the trees?
So that was ultimately through our community engagement efforts, the several virtual meetings and on-site meetings that we had with earlier this year with Officer Flax and the park and planning staff and property ownership. We all observed trespassers in the site. We observed some of the tents and tarps that were being utilized in that tree line area. So, based on all of the data that we collected from our community engagement meetings, we determined that the best way to address those concerns and continue to be our community, partner would be to remove some of that, place it with appropriate landscaping, low growth plantings, things of that nature, add some LED lighting to the building, proposed building and site. And those would be the best options for us to, help to alleviate that trespasser problem.
Now, thank you. In addition to that undertaking, you were here, I assume, for the testimony of Mr. Crocker preceding you?
Yes, sir.
And you heard his testimony relative to security measures which ownership has undertaken, did you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
Has McDonald's made any commitment to assist in increasing the level of security?
Yes, McDonald's is, while we will be looking to franchise this particular location, McDonald's will remain involved to ensure that that franchisee meets all of the requirements operationally of this development. And we have committed to contributing to the existing private security presence that the shopping center ownership has already engaged.
Thank you. Do you have any plans relative to how the new McDonald's would be staffed from an employment standpoint?
Yeah, typically McDonald's is truly committed to DEI and community partnership. So there'll absolutely be a job fair to fill the approximately 40 to 50 new jobs that this restaurant will create. And of course, there'll be a lot of other local construction jobs that will be generated as well.
Thank you very much. No further questions of Mr. Redder.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Thank you, Mr. Redder. Commissioners, first, any questions for Mr. Redder? No questions. We'll go to cross-examination.
I have one
Dare
question.
I say, I want to.
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Giraldo.
Oh,
Yes.
that's okay. I was on mute. The question I have: who were the stakeholders who opposed the wall, the retaining wall that you proposed initially?
The stakeholders who opposed it wasn't necessarily in opposition to the wall. It was a concern that the wall would create additional coverage for the already existing trespasser encampment.
But initially, if I'm correct, initially it was your view or your opinion as the builder or the contractor that the retaining wall would solve the problem.
No, the retaining wall was just necessary for some of the grading issues that we had at the site. We were trying to limit our amount of disturbance using the retaining wall.
Okay. So the restaurant could have been built just with the retaining wall and retaining the trees.
No, I think there was always going to be some level of tree removal with this development.
Okay, nothing further.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we're on cross-examination. Again, I'm going to be repetitive, but this is cross-examination, not conclusory, not argumentative. Just if there's some information that you need on cross, now's the time. We'll go in the order I have. Mr. Smith, start with you. I have Mr. Smith, I have Ms. Ensminger, and then Mr. Boato. Mr. Smith, are you there? We'll come back to you, Ms.
I am. Yeah, I was trying to. I'm sorry, I was on mute. I was trying to say that if I've crossed already, if Lisa would like to cross, and then Alexi, I'm happy to go after them. They may ask questions I have in mind.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ensminger.
Mr. Rutter, you testified that you engaged the Carroll Highlands Neighborhood Association or the Carroll Highlands Neighborhood, and I'm just wondering if you could clarify who and how did you engage with that specific community?
Can I just say, without being flip, that's cross-examination. Thank you, Ms. Ensminger.
Yes, we did. The Carroll Highlands community was included on one of our several virtual meetings, and I do have a name and email address for the community leader. I believe his name was Jason Clayton. We had questions from him that we provided responses to at follow-up meetings.
However, when you initially engaged, did you reach out to Jason and ask for a meeting with the community?
Honestly, I don't know exactly who the initial contact person was for that engagement. I know we reached out to several, as Mr. Marcus testified, we had several mailings and poster campaigns to try and engage the community in the different neighborhoods. So I don't know the exact contact.
Okay, and then one more question regarding the mailings. I guess were the mailings, was it a physical mailing where you actually mailed a letter out to community members? And who did you send those to, and how did you determine who would receive them?
I will attempt to answer this question. Once again, Mr. Marcus and his team were charged with leading that effort. But essentially, we would look at I would assume the zip codes, come up with mailing lists, and it was a flyer to indicate the different dates and times for the virtual meetings and the process for, this DSP approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ensminger. Mr. Boato.
Hello, Mr. Rutter. Quick question for you. If this McDonald's were to be built as you intend, and I wanted to stop there and use the bathroom without buying anything, would you stop me from doing so?
I probably wouldn't be there personally, but I don't know that it is any of our owner-operator franchisees' policy to stop someone who needs to use the restroom if that's truly what they're going to do.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Boato. Ms. Schweisguth and then Mr. Wilpers.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to understand how McDonald's is applying its sustainability orientation, particularly with considering the trees. I understand that McDonald's has a zero deforestation goal for its supply chain. I'm just wondering how you apply those same considerations to your development. Thank you.
Objection beyond scope.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Schweisguth. That wasn't part of what Mr. Rutter had testified about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilpers.
My question might be disqualified also, but I was going to ask if Mr. Redder, as in your capacity of designing and carrying out construction of McDonald's, are you guided by McDonald's overall? Are there overall McDonald's policies that stress prioritizing taking the climate and biodiversity crises into account, using green infrastructure, avoiding heat islands? Are the construction guidelines that you operate under, do they stress those factors?
Objection, same basis.
Yeah, I'd say, Mr. Wilkins, first of all, I'd say that's a great question. It's not relevant for Cross. It's not what Mr. Redder was testifying about, but I do appreciate it. Are there any questions on Cross? Mr. Smith.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Redder, thanks for appearing today. You mentioned that these all this outreach, and so did Mr. Marcus. How much of this outreach was done in Spanish?
To my knowledge, we did not have a Spanish speaking engagement meeting.
Okay. Well, you testified that McDonald's is committed to DEI, and this community dials up very high as people of color.
Objection. That's testimony.
Yeah,
of course
Mr.
you
Smith.
object. Okay.
Question asked and answered.
Okay. Thank you very much. This community is, a lot of this residential community is apartments, rental apartments. What efforts did McDonald's make to reach into those communities directly? How did you reach the residents that surround this site?
If you could clarify that question, Mr. Smith, we did the mailers, we did the postings in the neighborhoods surrounding the site. So I don't know what other efforts.
Well, at the risk of testifying, often the outreach around projects is done to the owners of or the property managers of apartment buildings or condos, not necessarily to the residents. So what we've seen is there's no guarantee that renters receive any notice of a project that may be built in their community. It's just an experience we've had. So I was wondering what efforts you made to ensure that the folks who live in that community who may have raised some of these concerns or may have raised concerns that they've known.
I believe he's answered the question. You may not find it satisfactory, but I believe he's answered the question. They did mailings, flyers.
Okay, you read my mind, not satisfactory. So going back to his testimony, Mr. Rhodes, you testified that among the concerns that were raised by residents, and Mr. Gibbs, you can feel free to object as to whether it's major or minor, but among the concerns, and you raised just a few concerns, were congestion and pedestrian safety.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe Mr. Redder testified to that. I believe Mr. Marcus.
He absolutely did. I wrote it down as he did, Mr. Gibbs.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to engage in an argument with Mr. Smith, but what Mr. Redder referenced East-West Highway, but he didn't reference persons as raising that issue, to my recollection. Mr. Marcus.
Mr. Gibbs.
Mr. Smith, I need you to, Mr. Smith, I need you to direct questions through me and not directly engage Mr. Gibbs in that way. Okay, I appreciate that.
So I'd like to get to my question. Mr. Redder did specifically say that among the concerns raised during community engagement and at these meetings were congestion and pedestrian safety, and said that then McDonald's somehow concluded that removing the trees would address concerns raised by the community. That's what he said. I don't have a recording on it. I have my notes.
Do you have a question for him?
So my question is twofold. What actions has McDonald's taken or proposed in its planning to address those concerns, congestion and pedestrian safety? And also, how do you conclude that clearing the remaining forest on the site is what helps to address those issues?
And I'll say respectfully, Mr. Smith, East-West Highway and Ager Road are state-owned roadways, I believe, and that's under the jurisdiction of MDOT SHA. So McDonald's has no authority to do any change to the roadway lights, all of the pedestrian safety action plan that SHA has out. McDonald's is in full support, and we are looking to align this detailed site plan with whatever those, improvements and safety measures may be. We reached out to MDOT SHA. They provided some feedback as to what we would need to do for our detailed site plan, ingress and egress, and we by all means intend to follow the requirements of MDOT SHA. To your second point, I believe it was about removing the trees. The removing of the trees is the safety measures that community members in opposition and in favor all indicated during our meetings at which I did attend and help facilitate. So we've heard the community. We were told to reach out to the community. We brought back the community concerns, which led to us saying we can try and expand our development scope to address those concerns with the trespassers and the tree line. Anything outside of our site plan, we don't have control of, but we're always willing to and always will adhere to any technical requirements that are necessary.
So a quick follow-up question. So with what Mr. Ritter just said. So during any of these meetings, did folks in the community raise concerns about the volume of traffic that this project, the impacts that volume of traffic might have on local congestion and safety? If so, how did you address it? We understand that these are state-owned roads.
Yes. Mr. Smith, I'm going to interrupt, Mr. Smith. This is no longer cross. So let's move on. He didn't bring this up. I understand the point you're trying to make. This is not what Mr. Ritter was testifying to, and he's already answered your question related to his approach to the state highway. So are there other cross-examination questions? Mr. Smith, if nothing from you, Mr. Wilpers, you have your hand up?
Chair Shapiro, David Warner, can I just interrupt real quickly? Not to break the flow, but I just want to remind everybody that you ask one question at a time. You can't ask compound questions with 3 different questions. So just make it one question at a time. Have as many questions as you want, but one at a time, let them answer, and then proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. That's helpful. I appreciate that. Mr. Wilpers?
Hi. I just wanted to rephrase my earlier question to hopefully to make it acceptable. Mr. Ritter, when you were evaluating the competing interest in the retaining wall and keeping the woodland versus cutting down the woodland, how did you balance or take into account McDonald's commitment, of course, to public safety, maybe addressing socioeconomic problems like homelessness on the one hand, and the corporation's commitment to sustainability on the other hand? How did you and your team evaluate those two considerations in making your decision to abandon the retaining wall idea and to cut down the forest, which of course obviously is the decision you made?
Objection. The witness made clear that the wall had nothing to do with taking the trees down. The wall was going to be installed per the witness in order to avoid unnecessary grading of the steep slope from behind this site up to the Green Hill Seminary. Therefore, that is what that purpose. It had nothing to do with an evaluation of trees. What he testified to is that he was told that
Mr.
the wall would provide.
I don't want to interrupt you here, but you're trying to restate what he said. He can answer that question.
He did testify to that, Mr. Warner. He said it had nothing to do with taking the trees down.
Well, he can answer that question.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean,
Mr. Ritter?
To answer the question, the retaining wall was for grading purposes, not directly tied to tree removal.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Wilpers. We have any other on cross? I had folks up there. I don't see them anymore. So, Mr. Boato, yes?
Yes, very quick. Mr. Rudder, you testified that McDonald's Corporation is committed to DEI and that you've been doing outreach for about 3 years now. Is that correct?
That is probably starting in March of 2022, so a little over 2 years.
Okay. Has anyone bothered to walk over to Ms. Dora Perez, owner of La Doñita, and tell her that her store is going to be demolished to make room for your McDonald's?
Objection. That's been answered by another witness.
Agreed. We heard that, Mr. Boato. It was responded to by
No.
representative of the applicant.
I'm asking Mr. Redder if anyone from his office wanted to talk to her.
Mr. Redder, did anyone from your office talk to her?
No.
Okay, thank you. Other raised hands? That's it. All right, Mr. Gibbs. Hey,
Yes.
Folks, process point 2. We've been going on for a good chunk of time. It's 1:15. I'm going to want to take a break in here. I want to find the right time to take a break. I'm inclined to take the break after Mr. Gibbs, after you've gone through your witnesses and we finished any cross with that, and before we get to testimony from opposition. Will that work for you? And folks in opposition, it's going to work for you as well. I think that's going to probably be the best time for a half-hour break. No opposition, no cross of me. Mr. Gibbs, keep going.
Thanks. Asking once again if Officer Flax has gotten back from court. Okay. Nicholas Speech.
Mr. Speech, you've been sworn in, correct?
I have been.
Okay, all right, Mr. Gibbs, turn to you.
Thank you. Mr. Speech, please state your name and your business address.
Nicholas Speech. I'm a licensed civil engineer with Bowler Engineering. The business address is 16701 Melford Boulevard, Suite 430 in Bowie, Maryland, 20715.
Thank you.
Mr. Speech, you're a little soft for me. If it's possible to get closer to the mic or speak up a bit.
Sure thing.
That's perfect. That's very helpful.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, I can go through the qualifying questions for Mr. Speech, but he's been accepted as an expert in the field of civil engineering on numerous occasions before this board and before the zoning hearing examiner and the county council that offers qualifications.
That's acceptable to me unless there's any objection from any of my colleagues. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Speech, have you and your firm been retained as the civil engineering firm on behalf of McDonald's in pursuing these applications?
We have.
And were you both from a supervisory standpoint and directly involved in preparation and review of plans before they were submitted and revisions of those plans after submittal?
Yes, including detailed site plan, the landscape plan portion of that, natural resources inventory, and the TCP2.
Okay. And if you could, for the planning board and all of those assembled, explain the plans that you compiled and filed in this application.
Sure. As I mentioned, we were involved in the detailed site plan, the landscape portion of that, the NRI and the TCP2 showing the McDonald's portion, the demolition of the existing southern end of the site, and then the subsequent renderings and other exhibits that were submitted to the board for graphical purposes.
Okay, and therefore you were involved in determining and working with McDonald's to locate the building on site and other associated elements of the plan, including parking compound, drive-through lanes, circulation on site, etc.
That is correct.
And did you also, through your firm, prepare a turning exhibit for on-site circulation?
We did, for both loading vehicles that will deliver goods to the site, as well as trash vehicles, making sure that everything can circulate the site safely, enter, exit, and access the various aspects of the needed daily actions.
And again, recognizing that by virtue of having a departure from design standards, you are not proposing to install a 4.7 buffer per the landscape manual at the rear of the center. Beyond that, do you have an opinion as to whether the balance of the site has been designed and presented in conformance with all applicable ordinance and regulatory requirements?
Yeah, I do believe, in my opinion, that the site was put together outside of the 4.7 landscape buffer, as you mentioned, to conform with all the applicable codes and requirements.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether the layout presents a situation which is safe and efficient for motorists and for pedestrians?
I certainly do.
Okay. Now, you have been here for all the testimony before yours, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you are also familiar with the issue associated with the trespassers and the encampment behind the shopping center.
Very much so.
Now, as a result of that, and as a result of the departure to take down the trees, were you involved in preparing another planting plan if the trees are allowed to be taken down?
Yes.
And could you explain what that is?
Sure. So the intent was to create a steeper slope, meeting still code requirements, no steeper than 3-to-1 grading. And in that sloped area, to put in a mixture of, we'll call it thorny plants. That's not a technical term, but a mix of variegated Adam's needles, American holly, and then sort of another mix between ground covering of either river rock, riprap, or boulders to create a non-inviting and low covering area that will not screen pedestrians.
And did you in fact work with and speak with staff of the Park and Planning Commission as you were preparing that planning plan?
Multiple times, and it was actually very productive. Staff was great through that, and together we came up with this plan to use this non-inviting material, but also make it quite attractive.
And of the trees that are being taken down, are any of those trees specimen trees or champion trees?
Based on the approved NRI, they are not.
Did you also, at the request of staff, become involved in preparation of a line of sight study in terms of what could be seen by the Green Hill Seminary, or vice versa, what the visibility of the seminary was in the after development proposal by McDonald's? And if so, could you explain what you did and what the result was?
Sure. And I think staff did a great job showing kind of their rendering of what that looks like post-construction, or what it would look like, rather. What we put together separately, which was entered into the record, is a 3D cross-section, if you will, showing how the site, our site, and the McDonald's building sits, and as it relates to the Green Hill property. Basically, as staff had mentioned, there is about at least a 10-foot difference between where the building is situated for the McDonald's and the drive-through and the property line itself behind it. And then further beyond that, as you can see on the screen here, the Green Hill property continues to rise, so that 10-foot difference becomes even larger as it gets closer inland.
And so do you have an opinion as to the impact of taking the trees down and the construction of the McDonald's restaurant, what that would have, whether there would be, in your opinion, an adverse visibility impact to the historic property?
No, I agree with what staff had stated earlier, that there's very little impact. There still is a large treed area on the Green Hill site, and with the elevation differences, I do not believe that it makes an adverse sightline.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask you a question. The existing shopping center, and in particular the area where the proposed McDonald's would be located, given the age of the center, do you know whether or not there is any stormwater management that has occurred for that shopping center?
To my knowledge, and the records we've pulled, there is not. But this development that we are putting in does provide stormwater management for all new impervious area and everything within the limits of disturbance of this site. I believe it was asked earlier what that impervious area increase was, and so I'll go ahead and answer that. It's 0.69 acres of impervious. But as I mentioned, we're providing microbial-retention areas to treat quality, and we're also providing underground storage to treat quantity for flow pre to post development. So in my opinion, we are bettering what's existing out there today.
So then it's fair to say that where no stormwater management has occurred, this project would provide stormwater management, which would be ameliorative in nature.
That's correct.
And what about landscaping on the site today, and in particular focusing in on where the McDonald's restaurant would be located? Is there internal green that has been planted that complies with ordinance requirements and tree canopy coverage, etc.?
No, the existing parking lot today does not have adequate parking lot landscaping to meet any code requirements. This development does provide it. As seen on the screen here, there's multiple trees that are being added to meet all of the interior requirements as discussed. The tree canopy coverage requirements for the site is also met through the trees that are being planted. So this in turn creates a much greener landscape than what the parking lot that was there before did.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Thank you, Mr. Speech. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Speech?
I have a question.
Commissioner.
Yes, did you read the recommendation of the Historical Preservation Commission that voted 6-0 against the removal of the trees?
I did.
Okay. And do you disagree with them?
I do. As Mr. Gibbs had mentioned, part of my job is the safety and welfare of the community, as a civil engineer, and hearing the...
What was part of your job? Say that again.
The safety and welfare of the public. And so for me, when I hear about the trespassing and hear about different solutions, in my mind, removing those trees is creating a safer condition.
Well, apart from that, would you agree that with regards to the removal of a tree, to addressing a trespassing issue is not one of the things that the planning board considers?
I believe
that's a yes or no.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions for Mr. Speech? Not, we'll go to cross-examination. I've got Mr. Boato, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Wilpers. Mr. Boato? You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speech. I have 3 quick questions for you. If the site were to be developed in the form that you prefer, is there anything stopping from these same people from setting up to the southeast and walking to the McDonald's?
I would object. This has not been qualified as to where to the southeast that would occur, whose property that would be on.
The woods on the other side of the property line.
I think I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Gibbs. You're asking him to speculate about something that he just doesn't have knowledge about. I hear the point you're making, but it doesn't feel like it's cross for Mr. Speech, Mr. Boato.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Speech, are you an expert in the impacts of landscaping on homelessness and security?
I am not.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said that you would be doing new stormwater management on this site for the first time since it was constructed, but the stormwater management that you would be doing would be only for the new development, correct?
That is correct.
And the new development would be in place of an existing forest, correct?
Not all of it.
Some of it would be.
Some of it would be.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Boato. Next, we have under cross Mr. Smith and Mr. Wilpers. Mr. Smith. Mr. Wilpers, we'll go to you, then we'll come back to Mr. Smith. Mr. Wilpers.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Speech, from your knowledge of stormwater management, would it generally be said that a forest or woodland, as such as we have on the site here, is that stormwater management would be improved by the removal of the woodland and replaced with artificial man-made stormwater management facilities? Would stormwater management professionals in general say, if you've got a woodland, stormwater management would be improved by replacing the woodland with artificial stormwater management?
I would say that the way that the code is written, it is to provide stormwater management or treatment to bring the condition of improvements to what a wooded or a meadow condition would be. So in turn, I don't know, I would say that the impervious area that's already there that we are replacing, we are bettering, and we are keeping the new impervious to be equal to what the non-impervious area that's being removed would be.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilpers. Unless you have another one, we'll go to Mr. Smith if you're there for cross.
I'm here. Let me get back on camera. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Speech, for your testimony. You testified that the impervious surface would be 0.69 acres. Is that an increase of 0.69 acres of impervious surface?
Yes, that is the increase to the impervious within the limits of disturbance.
Okay, and then I think you said, or it's been said, that we would lose about an acre or more of forest. All a tree can be called forest.
I don't believe I did say, but we would be.
You involved in the landscape plan, is that correct? Yeah.
You are correct, about an acre. So.
Okay, and is that canopy and forest, is that contiguous within the forest on the neighboring property, Green Hill property?
There are pieces of it that are.
Okay, thanks. Were you involved at all in the development of the conceptual stormwater management plan or the site development plan, or could you speak to a couple of questions that you talked about improving stormwater management?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You broke up a little.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The dog is very upset about this project, as you could tell. He's upset about a lot of things right now, global warming, things like that. You testified to some stormwater issues. You testified there's no stormwater management on the site currently. You testified that you'll be treating quality and quantity. So do you know what size 100-year storm event the stormwater management plan is based upon?
It's based on the 100-year storm event.
Which is?
100. Are you asking for the rainfall within a 100-year storm event?
I am.
It is about.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. This is not cross-examination. I understand you want that information in the record, but you can present that if you want to. But I don't think we need Mr. Speech doing that for you. So there's.
He says it's going to improve. He says it's going to improve. What I'm trying to get is, he says it's going to manage the stormwater on site, and the question is, and that depends on what size event they're designing for.
It's designed for the 100-year floodplain,
which is okay.
That's.
I don't know is an answer you can give, Mr. Speech. If you don't know how many inches it was designed for, it's fine.
It's designed for slightly over 7 inches, which is a 100-year storm event in Prince George's County.
Okay. It's not, but I'll testify to that later.
Mr. Smith.
Objection.
Mr. Smith,
okay.
Don't do that
All right,
again.
moving on. I'm sorry.
Mr. Smith, if you do that again, I'm going to stop you from cross-examining.
Oy vey. Okay, thank you.
Objection to that comment as well.
All right. So, do you, just so I understand, the stormwater management system is going to have below ground retention, right? Where will this drain to? Will it drain to Sligo Creek, or what's downstream of this on-site system?
This follows natural drainage patterns, and ultimately this site drains to an existing closed system within Agger Road.
Okay. Does it flow to Sligo Creek once it goes there, or no?
This site development plan will flow to the existing system within Agger Road.
Okay.
It sounds like you don't know where it goes after that, which is fine. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah, that's
We have
fine.
not done a full downstream analysis because it's not required past one structure beyond the site.
Okay. All right. That's educational for me. Thanks. I guess my last question is, will the on-site mitigation, the stormwater mitigation, will it be affected, could be undermined by litter flowing into the system? And if so, is there typically a plan for controlling that to prevent that?
There is an inspection and maintenance agreement that is entered in before the permits are issued, in which the applicant is required to maintain the system. If it is not maintained by the applicant, the county has the right to come and maintain it. So yes, there is requirements based on the code of how things should be maintained.
So how does that work if McDonald's franchises this outlet? How is that enforced if the applicant is subject to the agreement?
Objection.
Okay, I was just
Following up on what grounds. I just want to make sure.
Well, it's just beyond this witness's knowledge.
Okay, well, he can just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how McDonald's is planning to maintain it. I just know how it needs to be maintained.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Gibbs, you have one more. I'm sorry. Is there any other questions for Mr. Speech from us, commissioners?
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt for a second? I would like to have to correct something in the record. There was a question during cross-examination about the letter from the Historic Preservation Commission. I would like to have Tom Gross from the Historic Preservation to correct what it was stated during this for the record.
Okay, that's helpful, Ms. Gomez Rojas. And Mr. Gross, go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, Tom Gross, Supervisor of the Historic Preservation Section. The Historic Preservation Commission did review this detailed site plan application at its March 19th, 2024 meeting. What was submitted from the HPC to the Planning Board were essentially a series of comments. A recommendation either in support or opposition to the application was not explicitly forwarded. The comments state that the HPC encourages the applicant to consider retaining some number of existing trees within the landscape buffer. So that was not offered as a recommended condition of approval, but was rather part of the comments that the HPC forwarded to the Planning Board.
Thank you, Mr. Gross and Ms. Gomez Rojas. You are eligible for cross if there's any cross of that comment. I think it's fairly straightforward, folks, but if anyone wants to cross Mr. Gross, I'm fine. Not. All right, Mr. Gross, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Gibbs. You have one more witness, Mr. Gibbs?
No, Mr. Chairman. I have Officer Flax, who has a statement that is already in the record. I am just assuming he was present this morning when the Planning Board commenced, and at about 11 o'clock, he sent me a text saying or asking when we would be called because he had to go into court. I'm hopeful that he will get back, although I'm happy that we do have his statement in the record. But I also have some brief testimony from Mr. Lenhart and then concluding testimony by my expert land planner, Mr. Mark Ferguson.
I would not think of a concluding testimony for this piece. Okay, there we go. Yeah, go ahead. You can continue.
I just did have one final question for Mr. Speech based upon the cross-examination, and that is, Mr. Speech, are the existing trees on site in good condition based upon the NRI?
Based on the NRI, they are not.
Thank you. My next witness will be Mr. Michael Lenhart.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Lenhart, you were sworn in, correct?
That's correct.
All right, take it away, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Lenhart. You are please identify your employment situation relative to the company that you own and operate.
Yes. Again, my name is Michael Lenhart. I'm a registered professional engineer and professional traffic operations engineer with Lenhart Traffic Consulting. I am the president of Lenhart Traffic, which was established in 2005.
Mr. Lenhart, and Mr. Chairman, I would note Mr. Lenhart has been accepted as an expert in the field of transportation engineering on dozens of occasions before this board, the zoning hearing examiner, and the county council for Prince George County. I'll be happy to go through the questions with him, but I would offer his qualifications.
Without objection, commissioners, that's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Lenhart, and again, I want you to focus your questions on the site itself. Are you familiar then with the Green Meadows Shopping Center?
Yes, I am familiar with the proposed development plan, the detailed site plan, and the Green Meadows Shopping Center and surrounding area.
And have you been retained by the applicant as the transportation engineer to provide advice and review of plans in this case on their behalf?
Yes, I have.
And you indicated familiar with the site plan as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have an opportunity to review the site plan from a transportation standpoint relative to conformance with the approval standards for detailed site plans as articulated in the zoning ordinance?
Yes.
And please explain what you looked at and what your conclusion is.
Certainly. The criteria include approval standards in 27-274 and 27-285. In general, the criteria are focused on things on a transportation standpoint, focused on providing safe on-site circulation, including things such as truck turning movements, parking, drive aisles, and queuing. Drive-through queuing, as well as location, number, and design of the driveway entrances.
And do you have an opinion as to whether or not the layout of this site will allow for safe and efficient circulation for both vehicles and pedestrians?
Yes, I do. In my opinion, all the design criteria are met. On-site circulation is adequate. The drive-through provides for more than enough queuing to handle proposed queues. The old zoning old zoning ordinance 27-274C6 does not have specific requirements for drive-through queuing, but it does state that, I quote, drive-through establishments should be designed with adequate space for queuing lanes that do not conflict with circulation traffic patterns or pedestrian access, end quote. So it doesn't really call for a specific amount of queuing, just says that it should be adequate. We have also, for reference, we've looked at the new zoning ordinance, and while this application is not being submitted under the new zoning ordinance, the new ordinance does have a table, 27-6206M1, which does provide specifics for a restaurant with a drive-through, and that requires 6 stacking spaces from the order box. And there are 2 stacking lanes for the drive-through with 2 order boxes. There's sufficient room in there to stack about 4 to 5 vehicles per lane. So roughly 10 vehicles or so can be stacked before the drive-through queue would extend back into the site drive aisles. and therefore would more than exceed the new zoning ordinance suggestion. The site access, we did meet with State Highway. This was testified earlier and presented by staff. As to State Highway's position, we met with State Highway to discuss the access. There are the two entrances are currently about 40 feet wide each. They're only separated by a rather narrow island, about 20 feet wide. And if you observe, you can see vehicles actually entering and exiting both of the driveways. They're very wide. They're wider than the current state highway requirements, wider than their guidelines. State Highway has asked us to revise those so rather than two uncontrolled two-way entrances, they would like the first entrance to be a right-in only and the second entrance to be a right-out only. We discussed that detail with them. We agree with their recommendation, and we agree to work with the state through the access permit process to make those revisions so that the entrances are more closely related to right in, right out.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lenhart. Mr. Chairman, in that regard, I would respectfully direct your attention and the board's attention to letters which I filed into the record on September 20th and then on October 15th. On September 20th, I filed a letter requesting that Condition 3 be deleted. Condition 3 had two subparts, A and B. A was a bike lane, and B was obtaining written concurrence from the operating agency relative to the driveways that would be used. And staff indicated their support for those deletions. As a result of Mr. Lenhart's conversations with the State Highway Administration, we submitted a letter dated October 15, 2024, which proposed a new Condition 3, which would require the revision to those two driveways, as Mr. Lenhart has testified, to reduce their width and combine them effectively so that there's the southernmost driveway is right in and the northernmost driveway is right out in that area. And so we have made that proposal as a requested revision to the condition in order to address the state highway request, which is confirmed in an email which is attached as Exhibit A to that letter between Mr. Lenhart and Mr. Woodruff of the State Highway Administration. No further questions of Mr. Lenhart.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. I have a few questions, and colleagues, you may have questions as well. I don't know, colleagues, if you want to go first with any questions you might have for Mr. Lenhart, I have a few. Anything? All right, I'll go. Mr. Lenhart, I want to understand you're evaluating the detailed site plan. This is not a certificate of adequacy, but, section 27-274, issues related to the surface parking lot design, the location, the number and design of driveways. I'm just looking through my notes. Parking, loading, circulation. There are all sorts of things that, you are an expert and you've come before us many times, and clearly you have a good head for this. Some of these things don't seem logical to me at all. So I'm curious about your response on this. For instance, where the loading dock is, how is that loading dock not in conflict with where the queuing is?
Well, loading, and perhaps I would look to McDonald's representatives to support this, but typically loading doesn't occur during the peak periods. Peak periods for these types of uses, you have your morning peak hour when people want to get a coffee and breakfast sandwich. You have lunchtime, and then you have dinner time. Those are typically the peaks. Outside of those peaks, your queuing is not going to be as substantial. And we have also other studies that have been done by the Institute for Transportation Engineers. One in particular, queuing for drive-through facilities, where they looked at 41 drive-through restaurants, fast food drive-through restaurants. 27 of those were hamburger-type restaurants like McDonald's, and the findings of that was that the maximum queue that was observed of those 27, if you look at the 27, they ranged from 4 vehicles as a maximum in the queue to 13 vehicles as the maximum in the queue. So if you they only had one of the 27 was 12 vehicles. One of the 27 was 13. Most of them were 10 or less as the maximum. And those are measured not from the order board, but from the pickup board, the service window where you pick up. That's how ITE evaluated their observations. And so you've got enough for 4 or 5 vehicles from the pickup window before you get to the order boards. And then from the order boards, you've got another 4 or 5 per lane that you could do. So there you've got 14 to 15. That before you get back to the loading dock, that there's more capacity in this drive-through lane than the maximum observed queue out of 27 hamburger restaurants, fast food drive-through restaurants. And so the queue would not conflict with that loading area. And more than likely, the loading would be outside of peak hours anyway. But even if it did, for some reason, occur during peak, it would not block their ability to get in there. But again, I would maybe look to McDonald's to confirm if they have specifics on, do they do specific time of day for loading and unloading.
We may get back to that, but I appreciate your response on that one. Did you look at another question for you, Mr. Lind? Did you look at the proposed pedestrian flow on this site as well?
Yes, we, there's obviously sidewalks along the frontage of East-West Highway. There are sidewalk connections tying into the rest of the shopping center, cross access for pedestrians through that area. We believe that it does have one crossing of the drive-through, the exit from the drive-through, but people coming out of the drive-through, they're going less than a couple miles an hour as they come out of the drive-through. You've got sight distance; you can see people coming up there. It's not uncommon to have that type of crossing across the drive-through, and I believe it's safe and efficient. It doesn't really put pedestrians anywhere back through the main parking area or in conflict with the main drive-through.
I mean, a couple additional questions on that, because I'm just trying to get my head around that. One is, and again, I want to be sensitive to what is within the context of what's before us. So I'm focused on what's the site design, not the traffic and parking or traffic and pedestrian issues that are outside the boundaries of this. But were you looking at the sidewalk that's outside this property line, directly outside it, that cuts across it? Or is that, I don't mean to be flip about it, right? Because if it's outside your purview, it's outside your purview. But were you looking at the sidewalk that's directly outside, that borders this property?
I would say no in response to that question. Really, the detailed site plan looks at on-site circulation and pedestrian vehicular circulation, and not necessarily the sidewalk along the frontage. I will say that the improvement that we're making, or that we'll be making to the 2 driveways, will improve pedestrian access across those driveways. Right now you have 40 feet opening for each driveway, which is rather long pedestrian crossing for a driveway. Those are going to be improved and cleaned up a little bit. There'll be, rather than two vehicles or two-way traffic at both, it'll have one in at the southern, one out at the northern. That's going to help to minimize and improve pedestrian conflicts as well.
And do you take into account public transportation, access to the site, or what fronts the site? Is that something that's within your study, your scope as well on this?
No, not really, and I don't believe that is specified in the code either.
Okay. How about access to the, if I'm looking at this correctly, I mean, there's two issues here that confuse me. One is the compact parking spaces, I think, are the ones that are right along the drive aisle there. And the only way the drive aisle works is because they're compact parking spaces, right? As soon as you enter and take a right into this, and then you take a right into the drive aisle. I believe those are compact spaces right there where somebody's pointing their arrow.
Yes, I believe you are correct. And there's a mixture, I believe, of some compact, some full.
Is that the case? Maybe is there somebody who can verify that? Because I thought they were all compact there.
I would defer to Mr. Speech on that, but I believe there might be a mixture. If you're able to zoom in, you see the first three spaces are a little shorter than the next four.
I gotcha. Okay.
And and the code does allow for compact spaces, a mixture of compact spaces.
But I mean, again, in your expert opinion, my concern is compact spaces that are right on the drive aisle, and this drive aisle, would it even work if they weren't compact spaces based upon the property line? I don't think they would.
If they were not compact?
Right, they have to be compact spaces there for it to work.
I would defer to Mr. Speech on that. I haven't specifically looked at whether they would have to be or not.
Okay. And then one more on the other one, the same circulation plan here. There's some additional parking spots that you have that are sort of off the site behind the rest of the development. It's right below where the arrow is. On the upper left, you see that? Those are additional parking spaces. Is that right? Am I reading this correctly?
Yeah, I see them back there. I don't know where the hatched ones are, where the little cursor is.
Right next to that, I believe those are the additional parking spaces for the site. Maybe Mr. Gibbs or somebody else could help me with this. I just have some specific questions about that. I'm trying to understand if I'm reading this correctly, and those are not there. Keep going to the left. There. Keep going. There. Aren't those additional parking spaces that are part of this plan?
I don't want to misspeak on that. I would let Mr.
Yeah. Because if they are, I'm wondering how people get from those to the McDonald's. So anyhow, more questions. The other big question I have related to this, and it's a big question, is you are designing this with the assumption that everybody is going to, and maybe that's all you need to do by code, even with our team, but assuming that everybody comes in and out of this McDonald's through the right in, right out that you have designed. That is the assumption you're making, right?
That's the assumption that we would be making. Yeah, I mean, but it's possible they could come through the other way as well.
Right, and I think, Mr. Lenhart, that's it. And again, this is your expert opinion on this, but how could that not be a total fantasy? And this is where I actually know this area quite well, and the fluidity of ins and outs on this strip center are prolific. Onto Van Buren, there are 4 entrances into the shopping center? 4 or 5? 6? I'm not sure which map we're looking at. Yeah, but then there's one or two off Van Buren as well. And I'm mindful, Mr. Gibbs, Mr. Leonhardt, I'm mindful of what is pertinent to this specific property, but I'm also looking at the reality of a shopping center, a strip, where there won't be much distinction between what's the McDonald's and what's the rest of it, and how people come in and out, and the pedestrian and even bike flow there, and the bus stop that's there, and all these ways in which people come in and out. So it feels a little bit inadequate to be looking simply at the McDonald's site without the impact on what's next door. And so, but I'm also mindful that the rules are the rules. And if all you're required to address is simply the parameters of that McDonald's, is that all you looked at, Mr. Leonhardt?
We looked at the parameters of what's inside the detailed site plan. And I would offer that regarding trips in and out of McDonald's, studies indicate that McDonald's, or these fast food restaurants, generate half to a little over half of the traffic that they generate is from traffic that's already on the road network. So people coming down East-West Highway or down Egger Road, and they're already in the car, they're already driving by the site, and they pull into the site, they get whatever their meal is, and then they leave. And the most likely—
That makes sense. That seems logical.
The most likely place for that to happen are the two driveways directly in front of the McDonald's. And even if they missed that driveway, or for whatever reason they came in through Van Buren, which is possible, but if they do, it would be a much, much smaller percentage of the overall McDonald's traffic. Those driveways, the other two driveways on Route 410, operate like normal two-way driveways. You don't have the confusion and the difficulty that occurs at the two driveways right in front of the McDonald's. And I mean, I agree with you. I don't live in the area, but I've been out here numerous times. We've observed it. And you'll get people coming in and out of either one of those entrances, and they come out and access Route 410. And
right.
I think it goes up.
Let me interrupt you, because again, this is just working with my own experience from this, which is that if you have visited this site, not even in peak hours, but at most times during the day and even well into the early evening, then you will know that the traffic actually backs up beyond those driveways most of the time. Now, the complicated part for me, and Mr. Gibbs, before you object to me, because I'm with you, what's happening on the road is outside the scope of it. My concern is because of how backed up things are there almost all the time, I'm trying to get a handle on how this should affect the detailed site plan. What we should be considering given this location. And the other thing I'd say, Mr. Leonhardt, and again, I just don't know if you took this into account, if it's appropriate or not, but this is in one of the epicenters of one of the most transit dependent, non-car dependent populations in the state of Maryland. Right? So absolutely guaranteed that you are going to have, I don't know how many hundreds of people who walk to this McDonald's all the time. And again, I'm not McDonald's, but I'd be curious at some point, maybe we can bring him back, Mr. Gibbs, to hear from Mr. Retter around that, about any assumptions that they have or don't have and how they design related to that. Because it would be just a fantasy to say that people are only going to drive to this, given the community that's there. So maybe that's more of a statement than a question, Mr. Lenhart and Mr. Gibbs, and I apologize a bit. But what I'm getting at, Mr. Lenhart, is how you're taking into account in the circulation plan the pedestrian piece of the circulation plan.
Sure. Well, let me respond to one of your comments about traffic backing up on East-West Highway, and I
appreciate that. And I'll try to keep the questions, so I'm not loading too much up on you. I apologize if I am.
Absolutely. My observations out there, we saw the same thing. We experienced the same thing. Traffic, particularly at Riggs Road and East-West Highway, when the signal turns red, traffic will back up on East-West Highway, and oftentimes, if not most times, backs up beyond that signal or beyond the driveway, and makes it difficult to get in and out. What we observed, though, was when that signal turns green, the queue clears out, and it does open up gaps. You can't turn necessarily in and out of the driveway immediately. You may have to wait a little bit, but it does create gaps. We did observe that. And I would make note that the applicant has put many photographs on record. Some of those photographs do show traffic backing up beyond those driveways, but I think if you look at them all, most of them show gaps where there's the ability to make turns in and out of that driveway because there are gaps in those photographs. Now, I don't know what times those were taken, and and again, I fully acknowledge, yes, there are queues that occur here, but the observations are people are able to get in and out of those driveways through gaps that become available. And, this is it's an urban area. Many other urban areas inside the Beltway with signals like this have the same issue, same problem. And you wait for the gap, and then you take your turn to come in or out.
Understood. I appreciate that. And the pedestrian safety piece, and you may, if you didn't get engaged in this, you didn't, and I understand that. But the State Highway Administration is involved in recognizing that this is one of the areas in the county with the highest traffic fatalities and accidents, pedestrian accidents. And again, the context matters. So I'm trying to figure out if at all this was factored into your analysis. And Mr. Gibbs, respectfully, I get it that some of this has to do more with the roadway than this actual site. And so I'm trying to find that balance, because the reality of it is, we're having this discussion in the context of a really, really complicated intersection. But you don't need a certificate of adequacy. So I'm trying to sort of find that place in between here.
Well, I would just say, Mr. Chairman, that the issue, and this is, we're dealing with what we have, and that is the statute and what it requires for a detailed site plan, and it is whether pedestrians and motorists can safely circulate on site. And I don't look. With the utmost of respect, there's been a lot of statements here that weren't questions. And I don't want to get into that myself, although I have countervailing considerations I'd like to offer up, but I'm not at liberty to do that. Every site that's in an urban area is going to have high traffic volumes. And, the State Highway Administration has an obligation. The county has an obligation to deal with off-site issues that are not the responsibility of an individual applicant or a property owner who's doing something as permitted as a matter of right. And pedestrians themselves have an obligation to exercise some care with where they're walking. So I think the evidence shows that the site has been designed in accordance with all ordinance requirements. I can bring Mr. Redder back after the lunch break and have him testify about when they get deliveries, how frequently it is. There have been numerous other applications where a condition is added as to when deliveries can occur to the site if you're concerned about the location of the loading space. I mean, every commercial site has driveway aisles. And ultimately, if there's a restaurant with a drive-through lane, people have to navigate through those drive aisles to get to the drive-through aisle. The drive-through aisle at this site does not start until you're at the eastern side of the detailed site plan. Yeah. So what's being referred to as part of the drive aisle is really just a drive aisle on site. It's not the drive-through lane. And that's just a typical condition that you find in every shopping center.
Okay. Thank you for that. Are we, Mr. Warner, are you still there? No, I'm trying to wonder if we still have Cross here or not.
I am here. I go to Cross.
No, that's right. Are we still, because I see a few folks who I imagine are looking to Cross.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, actually we did, because I just had questions for Mr. Lenhart. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Lenhart? If not, I'll turn to Commissioner Giraldo. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any questions for Mr. Lenhart, but I share some of the concerns that you raised.
All right, I appreciate that. So let's go to Cross for Mr. Lenhart, and after this, we will wrap up and take a break. We have Mr. Smith, then Ms. Edsminger, and then Ms. Weisgood. Mr. Smith.
Again, I'm happy to have Melissa Schweisgoth and Lisa Edsminger go before me. Melissa did more of our traffic and safety analysis than anybody else, so I'm happy to go last in that queue.
All right, Ms. Schweisgood, you want to go first?
Yeah, sorry, I was looking for the correct button. So thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lenhart. Can you please explain why your analysis modeled the trip generation using a strip retail rather than the actual development change, which is switching a small restaurant to a fast food establishment with a drive-through?
Well, I didn't testify.
Objection. There was no testimony about that.
That's in his written testimony. That's what he provided. His ITE counts. They're right in his testimony, his written testimony.
We're not permitted to ask about any of the material that was submitted in the record from the same person.
I'm sure you are.
Then I'm asking about the trip generation, which is in the record. It was submitted for the 26th.
All right, Mr. Lenhart.
Okay, certainly. There have been numerous claims that we use the wrong trip generation rates. First of all, I would note that there is no requirement for this detailed site plan to provide a traffic impact study or a trip generation analysis. The memo that we prepared, and it's in the backup dated March 8th, 2024, does, however, provide for informational purposes, a discussion of the trip generation of the site, and that analysis was conducted as required by the Transportation Review Guidelines. One or more of the opposition members, I think it was Ms. Schweisgeist, on page 43 of 471 of the additional backup, Part A, claimed that our analysis was done incorrectly and quoted from the Transportation Review Guidelines. And her quote was that freestanding commercial and retail buildings not within an integrated shopping center should consider using specific rates. And that was the end of her quote. And then, she said we should have used McDonald's rates rather than general retail rates. However, her written testimony and quote omitted an important consideration in that same section of the Transportation Review Guideline. She omitted a portion of that section that states, and I quote, "The shopping center rate, covers commercial uses, including related pad sites within a given site having the designation of integrated shopping center. This property is an integrated shopping center. The proposed McDonald's is part of an integrated shopping center. Therefore, according to the transportation review guidelines, the trip generation should be evaluated using the McDonald's as part of the overall square footage of the integrated shopping center. That is how we did the analysis. That is how the guidelines require the analysis to be done. Transportation staff reviewed and concurred with those analyses.
Okay. We're still on cross. Thank you for that. You additional cross, Ms. Whitegood?
Yes, I do. Yeah, and I got cross-examined myself. That was kind of fun. Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify: was the trip generation that you did, was that assuming a right in and a right out on the site, and that cars would not be driving to that site from, to the McDonald's from other entryways into the shopping center that Mr. Shapiro was mentioning? As he said, there are 4 others. Are you assuming that in this trip generation, cars are entering that site only in that right in, right out driveway on the far southeast?
That memorandum included no assumption or no assertion on where the vehicles would be entering to or from. It was just a trip generation analysis of the shopping center, the integrated shopping center, as it exists today, as compared to how it will exist.
Okay.
Okay. And your belief again is that, so is your evidence is that adding a fast food is not going to have a substantial increase over a low volume strip retail?
As I stated, it was conducted in accordance with the Transportation Review Guidelines, which states that shopping center rate covers commercial uses, including related pad sites within a given site having the designation of an integrated shopping center.
And can you please define pad site?
Well, typically a pad site would be a separate, typically it's a freestanding use within a shopping center. And ITE, the Institute for Transportation Engineers, defines it the same. It may have lease lines, it may have maybe a separate lot altogether, but it's typically a freestanding use within a shopping center, a bank, a drive-through restaurant, that sort of thing.
And you consider that this site is considered, can you clarify, why is the site considered a freestanding shopping center? Is it simply because it's one property owner, because they happen to put...
No, that, Ms. Whitegood, that was I inserted that word just because this one use is freestanding. That's what I meant when I said freestanding.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. And I just want to say that, it's complicated because there's no certificate of adequacy. This is not a preliminary plan of subdivision. Maybe Mr. Gibbs, I'm directing this more to you, but I mean, I think the way that, the number of cars that are coming and going are relevant is how do we even begin to evaluate the site circulation unless we have a sense of the volume of traffic. And that's why I feel like it's perfectly appropriate to have a sense of what additional traffic this use could bring to help us evaluate what the circulation needs are. So I hope that's helpful, but that's why it feels at least appropriate to me that these issues, a hint of gray area, but these issues feel relevant to a detailed site plan. Other questions for Mr. Len? Oh, we have additional cross. We have Ms. Ensminger and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Lenhart, you testified that 10 vehicles stacked before entering the drive aisles would be adequate. Can you tell me, on average, how many vehicles enter and exit a McDonald's drive aisle at peak times?
Well, is that really a cross question? I mean, I don't.
You referenced it, Mr. Lenhart.
Yeah.
You referenced it a bit by the ITE study, and maybe that's because that's where my head was.
So the ITE study was based on queuing of vehicles, not the volume of vehicles that went through the drive-through. It was based on observations during peak periods of how far the queue would stack back from the window.
Okay, so because it was based on queuing, then my question is not relevant. Is that right? Sorry, I'm dealing with a traumatic brain injury, so I'm
No, you're okay. But I think the short answer, he doesn't know, because the information. If I can speak for you, Mr. Lenhart, your information was around the queuing, was around the queuing capacity.
It was around the queuing, and I don't believe ITE, certainly not in the trip generation manual, doesn't say how many vehicles go through the drive-through. It does. If you look at ITE for a fast food restaurant, it does have trip generation rates. It doesn't say how many of those trips will go through the drive-through, and so that's done through queuing observations and other things.
Okay. I have two quick questions, if that's okay.
Yeah.
In your testimony, you mentioned that you looked at 27 hamburger restaurants. Why did you review hamburger restaurants and not simply McDonald's, since McDonald's has such a wide number of stores? I'm sure they have that data specific to their franchise.
So the ITE typically does not focus on particular users like a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A or those types of things. It will have, it'll put data, or it'll put restaurants into buckets, and it'll say hamburger buckets, chicken restaurants as a bucket, and those types of things. And so of the 27 hamburger restaurants that were studied, it doesn't say what types were included. I suspect it was a range of, Wendy's and McDonald's and Burger King and the typical most popular types of restaurants. And if you look at the results that they have, it would kind of pan out as expected. There's a bell curve of those.
Let me, Mr. Lenhart, let me interrupt just to manage our process too. I think your question is asked and answered, unless you have any more thoughts on that. I think he's giving you what you asked for.
Correct. I have one final question that came about as to his response to something you asked. So is that relevant for cross?
Yeah, those are his words, so that's relevant.
Okay, so Mr. Shapiro had asked you some questions, and in one of the questions that he asked, you mentioned that half of the traffic generated would be by cars that are already driving by. What's the volume of cars that go by on a daily basis? Do you know for that area?
Not off the top.
Objection.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That was my last question.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Etzminger. Mr. Smith, any final cross?
Sure. So, Mr. Lenhart, I think you mentioned that the ITE gives higher trip generation rates for drive-through fast food restaurants. So, given that, and understanding that you've asserted that your trip generation analysis meets the de minimis standards set forth, and so you're free then to use a relatively low volume shopping center, but if you really wanted to understand the trip generation rates from this establishment and its potential impacts on the community and on circulation on the site, and you know that the ITE gives higher trip generation rates for drive-through fast food restaurants than it does for small strip shopping centers, why would you choose to use the lower trip generation rate? And did you run? And okay, so I can't do compound questions, so let me leave it there. Why would you, knowing that this kind of facility generates more trips per hour, you use a different and misleadingly low trip generation rate?
Objection.
Mr. Smith.
It's a fair question. How did you come to that?
If you're suggesting it's misleading, then it's not a fair question.
All right, then drop the word misleading there. likely to underestimate? Does that
I
work?
did not the trips were not underestimated in the memo that we submitted dated March of 2024. That trip generation analysis was conducted in accordance with Park and Planning's transportation review guidelines. And that is what's specifically out of the guidelines. That is how these applications are to be measured and tested. That is why we submitted that and using those numbers.
Okay, well, as a transportation professional, and you want to understand the impacts of this facility, and you know it's a high volume drive-through fast food restaurant, why would you not go ahead and use that trip generation standard, that factor, rather than?
Mr. Smith, respectfully, it's asked and answered. He just told you why. He was following the guidelines.
Okay. So you testified that some study shows that perhaps 50% of all trips at a McDonald's are from existing traffic. It's all already going by, so that those are 50% of the trips to the McDonald's are impulse buys. They saw a McDonald's and they decided to stop. Otherwise they weren't going to stop there.
Not necessarily impulse buys. A lot of people that drive by, 410 is a major commuter route. Many people that drive by, they drive it every day. They know where restaurants are. They make a plan to stop and get a cup of coffee or a sandwich on their way to work, on their way home, on their way to someplace else. And so It's not necessarily an impulse buy. Not that couldn't happen. Somebody that's not familiar might drive by and see it and go, okay, I'm going to stop and get something. But most would be normal commuter people that are familiar with the route.
Okay. How would the higher trip generation rates affect the queuing on the site, the circulation on the site?
It would not affect the queuing at all. The queuing observations that I gave were based on fast food restaurants, hamburger type restaurants. So it would not affect that at all.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, if there's no further questions.
I have questions. I have questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gibbs.
On redirect.
Yeah.
Mr. Lenhart, the information that you provided was based upon the applicable and prescribed standards for trip generation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Notwithstanding that, did you conduct yet another observation and test relative to how the driveway would function if you tested trip generation based upon a fast food restaurant with a drive-through and not based upon an integrated shopping center?
We did.
Could you please give the results of that, since Mr. Smith would like to hear it?
Certainly. Let me get my exhibit here. So if this were a completely standalone use that were not part of an integrated shopping center, and you would use the ITE trip generation manual for land use code 210 for a fast food with a drive-through, it would generate in the morning peak hour 93 trips inbound, 89 trips outbound. In the evening peak hour, it would be 70 trips inbound, 65 trips outbound. Of all of those trips I just quoted, about half of those, or slightly more, are pass-by trips that are already on the road network. They're, again, as I said, commuters driving by, or people driving by, they stop in to get something on their way to wherever they were destined. We did look at the driveway trips. We looked at the existing trips in and out of that the two driveways there, as if they were combined into one. We added in the McDonald's trips that I just quoted. We identified what the total trips in and out of the driveway would be. And we evaluated those total trips in and out of the driveway using Park and Planning's 3-step method for unsignalized intersections. Now, that doesn't necessarily apply here. It doesn't apply here because that is a test that's used in the adequacy of transportation at the time of preliminary plan. But we wanted to, we assumed these questions would come up. So we wanted to have some idea of what the answers would be so we could address them at the appropriate time. The exiting, the three-step test, first you look at the delay per vehicle exiting the site, then you look at the number of vehicles exiting the site, then you look at the critical lane volume of the driveway. If it passes any one of those three steps, it's deemed adequate and no further analysis is needed. If it fails all three, then typically you look at other solutions like whether a signal would be needed. Now, signal obviously is not going to be something you look at here, but this passes the unsignalized step one, which requires or establishes a threshold of 50 seconds of delay per vehicle on average of delay exiting the driveway. Now that's average. What we found in the morning peak hour, the average delay exiting was 45 seconds. In the evening, the average delay is projected to be 25 seconds. That passes the test and would be deemed adequate. Now that doesn't mean that every vehicle coming out of there is going to have a 45-second delay. As we discussed earlier, traffic does back up on Route 410, and in many cases it'll block those driveways, but when a green signal occurs, traffic clears out and people are able to come in and out accordingly. And so some people may have to wait longer, some might less, but it does pass that first step. The second, and if you, if you had doubts about that, even if we look at the second step and the third step, the second step says if it's greater than 100 vehicles per hour exiting the driveway, then you go to the third step. And in this case, we have 119 out in the morning, 97 out in the evening. But when we go and we look at the third step, you do a critical lane analysis, and if the critical lane is 1150 or better, then it's deemed adequate. And in this case, the critical lane is not something that can be argued with. The critical lane is less than 1150 based on the volumes. And so the driveway would be deemed adequate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. We have additional questions on cross. Mr. Gibbs, is there more that you want to continue with Mr. Lenhart before we have some brief cross?
No, I really don't.
All right, thank you, sir. So Ms. Schweisguth and then Mr. Boato.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lenhart, since you did mention an estimated impact of trip generation for the fast food, can you please explain what your assumptions were, particularly what was the base case that you used as the existing conditions? What rate did you use or land use type for the existing condition for the PM for the trip for the peak hourly trips?
I'm not sure what you mean. What trip rate do we use?
So, as you know,
our March, maybe this is what you're asking. Our March 2024 trip generation analysis that is included in the backup used integrated shopping center for the existing conditions and for the future conditions, which again is how the code requires us to look
correct,
at
but
it.
in what you just cited in your spoken testimony, you said you did do considering fast food. Did you still use strip retail as the existing condition?
In that assessment, we just looked at the McDonald's. We just looked at how much traffic the McDonald's would generate on top of what's out there already. And we did not subtract out any trips that may be coming to and from the existing restaurant.
Okay. You had an additional question, you said? If you're talking, you're on mute. We'll go to Mr. Boato. We'll come back if we need to, Mr. Boato.
Okay, so this driveway analysis is the analysis of cars coming in and out of the location onto a generic road.
No, it's the driveway onto East-West Highway with the volumes on East-West Highway and the volumes that currently exist for the two driveways as combined into one, plus the McDonald's traffic.
Okay, so it considers East-West Highway in terms of how many trips or how many cars pass through at a particular time, but it doesn't consider the specific situation around that little spot of East-West Highway.
Well, it looks at the driveway with the traffic volumes on East-West Highway and the projected traffic volumes from that reconstructed driveway, assuming McDonald's as ITE land use.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Sweatgood, back to you.
Sorry, my internet thought. Yeah, I just again just wanted to clarify the trip generation rates that you used to estimate what you cited in your oral testimony. What are the trip generation rates that you used for the existing case and fast food with the drive-through?
I believe this question's been asked already, Mr. Chairman.
But not answered.
I don't know. Did we answer it, Mr. Gibbs?
I thought he did. He did answer it.
Okay.
Well, he provided a number. He said 40 or something in the morning, 27 at night, but that's not the rate. That's the number of trips. I'm just wanting to understand the land use categories that were used because
Land use code 210 in the ITE trip generation manual, which is a fast food restaurant with a drive-through.
Which is for peak PM, that is 33.09.
It's 33. I believe it's 33.03, but whether it's that or 09, it's essentially the same per 1,000 square feet.
And you used for the base case, did you use strip retail, which is about 6.5, or did you use one of the restaurants, which is slightly higher?
We took the proposed McDonald's traffic and we added that on top of the traffic that's generated by the existing shopping center, including the existing restaurant that underlies where the McDonald's is proposed. We did not credit any trips out that may be generated by that restaurant because it appears to be a fairly low trip generator still.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I'm just I'm just still a little confused as how you got such a low number when you're looking at strip retail is about 6.49 trips peak. It's peak PM trips, and fast food is 33.0309 peak PM trips, and you're looking at approximately doubling the facility size. I don't understand how you're getting only 27 trips in the evening, particularly, and more trips in the evening because those rates are usually higher. So I would appreciate being able to see an actual written version of what you said in your testimony when related to actually estimating the actual trip generation from if you modeled it as fast food, because what I'm hearing and what I have seen in the trip generation rates, I'm having trouble reconciling those.
So I appreciate that. What's in the record is in the record. If you have a specific question for him on cross or anything more on that, though, questions asked and answered. It sounds like you're not happy with the answer, but if there's more information that's in the record, you could certainly look at that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Sure. So following up on Melissa's question, so just so I understand, if you use a trip generation rate of about 6 vehicles per hour during the PM peak, and if the fast food restaurant output is on the order of 33 vehicles, that's the factor of close to 6 in the differential. Is that about right? 33 is almost 6 times higher than 6, right? I guess that was easy enough. So, Mr. Shapiro, you got into some of the issues around the context, how this community interacts with the site, and I have a question along the same lines. I didn't drive that much, but when I drive through that intersection,
Mr. Smith, we're on cross-examination. If you have a question,
this is.
But ask the question.
This is the context.
I don't give a context. Ask a question, Mr. Lenhart. This is cross-examination. This is not your testimony.
Okay, I'll just phrase it in the reverse then, rather than give any context first. Given the number of trips that will come out of this site, the US will come out of the site, and they'll be entering onto a roadway where the traffic often backs up out of the left turn lane onto Riggs, the southbound left turn lane on Riggs, backs up so far that it actually backs up into the center lane right in front of this site, in front of this entrance and exit. The other thing that often occurs here is people coming out of the shopping center often
Mr. Smith, objection. This is testimony.
I'm asking how these traffic volumes from this site.
Mr. Smith, you either ask a question or we move on.
All right, I am trying to ask the question. You have these trip generation rates, this many vehicles per peak hour coming out of this site onto a road where these conditions exist, where people coming out of the shopping center cut across lanes of traffic to take a left on the Riggs.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, we're going to stop.
How does this interact? That's my question. Just as your question was, how does this interact with pedestrian traffic and safety?
Right, but I can ask different questions than you can in my role. You're on cross-examination. You're making an argument. If you have ask cross.
I thought I was asking a relevant question. I will withdraw.
I don't even know what the question is.
How does the traffic that will be generated by this facility, how does it interact with the existing conditions, and what's the interplay?
The problem is that that's not relevant to the detailed site plan. It's not relevant. Like it or not, it's not relevant to the detailed site plan because there's no certificate of adequacy.
I will explain in my testimony how it is relevant, because there was a required health impact assessment.
So that's testimony. Right. That's testimony, and you can get to that when you have an opportunity.
I will hold it for my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a relevant question. Apparently not. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? If not, we're going to take a break. Mr. Gibbs, is that all right? Or do you have something you want to question Mr. Lenhart about before we wrap up right here?
No, I have no further questions of Mr. Lenhart right now, other than for him to verify that his first analysis was what was. Let me do this. The initial analysis that you conducted, Mr. Lenhart, was that what was the trip generation required by code?
Yes.
And did you do this second subdivision analysis to provide an extra level of analysis and certainty?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. So this is for my colleagues. I want to take a break, and I need your honest opinion about this. How much of a break do you need? I know it's been a long day. It's 2:42. You want to go to 3:15? You want to go to 3:30? What works for you all?
I'll defer.
3:30 for me.
All right, Ms. Bailey.
I was going to say 3:15, but whatever.
Let's do 3:20. How about that? So we're on recess until 3:20. When we come back, we'll start with the public input, which is at this point I think it's mostly parties in opposition, and we'll work through how we manage the time when we get back. See you all at 3:20.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would simply note that Mr. Ferguson has not yet testified, and I also don't know if Officer Flax is out of court yet.
Okay, for sure, Mr. Gibbs, when we come back, we'll turn it back to you then before we get to parties in opposition.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There he is. There's the man. All right.
Hi.
Everybody's doing what I'm doing.
I know.
Mr. Gibbs, did you get to eat?
Actually, I appreciate your comment. It was very little.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, though.
Sorry to hear it. All right, we are gathering back. Let's give folks a minute to get back with us. There's Mr. Boato. Good. Did you get to eat, sir? Excellent. There we go. Ms. Ensminger, Mr. Cronin, we got. We have Ms. Schweiskuth and we have Mr. Smith. Well, we actually have, yeah, let's give folks a second because I know Mr. Gibbs are going to go back to you, and you said you want Mr. Ferguson to speak, and you had some additional comments as well before we turn to the opposition.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. I believe that Officer Flax is still in court, and I'm going to have to go on to Mr. Ferguson without Officer Flax.
Okay, I understand. I just want to make sure that we are not jumping ahead before everybody can get tuned in. Actually, I do see Mr. Smith on our list here, and I do see Mr. Westcott as well. So we're good. Okay, all right. I think we're good to go. Welcome back from our break. Mr. Gibbs, I'm going to turn it back to you to manage the process with your witnesses.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call Mr. Mark Ferguson, please, and have him identify himself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mark Ferguson, 5407 Water Street, Suite 206 in historic downtown Upper Marlboro, and I am under oath.
Thank you. Once again, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ferguson has been qualified as an expert in field land planning before this board, before the hearing examiner, and before the county council and district council on numerous occasions. I'd like to offer his qualifications.
Without objection, commissioners, yes, we're good to go.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ferguson, have you been online and been able to listen to all the testimony which has preceded your being called as a witness today?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the site, the Green Meadows Shopping Center?
Yeah, very much so, for more than 40 years.
Okay. And are you also familiar with the site plan, which has, and the other planning documents, the landscape plan and so forth, that have been filed by the applicant in support of this case?
Yes, I am.
And if you could please, based upon your knowledge of the plans that have been submitted, the Green Meadows Shopping Center, and the testimony that's been provided thus far, if you are aware of the requirements in the ordinance for the approval of a detailed site plan.
I am. So the requirements charge the planning board for making 4 findings, 2 of which are not applicable in this case. So the inapplicable findings are conformance to a conceptual site plan, and there is none here. and that you can approve a detailed site plan for infrastructure, which is also not the case here. Those are requirements 2 and 3. The fourth is that you must make a finding that the regulated environmental features have been preserved or restored to the fullest extent possible. And the natural resources inventory shows that there are, and the staff report brings out, that there are no regulated natural features on the subject property. So really the only criterion that you have to judge the property on is that, does this plan represent a reasonable alternative for satisfying the site design guidelines without requiring unreasonable costs and without detracting substantially from the utility of the proposed development for its intended use?
And you're referring to the required findings for a detailed site plan approval set forth in section 27285B?
That is correct.
Okay, fine. You can continue, please.
So those site design guidelines for detailed site plans are the same as those for conceptual site plans, which are in section 27274. And there's one sort of general section, and there's 10 others, one of which is applicable solely to townhouses and 3-family dwellings. You heard Mr. Lenhart testify at some length about his opinion as to the conformance of the site plan to the design guidelines for parking, loading, and circulation, which are the first of the specific guidelines. I share his opinion. The other guidelines are for lighting, that it be adequate, that if there are scenic views to be preserved, that they be emphasized if possible, that green area be designed to complement other site activity areas and are appropriate in shape, location, and design. And in this case, we have appropriate landscape buffering both internal to the parking lot and in the perimeter of the site where none now exists. That there are street and sitescape amenities, which are with site and streetscape, amenities, which are detailed on the detailed site plan. That the grading be minimal, and that is in fact the case here. Service areas are to be unobtrusive, and that is the case. And to the extent that it's appropriate, there should be a public space system, and that the architecture shall be in keeping with the character and purpose of the proposed type of development. So what you have is a site plan that, in the opinion of your staff and one that I share, conforms to the zoning ordinance, conforms to the landscape manual with the approval of the departure from design standards, that conforms to the tree canopy coverage standards, and that conforms to the design guidelines that are provided for in the ordinance.
And given your testimony, do you then find that all of the required findings are met and satisfied in this instance?
The findings for a detailed site plan, yes, I do. There are required findings as well for approval of the departure from design standards. Mm-hmm. And I'd like to just actually take a moment to give particular praise to Ms. Gomez Rojas, who did a very particular and thorough analysis of the departure, and I thought that was actually the best and most thorough analysis of a departure that I've ever read from commission staff. So particularly well done. I agree wholeheartedly with her analysis. One of the findings is that the purposes of the zoning ordinance be equally well or better served by the applicant's proposal. Ms. Rojas talked specifically about public health, safety, and welfare, and how that would be better served by the departure than by the preservation of the existing woodlands. And I agree. There are 14 other purposes of the general ordinance. Most of them are not applicable. we don't need to provide sound sanitary housing here, for instance, or prevent the overcrowding of land. The other criteria of the purposes, at any rate, the other purposes that are applicable would be to encourage the preservation of stream valleys, steep slopes, lands of natural beauty, dense forests, scenic vistas, and other similar features. Now, the natural resources inventory indicates that much of the area that is in that buffer is not forest. Some is, it's not dense, and it's not in particularly good condition. And further, that to provide open space to protect the scenic beauty and natural features of the county. And clearly in this case, the open space is there to solve a problem that there's been much testimony of. Members of the board, you have a task where you have a lot to balance on this case, because certainly there are competing interests that are before you. The folks in Lewisdale and Green Meadows and Carroll Highlands have an absolute interest in having a safe place to conduct their business. Folks like me that live, a couple of miles away, maybe the traffic there affects us, and maybe we might appreciate more tree cover generally. But I think, locally you have a case where this is a tough place to do business and to patronize a business. And so that's really the balance that you have before you, is judging, what of the many things that you're charged of looking at, is gonna be the ones that you pay attention to. So, is it plants or is it people, right? And that's the case that's before you.
And so relative to the required findings for the grant of a departure contained in 27-239-01 B7, do you have an opinion as to whether or not those required findings are met and satisfied in this instance when you weigh those interests relative to why, in fact, the departure is being requested in this case?
I do, and as I say, I'll give again some more praise to Ms. Gomez Rojas. I think her analysis is particularly eloquent, and I agree with it wholeheartedly.
And do you find that to be consistent, not just with the record, but with the testimony that's been given thus far today?
I do.
Okay. Anything further you feel you need to add?
No, sir. That's it.
Okay. Nothing further from Mr. Ferguson.
I was on mute. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Commissioners, start with you all. I have some questions, Mr. Ferguson, but I'm curious if you do as well. Commissioner Giraldo?
I have a question. So, Mr. Ferguson, thank you for testifying. I agree with you. Ms. Gomez Rojas did a wonderful job in evaluating this project. And in evaluating her project, she disapproved of the alternative compliance. So I would guess you agree with her on that?
I do. I mean, I think this is a technical issue. The idea is, if you're going to provide a buffer that doesn't have screening, right? Is it a buffer in the context of what the landscape manual ordinarily asks you to do? So the standard for alternative compliance is, can you provide something that provides a buffer that's as good as what the manual requires you to do? And what we're saying is, we don't really want a buffer here. We want to remove the buffer because it's that buffer that harbors the activity of the unhoused folks.
But you have that historic property.
You do, and so
excuse me. I mean, it's quite historic.
Very much so. Very much so. So Pierre L'Enfant is buried.
Historic property. You would have the historic property and the McDonald's across from it.
You do. And so what I think, you have to do is look and see what did the Historic District Commission say, and what did the results of the sight line analysis that Mr. Speech prepared reveal about the impacts, and then certainly the protection of the historic resource and the judgment of whether that is sufficient is up to the HPC, and they gave a recommendation for how they believe that should affect this case, and that's in the record. But yes, Mr. Gerardo, it is tough. There are a lot of competing, things about this property.
So what did the
It's been I'm sorry, just
So do
rambling.
you agree with the HPC?
I do. I mean, in the end, I think they said, if you can save some more trees, can you? But in the end, it's up to, I think, they said it's up to you guys. Have you saved enough trees? And maybe the answer is put a line of conifers right up against the fence. So that dense enough that you can't live in it, and something that provides more of a visual buffer. But it's not an easy answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions, commissioners? I have a couple. Mr. Ferguson, the chief area of concern that I keep coming back to is related to the site design guidelines for parking, loading, and circulation that are part of the DSP. And I may have missed it, but I didn't hear you weigh in on that when you talked about some of the other areas. And maybe it's just not as much of what you focused on, and that's okay. But do you have thoughts, reactions, in your expert opinion about this as well? Do you have thoughts and reactions around that? The ITE rate and et cetera, et cetera.
No, I think my testimony was pretty much to echo what Mr. Lenhart had testified, because he did go through that in a fair amount of detail, and notwithstanding how I do go on, I was trying to be respectful of the board's time. I can say that this is typical of a fast food restaurant with a drive-through. I would say that in my experience, there's actually more queuing provided here than there are in many other facilities. So there's less interference here of queued vehicles with general vehicular circulation. I think that I do remember you had expressed some concerns about the new spaces that are behind the existing inline building. My expectation is that those would get occupied by employees, or at least if I were the manager, I would insist that. So I think you'll get most of the folks parking in the triangular area to the southeast of the building, where there is sort of ready and safe pedestrian routes from those spaces to the building. And as I say, I think this has got a really generous amount of space for drive-through patrons.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions by commissioners? If not, let's go for a cross. Start with Mr. Boato, then Mr. Wilpers.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So you're claiming that the reduction in tree buffer would reduce homelessness and loitering.
I don't believe I said that.
Okay, I'm asking you.
What are you asking me, sir?
If your plan to reduce the buffer for the sake of safety is going to reduce homelessness and loitering.
It will have no impact on homeless rates. I'm fairly confident about that. I do think it has the potential to reduce long-term loitering. There's been testimony, perhaps on cross-examination questions to this point, that talks about loitering from folks that are not necessarily residents, if you will, trespassing residents of the rear of the property. I have no doubt that that's the case, and I don't think that a septed design in the rear will have a meaningful effect on that. I do think it is likely to have a meaningful effect on residency, if you will.
Is there anything to stop those same people from moving 200 feet to the east once you cut those trees down?
Hopefully, the Park and Planning Police.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Who else do we have? We have Mr. Wilpers and then Mr. Smith.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I really appreciate your stating so clearly about the difficult balances that have to be achieved. Am I right that you characterize the woodland as sparse and not really a forest?
I said much of it is not. The natural resources inventory shows that the southeastern tip is considered woodland. My characterization of its sparseness is based on just my familiarity with the site, my site visits, and looking at it. It's not a large mature forest. It's scrubby.
With that in mind, doesn't that imply that the issue of sight lines, that is, trees blocking the view and allowing people to conduct illegal activities such as loitering, doesn't that sort of contradict the claim that the trees are blocking the view and that therefore cutting the trees is necessary?
No, I mean, I think much of what blocks the view is understory and sort of lower young stuff that I see in the southeast corner. As to the trees further to the west, where they're larger and more sparse, my understanding is that a big concern is people use them as tent poles and supports for their makeshift tarp structures.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I visited the site too, and I don't think there's any understory.
Objection.
Mr. Wilpers.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Just focus on cross, please, sir.
Sure. I appreciate that. In the ordinance you cited, section 27, 3309, item 4 says that the departure from design standards shouldn't impair the visual, functional, or environmental integrity of the site. Wouldn't cutting down every last tree, in fact, completely destroy the environmental integrity of the site?
But that's not the whole part of that requirement, right? So in this case, what we're looking to do is sort of to replace a woodlands screening function with a security function. And clearly different people here may disagree about whether, again, is it the plants or is it the people? This is what the board has before them.
No.
I could ask one last question on that topic. You said plants versus people. Of course, a lot of wildlife use trees, so it's not just plants. But more importantly, these trees, some of which are quite large, do alleviate the heat island effect and sequester CO2 and control stormwater. Don't those benefit people?
At a more generalized and diffuse way, sure, they do. And so, here it's sort of a, is this a global problem or a local problem? And so the question
let me stop this because Mr. Wilpers, I hear you loud and clear, but it's not appropriate for you and Mr. Ferguson to be arguing this point back and forth. If you have specific questions on cross, please continue.
Well, I just wanted to clarify what he meant by plants versus people, and I think I understand now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Just one question. Hi, Mark. Good to see you again. I'm getting back to the plants versus people. Your attempt to distill it down to that or reduce it to that.
Mr. Smith.
Here comes my question. You ready?
My breath is bated.
Yes.
Given the range of issues that have been raised by planning board members and also by folks who live in the community and know the site pretty intimately, the range of issues about traffic safety, heat island effect, public health impacts, the potential for the grave sites of enslaved people on this property or the neighboring or adjacent property, do you think it's fair to try to reduce this discussion down to plants versus people? If that's all
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Don't even bother, Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Smith, that's not a question on cross, and you're basically asking him if he were a planning board member, what would he do? So let's go on. If you have a question on cross-examination for Mr. Ferguson, I'm happy to entertain it.
That was it. Did he think his characterization was fair, given all the issues raised? Thanks.
You don't think it's fair? I imagine he said it because he thinks it's fair. It's pretty much stating the obvious. He said it. Any other questions on cross? All right, Mr. Gibbs, back to you. Anything else?
That's it. Officer Flax is still in court, and unfortunately, he's not going to be available to testify. Thank goodness he has a statement that's in the record that fairly summarizes what his testimony would have been. We would, in fact, ask the board to consider the proposed revision to Condition 3 that we put into the record on October 15th. I would note that staff in its memorandum that was added to the record prior to the last scheduled hearing date for this case had a similar condition worded slightly different. I actually think ours is a little bit clearer, but the objective is obtained with both. And I also want to offer a final additional condition, which would be condition number 4, to address an issue raised by the chair during questioning of Mr. Lenhart, and that would be a condition that would limit deliveries to the site using the loading space to the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m.
I'm sure staff is noting that, and we'll take that under advisement as we continue through this hearing, but I appreciate you noting it, Mr. Gibbs.
Yes, sir. That concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you. So we'll now turn to the parties in opposition. I want to make sure that I'm capturing everybody again. And Mr. Smith, thank you for helping us organize this with the list. I have Mr. Boato, Ms. Ensminger, Mr. Cronin, Ms. Schweisgood, Mr. Wilpers, Ms. Shea, Ms. Brackel, and Mr. Smith. Is there anybody I am missing? Okay, so we will go in that order. In terms of managing the time, and I'm respectful of what you said, Mr. Smith, I want to give you all a bit more time. We've been going for a good chunk of time here. What I'd like to do is give you, as the applicants, as the opposition, a total of 1 hour to manage the time as you see fit. Okay, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you. You can take more or less as individuals. We'll sort of clock it overall. And, if you want to take a minute to gather and figure out how you want to manage that, it's fine. Or if you want to do that as we go through the process, that's fine as well. Mr. Smith.
Just as a point of order, did anybody on staff clock how much time the applicant took separate from cross?
Separate from cross, it was not more than an hour. I'm actually being generous to you all because I know there's going to be a lot of questions. Because cross took up, by my clock, cross took up about 40% of the time that we've had, and we had the lunch break, and we started at 12:04. So yeah, so an hour is equity and then some. So do you need a few minutes, folks, to gather and figure out how you want to do this? You want me to just run through the order that you have listed? Ms. Brockell, you have a question related to this process?
No, sir, I was just agreeing with you that an hour seemed about equity.
Oh, I saw. I thought it was a hand up. It's a thumbs up. Okay, sorry about that.
It's a thumbs up.
It was a reaction, not a question. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'll go through the list in the order that we have here. We'll start with Mr. Boato. We're going to put an hour up in the clock, and you all just sort of be mindful of that as you go along, okay?
I'm sorry, real quick request. I made it by email as well. Before you start the clock for each speaker, if we could make sure that their slides are up and being shared before.
Sure, that's fine. So staff, if you can note that, if you can stop and start the clock so it's timed to when people are starting to speak, that seems fair. So we're going to start with Mr. Boato. Do you have slides that you want to put up for us, sir?
Yes, I sure do. I submitted those on Monday. Do you want me to share my screen or do you show them?
No, let our staff do it. But do you have the slides? I forgot who we have supporting us on this.
It's Ryan. Just give me one moment, please.
Okay.
This is Boato?
Yeah, Boato, B-O-A-D-O, yes, Alexi. It's maybe 12 slides, 13 slides or so. There we go. So when I want you to go to the next slide, I just ask, I suppose.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so I can go ahead and get started then if that's okay.
Yes.
All right, excellent. So I think you understand I want you to disapprove of this. My name is Alexi Boato. I live in Hyattsville. I've been here since 2003, and I've been crossing through that intersection on bicycle and by car for 20 plus years. Next slide, please. I want to draw your attention to zoning ordinance purpose. The purpose of this zoning ordinance is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of our county residents. Next slide, please. As relates to traffic and road safety, purpose 11 of the zoning ordinance is that you must lessen the danger and congestion of traffic. And
Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Boato, I apologize for interrupting you, and please stop the clock for him. I don't mean to take any of your time. I have to register an objection to this line of testimony simply because it is not addressing the criteria for the review and approval of a detailed site plan. It's the purposes of the zoning ordinance are not part of the criteria to judge the approval of a detailed site plan. They are appropriate to judge the approval of a departure. The only purposes that are valid for purpose of the detailed site plan are the purposes of the zone in which the property is situated, which is to encourage commercial use. This whole line of Mr. Boato's testimony is going to go into traffic safety or lack thereof, in his view, on the public roads outside of the shopping center, and that is beyond what the scope of the approval criteria are for a detailed site plan. So I just had to register that objection, and Mr. Boato, I apologize for interrupting you.
That's okay.
I appreciate that, Mr. Gibbs. And the way I look at this is I agree with you. This is not pertinent, but we tend to give a fair. This is where we're not quite as strict as a court of law, and we tend to give folks a fair degree of latitude about what they testify to us about, and then it's up to us as commissioners to be clear that there are some things that just are not relevant. Now, I would say that in fairness to the applicant, yes, I would encourage all of you who are testifying to stick to what is before us. And Mr. Boato, Mr. Gibbs is correct. The dangers of the intersection are not what's before us because there's no traffic adequacy here. And we're focused on what's on the site for a detailed site plan. So I don't disagree with you around the content, Mr. Gibbs, but we're a bit more flexible around that. And let me ask Mr. Warner to weigh in on that as well. If you have anything to add, and Mr. Gibbs, I'll turn back to you too.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. In fact, we're significantly more relaxed than court of law. The planning board's own procedures say that we don't follow formal rules of evidence. We accept hearsay. Any objection to testimony, we only sustain that, the rules say, for the most compelling reasons, because we want witnesses to be able to freely speak to the extent that they can. And then it's the planning board's job to sift between what's relevant and what's not. So, yeah, that's exactly right, Chair.
Yeah, and I would say again, with all due respect for Mr. Boato, it's a lot of this stuff I feel this too, and I see it too, and it's not relevant to our determination, and that doesn't always make me feel so comfortable, but that's the reality of it. That's the role that we have, and this is what's before us. So you do what you got to do, but know that we're focused on the detailed site plan and what's on the site.
Okay. Thank you so much for clarifying that kind of demonstration of a little bit of naivete with the process that you get when you have 25 random people getting together to fight this kind of thing without a whole lot of experience.
No, all respect. And I support all the opportunities for advocacy, and I just want to be clear with you about what we do or don't attend to.
Sure. That's good to know. But how I do think, though, and please correct me again if I'm wrong, that this could become a political decision beyond if the county council takes this up, at which point this type of broader testimony might have some relevance. Is that true?
It could be. There's a question about what actually is, whatever. It's a political world. If you want to make sure that the council hears this through our record, then that's going to happen because it's here. But then you're getting into all sorts of issues around if it comes to that point, is somebody going to challenge it because it's not pertinent to what's before us? So, but I'm not going to weigh in on that. I'm not going to get involved in that. I'm just telling you what's before us.
Okay.
And let me give Mr. Gibbs a final word on this if you have it, sir. I want to be respectful of you as well.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Boato, I apologize that I had to interrupt you. It's just an objection that I had to put on the record, and I understand all the comments that have been made, both by you, Mr. Chairman, and by your counsel. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Mr. Boato, back to you, and the clock is ticking. Take it away.
Okay, next slide. So I'll skip over traffic. I'll skip over the perhaps the consideration for the high the top five. The pedestrian safety issue. I guess there is a pedestrian safety issue even as you cross the site. Okay, I understand the pedestrian issue for the entire area may not be in play here, but the safety as people are entering and leaving the site is certainly still in play, and I think that's part of this DSP. Am I correct in that respect?
Yes, sir.
And so you do have two bus stations. You do have two bus stations. I lost my slide there. You do have two bus stations in walking distance of each other that cross directly in front of a sidewalk, which is significantly lower than the cars. So when the cars are coming over and approaching the street, they will not see the pedestrian until their front of their car is already coming down. So that would be an easy place for someone to come forward and suddenly find a pedestrian right there in front of them.
And Mr. Boato, you're talking about as you enter the site, correct?
As you come out of the McDonald's after you've gotten your food and you're coming down onto the street, you're going to come down 2 feet. You might not see that pedestrian over your hood until you've come down and the front of your car is angled down.
I see.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understood your point, and that's clear. Thank you. Give us a second. There's clearly a technology issue staff's working on, and I want to make sure we have the slides up. So just take a pause for a second while we do this.
Sure.
Can I ask a quick clarification, Chair?
Who's speaking?
Wilpers, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Wilpers, yes, I'm sorry.
Is Mr. Gibbs correct in that the departure from design standards is not one of the questions the board is evaluating right now?
No, Mr. Wilpers, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Okay, I thought you said we were restricted to the detailed site plan, but a lot of the issues have to do with the departure from design standards. Is that wrapped into the detailed site plan?
No, I think that's a fair distinction. I think Mr. Gibbs, you would agree that that these are companion cases and we're taking up both.
No, indeed. I was just talking about that the tests were the tests are not the same for the two. But they're both part of the same application. I mean, it's the departure is part of the development proposal for the site.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so next slide, please. Let's see if this one hits the mark or not. All right, the NRI, that's definitely in play here. So the NRI is missing critical trees. So I don't think that we can, whoever did this NRI didn't do a very good job because they're missing a bunch of large and very important trees, prominent trees. And so I think the NRI needs to be redone. And we won't talk about the wildlife ordinance. And, well, is that still in play? This habitat conservation ordinance? I do believe Mr. Ferguson mentioned it.
I mean, this is your testimony, so feel free.
I mean, it is part of the zoning ordinance. It is one of your charges to conserve and protect trees and woodlands and wildlife habitat. And we do have a significant woodland here that's even wider than the Sligo Creek corridor next to it. And for some organisms, like birds, for example, is proximate, very proximate. So I think dismissing the importance of this forest is misguided, and I say that as someone with a master's in environmental and forest biology. Next slide, please. McDonald's density and food equity. We have 14 McDonald's within a 10-mile radius, and there's 7 additional McDonald's planned. I don't think we need more McDonald's. Next slide. The county council, through this resolution, created the Prince George's County Food Security Task Force, and its goal is to ensure that every Prince Georgian has access to nutritious, affordable, sustainably grown, safe, and culturally appropriate food. As recently as 2019, they created these healthy food priority areas, HFPAs, and this was done by 7 agencies, the county council and the county executive's office. Next slide. What you're proposing to do, McDonald's Corporation, is to put a McDonald's smack in the middle of an HFPA. That is a food swamp, an area of the county that lacks access to healthy foods. It's also an equity emphasis area, which means that there's an above average concentration of low income, Hispanic, African American, and Asians. So what we're asking you to do is not undermine the work of the county task force. Next slide, please. We know, for example, one of hundreds of studies that you can read, such as Badoran et al. 2015, that higher fast food consumption increases the risk of developmental diabetes, metabolic syndrome, and cardiovascular disease. Next slide. So for that reason, obviously the HFPA, McDonald's does not qualify as anything but a food swamp. Can you go back up one slide, please? Okay, so McDonald's, during its presentation to us by Mr. Redder, claimed, and he did so today again, that they would be creating 50 jobs in our community. And it is the planning board's one of your charges to create desirable employment and a broad protected tax base. And yet the General Accounting Office in 2020 found that aside from Walmart, No company has more employees enrolled in Supplemental Nutrition Assistance, SNAP, and Medicaid than McDonald's. So basically, we would be subsidizing poisonous food in a low-income neighborhood that's in a high-priority food area. Next slide. McDonald's claims to be DEI friendly, yet they had multiple public meetings, none of them in Spanish, and they didn't have the decency to go and speak to the owner of the restaurant and tell them that they would be taking her livelihood from her. Next slide. A drive-through is not a destination, and the McDonald's rep, Mr. Red, said so in the August 30th, 2023 webinar. And so here we are putting together all these sector plans, such as the one in Queens Chapel, where we talk endlessly about walkable cities with walkable destinations. And yet here we are sticking a drive-through in what is an otherwise walkable area. Next slide, I think should be the last one. So so I'm just asking you to please think carefully and approve of the DSP. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Boato. I appreciate it. Next, we have Miss Lisa Ensminger.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to say a quick thing, just I guess like a heads up to everybody. I am suffering from the after effects of a concussion I sustained about 5 weeks ago, and so I may stumble over some words or may have some struggles communicating, and I just want to apologize for that. But I'll do my best.
We wish you heal well.
Thank you. All right. Hello, my name is Lisa Ensminger. I live at 7213 16th Avenue in Tacoma Park, Maryland, in the unincorporated portion of Tacoma Park that's in Prince George's County. I'm a resident of the Carroll Highlands neighborhood, and I currently serve as the treasurer of the Carroll Highlands Neighborhood Association. I live near the proposed site, and I regularly travel through the area. I'm testifying today in opposition to the proposed development of a McDonald's fast food establishment at 6565 Aga Road. The county zoning ordinances state, section 27102, which we've already kind of reviewed. Purpose of zoning ordinances are to protect and promote the health, safety, morals, comfort, convenience, and welfare of the present and future inhabitants of the county, and to implement the general plan, area master plans, and functional master plans. The proposed development does not serve the needs of the community. It seeks to destroy established trees, as well as increase traffic and pollution on a road that's already dangerous for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. It hinders the county's ability to meet its goals for reducing obesity and related diseases. Prince George's County has the highest obesity rate in the state of Maryland, with 71% of adults classified as overweight or obese, and 48% of children considered at risk for obesity, compared to just 29% of Marylanders overall being considered obese. The Prince George's County Health Department's own tracking system for obesity and obesity-related illnesses shows that the county is failing to meet its own targets for reducing obesity. At the same time, fast food restaurant density has been increasing at an alarming rate since 2007, while grocery store density has declined. There are 0.85 fast food establishments per 1,000 people, yet only 0.18 grocery stores per 1,000 people in Prince George's County. With that in mind, it is extremely short-sighted to court the development of a business that discourages exercise and promotes unhealthy eating. McDonald's is a fast food operation seeking to expand in an area that already has a glut of such establishments. There are 4 McDonald's within 2 miles of the proposed site. We don't need another one. We need better choices in this part of the county. The site chosen for this fast food operation falls within an area that the county has identified as a healthy food priority area. According to the county, a healthy food priority area in Prince George's County is an area where the ratio of healthy to unhealthy food retailers is low. The median household income is below $67,553, the Maryland self-sufficiency standard for a family of 4, and over 5.2% of households have no vehicle available. The construction and operation of yet another McDonald's is not necessary to the public in the surrounding area. There are many similar establishments already operating in the immediate vicinity. The community wants high-quality, sustainable food choices that meet the needs of a variety of constituents, consisting of establishments that prioritize lean proteins, fresh vegetables, nutrient-dense grains prepared and served by workers trained about how to safely navigate food allergies, intolerances, and celiac disease. Nearby localities, such as Riverdale and College Park, have attracted similar establishments, already with the addition of Gangster Vegan Organics, Burton's, and Soul Spice, and we want more of this kind of development. We want beautiful community spaces that our families can use for gathering, recreation, and play. We do not want yet another fast food takeout establishment that further entrenches us in a food swamp. The development also goes against the 1989 Langley Park, College Park, Greenbelt approved master plan, a document that I spent Christmas Eve 2015 reading while considering whether or not to put an offer on my house and contemplate moving to a new state. I was sold on the vision put forth by the planning board, a vision that's been reiterated with the new master plan, which spoke of transit-oriented development, walkable communities in conjunction with Purple Line. However, since moving here, I have seen the approval of developments that conflict with the county's own vision and that seem to prioritize driving a car rather than multimodal transit. Why are we spending tax dollars to create these plans if we don't implement them? Therefore, for the reasons stated above, I urge the committee to deny the departure from design standards requested by McDonald's. Allowing this development to move forward would cause harm to the community and would send a very bad message about the importance of defeating the obesity epidemic in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Esme. I appreciate it. And sorry for a little glitch. We didn't have your statement up the whole time you were talking, but it's up now. And we'll staff, I think, is aware that we want to keep this up and going. We also want to see the clock, but sometimes those two things conflict, which is why that happened. But very much appreciate your testimony. So next we have Mr. Jeff Cronin. I didn't ask, but I'm assuming every one of you has been sworn in. I think I remember it, and we've heard from a number of you, but just affirm that as we go along. So Ms. Esminger, I know you were. Mr. Cronin, you've been sworn in too, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jeff Cronin. I live at 7217 15th Avenue in Tacoma Park. As Lisa said, that's located in the unincorporated community of Carroll Highlands.
Mr. Cronin, give us 1 sec. I want to get your piece up before we.
Forgive me, I have no slides to offer, Mr. Chairman, so there's no materials for me.
Okay, thank you. I know we're not supposed to be communicating through the chat, but these occasional chats that are coming through are a bit instructive at this point. So, Ms. Swithegood, you said you were not sworn in?
Yes, that's correct. I'm not sure when that would have occurred.
All right, so I need a little advice from counsel on this because Ms. Swithegood has spoken a lot and she's not sworn in. Is it appropriate to do it at this point and have that be retroactive to everything she's said up to this point?
Yeah, the swearing in is for her testimony, so not for her cross-examinations. So she's fine.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. Good point. Thank you. Though I did swear everyone in at the beginning, but I guess that's not relevant because everyone else is sworn in. Okay, I'm sorry. Keep going. I apologize, Mr. Cronin.
Not at all. I've lived in Carroll Highlands since 2002, so among other things, that makes me a former constituent of yours, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your personal familiarity with this intersection. I'm not speaking today in a professional capacity or as an expert witness or representative of a group, but as a resident primarily concerned with the safety of pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users in the neighborhood. At different times, I am each of those things at this intersection since I live less than a mile away. I'm testifying in opposition to McDonald's. The existing pedestrian and biking conditions at this specific location are appalling, as the publicly available crash data entered into the record demonstrate. The number of injuries and fatalities on East-West Highway has made this stretch of road one of the most dangerous in Maryland. Adding a drive-through will only make these existing conditions worse, increasing the likelihood of more collisions, injuries, and deaths. The State Highway Administration has declared East-West Highway between Riggs Road and Queens Chapel Road to be a priority corridor for pedestrian improvements. I hope those improvements come. We need them. But whatever improvements State Highway eventually makes here, I fear that they would be undermined by a brand new high-throughput drive-through engineered to dramatically increase traffic in and out of the Green Meadows shopping center. Like many of my neighbors, I note the absence of a formal traffic study in connection with this application. The trip generation data submitted by the applicant seems fanciful to me, based as they are on current strip mall use assumptions and not the dramatic change in usage drive-through is designed to bring. A formal traffic study seems essential before the application is approved. I'd like to say I strongly incorporate the comments filed in this case by Friends of Sligo Creek. These trees just aren't a resource for birds and wildlife, though they're absolutely that. They're here for the people. Urban forestry helps cool communities in a time of warming climate. To reduce the tree canopy here in the watershed to make room for car-centric asphalt seems to me to be an environmental injustice that does not square with the county's ambitious climate action plan. Lastly, I'd like to make reference to the comments filed by Jillian Brickell and others regarding the historic Green Hill site in Lewisdale. I'm not a historian or an archaeologist, and I agree with Ms. Brickell that it is more likely there is not a burial ground of enslaved people amid the trees the applicant intends to cut down. But I'm no longer convinced that Pierre L'Enfant was the only burial at Green Hill, and we now know that the original plantation's deed included the right-of-way for what is now East-West Highway. I think it's reasonable to exercise maximum care and caution about what might be lost to history if this wooded area adjacent to Green Hill is paved over. It must be carefully inventoried by trained archaeologists and preserved if that were found to be appropriate. Thank you for considering my views. I urge the board not to approve the application.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin. Appreciate it. Next, we have Melissa Schweisgood, and I do want to swear you in before you start. I see you come online. There you are. Okay. Please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Consider yourself under oath, and the floor is yours. Do you have a presentation? I think the staff has it up right now, so go ahead.
Yes,
take it away.
I do have slides, and what I'm seeing is text right now.
Okay. So let's take a second and get to your slides. Is this it?
No, it's a PDF, and the first it's a PDF which I sent actually for the 26th, I believe, and it says DSP 22001 trip generation crash data, traffic photos and video, Melissa Schweisgood, oral testimony.
All right, give the team a second to figure it out, and they may have questions for me or you to make sure that we can find it.
Ryan, I can help you to locate it. It is in if you go to the agenda.
Yes, it's on page. It starts on page 237 of the additional backup from September 24th.
And while we're waiting to get this up, I do want to clarify. So we had three community members give an overview of their thoughts, and I do want to clarify that the rest of us will not be simply repeating the same list of points, but now we will be launching into a bit more specific. So I certainly align myself with the comments that will be made after me, but I'm just focusing on the traffic and the trip generation. This is not the correct document. It should say DSP 22001 trip generation, crash data, traffic photos. It may actually be from October 3rd then.
It is in additional backup part A on page 42 to 56.
Sorry, I didn't think I had the time to locate it in the large file because I just have my single PDF. So
we're fine.
What page again?
42.
42.
Is
Thank
this
you.
one?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes. You will go to the next slide. And I do appreciate Mr. Lenhart has already given us a preview of the second, but again, we have talked before about the purpose of this law that we're considering the site according to the zoning ordinance. We have heard other community members talk about the the goal and the purpose to protect and promote the health and safety and morals, but there's also to lessen the danger and congestion of traffic on the streets and to ensure the continued usefulness of all elements of the transportation system for their planned function. Now, it's unfortunate that in this case, we have only a DSP. We did not have a conceptual site plan that we could have delved more into these traffic issues, but I do ask that, again, it is the purpose. So thinking about at least the traffic coming into the site and how it acts on the site, including that sidewalk, that is the entryway. In addition, the transportation review guidance indicates that for retail and institutional, freestanding commercial and retail buildings not within an integrated shopping center should consider using specific trip rates for trip generation, particularly when those uses are more trip intensive than general retail. We have seen that general retail is about 1/5 of the fast food. Now, again, if the site, in my view, if this site is proposing a right in and a right out and really isolating this McDonald's from the rest of the center, can we really consider that to be within the shopping center, and therefore that disclaimer applies and allows the applicant to use the regular trip generation? And yes, my concern is safety. It is more cars on the road, it is congestion on the road, but when we're looking at this DSP, it also relates very much to circulation within the site. Can cars get in the site and out of the site in a timely way, or will we have backups within the site that are going to be exacerbated by those backups in the road? Next slide. So I'm going to show you some numbers here. Next slide, please. Now, so I am not a transportation engineer. I am not a transportation professional. What I am is I am an economist. We work a lot with numbers, and I'm also a trained scientist concerning the scientific method. And in the scientific method, when you want to look at causality, you look at the factor that changes. And so what really struck me by the applicant's trip generation is that it is looking at this whole center as a retail plaza. Again, could be allowed because they're by the guidelines, and because they have the whole site in this DSP, even though what you're really just changing is that restaurant on the southeast. That is a freestanding restaurant. So the applicant's trip generation, again, using strip retail plaza and assuming just an increase in the square footage, estimates peak PM trips would increase by 5. They are using a peak PM trip rate of 6.59, which corresponds to trip retail plaza. You know, again, back to the envelope, my economist brain, my science brain, wanted to look at what would it look like if we actually treated the site just as a restaurant, or we separated out that restaurant. So the restaurants both do have the higher base case. If we consider it's fine dining, or a slow, small restaurant, might have about 7.8 peak PM trips, and that would, or if it's a higher turnover, it might have 9 peak PM trips. We get to fast food, that's 33.03, as Mr. Lenhart did already confirm. So when we look at this, if we actually look at the difference between the restaurant, we could be looking at 50 more trips, peak PM trips per hour. Now again, that's the threshold that requires a traffic impact study only for the conceptual site plan, which we do not have. So sorry, I'm not on this slide yet. I'm still talking through the numbers, but it's showing the next slide. I just wanted to make sure the planning board can see what that they can actually see what I'm talking about. So this slide. So again, thinking about the circulation of the site, can it handle, could it actually handle, 50 to 53 extra cars an hour? Is that circulation going to work on that site? It's a pretty critical question, even if you're not concerned about the safety impacts, which I have heard folks mention. The rest of my slides are on safety. We could scroll through those. So again, we know this is a crash hotspot that has already come up, so you can just scroll through the next slides pretty quickly. I don't think we need to stop on them, but it's a crash hotspot. And that is why the state of Maryland, SHA, has chosen it for its pedestrian safety action plan. If you zoom out to the site, you can see that there is a hotspot of crashes because of those 2 very high use intersections. And particularly for pedestrians and cyclists, we have seen 3 deaths in the past 3 years. In the 3 years before that, it's a repeating occurrence. And again, folks will be walking to the site from the many neighborhoods. That is the convenience of McDonald's, that, hey, I can walk. And will we have those same conditions? Pedestrians cross mid-block, again, they want to get to that mall. You can keep going. I'm not going to go through all these slides in detail because I do want to stick maybe within the site conditions, so you can keep scrolling down. But some of these slides, again, they do show you the backup. But again, you can keep going. Mid-block turn lanes that cause backups and all of that. Again, that site circulation, when you have more people coming in and out of the site, that's going to exacerbate the backups, or the backups will prevent folks from getting out of the site. Again, is there enough space in that site for those 50 extra cars to circulate when they may not be able to get on the road in a timely manner? So that is the extent of my testimony, and I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Whitegood.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask Ms. Weisguth a question, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Yes, could you, the photographs that you have just gone through, were they all taken on the same day?
They were taken on around September 23rd, around 1:30 p.m. And that was not, it was just yes.
That's fine. Yep, that's fine. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ms. Whitegood again. And we are on to Mr. Wilpers.
Thank you. I have 3 slides. I sent them in as a PowerPoint. I think for the last 2 weeks for the scheduled hearing.
All right, let's let staff give them a sec so we can get to them. And Ms. Gomez Rojas, you seem to have a handle on this too, so any tips you want to give the team, feel free.
Mr. Chair, while they're looking, I would really like to see one of the slides that deal with the forest and its proximity to the historical site.
Okay. Mr. Wilpers, that's been the angle he's been taking, so we may actually have that slide right here, right now.
Okay, thank you.
That's my guess, Mr. Wilpers, if I could steal your thunder.
I'm not addressing the historic site issues, but the first slide will very clearly show that.
Is this accurate here?
Is this what you want us to, is this the first one from you, Mr. Wilpers?
Let me see. What's the second one?
Mr. Wilpers, it's did you submit pictures as a slide?
No. The first slide is an aerial view, and it's got an arrow pointing to Sligo Creek. It's got a line around.
I got it. Ryan, it's in the very first exhibit, 9/24/2024, page 213. The very first, yes. Page 213.
There we go. That's it. And can I just see the second one to make sure I've got the right ones? Oops. Whoa, can you rotate those for me? And there's one more. Oh, and can you rotate that one? There we go. All right, let's go back to slide 1 and I'll start. Can you rotate that? Whoops. Can you rotate that one as well? All right, you can start the clock. Oops. Okay, Chair Shapiro and board members, my name is Michael Wilpers. I'm testifying on behalf of the Friends of Sligo Creek. We're a community-based nonprofit with more than 2,000 members whose mission is to protect, improve, and appreciate the ecological health of Sligo Creek and its surrounding watershed. The creek, on its journey from Wheaton to South Hyattsville, runs just 600 feet from the woodland that the applicant proposes to clear cut as you can see on the slide. The double-sided arrow points to Sligo Creek and Sligo Creek Park. The clear cut will remove dozens of trees that provide habitat, reduce the heat island effect, absorb carbon dioxide, and manage stormwater. We urge the board to prevent the removal of this woodland by disapproving the applicant's proposal. As the county code explicitly states, quote, "It is the policy of Prince George's County government to conserve and protect trees, woodlands, and wildlife habitat," close quote. As you probably know, the county's climate action plan stresses, quote, "Leaders at every level of government must integrate climate considerations into all aspects of local decision-making. For the county to achieve Plan 2035's goal of tree canopy coverage, the practice of granting waivers, special exemptions, and grandfathering development approvals must end." If the board approves the applicant's departure from design standards, it would allow just this kind of workaround to circumvent the county's climate and tree cover goals and what we would consider a wrong-headed approach to addressing the social problems of unemployment and homelessness. We see 5 specific problems in the applicant's proposal and the staff report. First, the natural resources, somebody's mic is on. The natural resources inventory contains significant errors. A, it neglects to mention several very large willow oaks, which at about 28 inches diameter are especially valuable to birds and other wildlife. B, it misidentifies the elm trees on the site as slippery elms when they're in fact American elms, a distinction that should be easy to make. C, it omits a healthy persimmon tree and a grove of native black gum trees. The black gum tree, by the way, has been nominated by the county executive as the official tree of Montgomery County because of its disease resistance, beautiful fall foliage, and value to wildlife. Second, the applicant proposes to replace the trees with bioretention installations to control stormwater without noting that the existing trees already provide highly effective stormwater management, as the US EPA spells out in its Stormwater Trees Technical Memorandum. Third, regarding the homeless encampments, the staff report inappropriately cites the county landscape manual when endorsing the total tree removal, as it recommends, quote, "avoiding blind spots or hiding areas that can be used for illegal activity," close quote. However, these 2 photos demonstrate the woodland already provides ample sight lines because, as mentioned earlier today, the sparse nature of the woodland. Can I see slides 2 and then 3? And if you could rotate that and hold it for just a second. That's the woodland looking west, the subject of a previous unauthorized clearing by the owner of the property. You can see very little room for doing anything there, not even playing hide and seek. Now let's look at the third slide rather. You could rotate that one. A couple more times. Yeah, there we go. That's looking north and east. This has been cited, very sparse. Most of the limbs are at least 20, 30 feet high, almost no understory, contrary to what's been previously noted. Fourth, the staff report is misleading when it states, quote, "On-site woodland conservation is not optimal due to limited woodland connections and lack of suitable native stock," close quote. In fact, almost all the trees in the woodlands are native species. And far from being isolated, as you saw in the first slide, the woodland borders directly on Green Hill Historic Site and its numerous trees over 10 acres. The woodland is also sufficiently close to several forests in Northwest Branch Park that birds can easily fly to and from to forage for food. Fifth, and perhaps most importantly, we disagree with the staff report that the applicant has met the standard for departures as outlined in the county zoning ordinance section 27, 23901. It seems that the planning board cannot establish 3 of the required findings to grant the departure. First, item II, the proposal vastly exceeds the minimum departure necessary to ensure safety by, quote, "removing the trees and vegetations at the rear of the building," since the trees do not currently block sightlines to the woodland, as we've shown. For item III, or 3, the departure is in fact not necessary in order to alleviate circumstances which are unique to the site, i.e. the safety concerns, for the same reasons. Improvements to the sightlines could actually be achieved by trimming a few of the low-hanging branches on those trees that immediately border this northeast corner of the parking lot. And item 4, the departure most definitely will, quote, "impair the visual, functional, or environmental integrity of the site its environmental integrity, in fact, will be completely destroyed with the loss of all its many trees. As noted already, removing them will add nothing to, quote, facilitate the surveillance of the property. With all these factors in mind, we have urged the planning board to reject the applicant's request to clear cut this woodland. And this concludes the oral testimony from the Friends of Sligo Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilpers. Much appreciated. Next, we have Mary Beth Shea.
Hello. Looking to see my slides pop up. It's a PDF of 7 slides.
Yeah, I might need some help on this too, Ms. Gomez.
Yeah, those don't look familiar to me. They are black text on a white background, but they have kind of a slide format, and it's a PDF type file sent on Tuesday.
Ms. Gomez Rojas, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
I think Ryan needs some help identifying these slides.
For Mrs. Shea,
Yes.
it's in the last exhibit, page 56. Apologies.
Yes, that's my slide.
Okay, great. And a reminder to everybody who's not talking to mute yourselves. And Ms. Shea, please continue.
All right, so I might look a little odd because that's too small for me to read and I've got to go to my own computer. So the last 2 slides, my slide set and Jillian's testimony, are hard testimony because it's about the history of enslaved people on Green Hill and in the county and in the nation. So, and I've learned a little bit from watching today, which means my slide anchors about law and timing don't quite fit. It looks as if this parcel of property for McDonald's development used to be part of the Green Hill site now that is owned by the Palatine fathers. And that transfer looks like it might have taken place in 1959, long before historic preservation regulations, a kind of administrative law, existed. But that doesn't mean that our history concerns are not paramount here. We may very well have on this slim slice the possibility of unmarked graves of enslaved people at Green Hill. And I would very much request the marvelous and deep bench of historical preservation professionals who are in Prince George's County and in the Planning Commission to research this site. We are shifting our focus from Green Hill because a subdivision or a division has already taken place. But the slice of land that the former Green Hill parcel proposed for McDonald's development is part of the Green Hill plantation, which used to run from north of Montgomery County through all of our neighborhoods down to south of the Anacostia flowing into the Potomac. And the 2 families associated with the Green Hill plantation are the Diggs family and the Riggs family. And they have a long, well-documented history of using enslaved people. This proposed site where the development may take place is part of the Green Hill plantation. Please go to the second slide that says last chance. If we pave over this slice this thin little slice of Green Hill, we lose our last chance in a public setting to look at the role of Green Hill in Prince George's County African American history. We can use would somebody please turn off their microphone? We can use the modern techniques of archaeology, including soil analysis and ground penetrating radar, to look at not only the possibility of graves, but housing, middens, garbage pits, evidence of craft workers like blacksmith shops, and also agriculture and livestock rearing. There is likely a spring house in the hill between the preserved Green Hill house and this proposed place. We need to do that research. Please go to the third slide that reads, "We request historic due diligence." Even if the regulations do not quite apply because this transfer took place too soon, we simply must look at this plot. The claims of it being too small or surrounded by post-World War development are not enough. There are regulations that can be harnessed to look at this, including the 2010 County Plan on Historic Sites. Historic preservation practices and technology are relatively new, but that doesn't change the basic fact that we need to look at this land carefully. The Diggs and the Riggs families became extremely wealthy upon the labor of others. We have a duty of care to those who labored. We should not lose this chance. Please go to slide 4, which says enslavement snapshot. The Diggs family, specifically William Dudley Diggs and his wife Nora Diggs, ended up on this plot in about 1792. Other holdings by the Diggs family.
Ms. Shea, let me interrupt a second. We're not on the slide you requested, so give us a second because I know you wanted to see that slide.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was my comment.
Thank you. It says enslavement snapshot.
There it is. Now we're on it. Keep going, Ms. Shea.
Thank you. All right, so the Diggs family are a huge part of the Prince George's County history, including the history of our nation. Green Hill was formerly called Chilham Castle Manor, and that landholding dates from about 1640. The enslavement upon Chilham Castle Manor starts in a big way in about 1680. But Green Hill became a site for our county, this particular location, in 1792 because Charles died and his wife Mary came to this place. The family was failing for a number of reasons. But there were 105 slaves in the Diggs family at 1792, and some of them went to Green Hill with William Dudley and his mother. Please go to the next slide, which says enslavement snapshot, William Diggs, Green Hill versus relatives. Are we there?
We are. We're on it.
Thank you. In 1825, William Diggs inherited by a court case 39 persons, by the way. 33 of them are named. He was fighting his relatives over a legacy from Anne Diggs Darnell, and he won, which means that these 39 people ended up at Green Hill. By the way, Anne Darnell, his aunt, rented 3 of these slaves, Dick, Jack, and Tom, to help build the White House. I want to call attention to slides 4, 5, and 6 because I have used legal documents to demonstrate that we know something about the number, and in some cases, the names of people who are linked to the land at Green Hill. Please go to slide 6, which is my last enslavement snapshot. This takes us to 1831. Are we there?
Yes, we're there.
Yes, we're there.
Thank you so much. In 1831, William was dead. Nora, his widow, was involved in a court case. Mr. Gant, a free man of color in Washington, D.C., which at that point was still Prince George's County, said, "She has falsely accused me of trying to help her girl, Eliza, get free." He won his case against Nora Diggs. She was talking about an enslaved woman named Eliza who left her employ. The odd little item over here is a reproduction of the news clip. By 1850, in the slave schedule, which is part of the federal census, Nora Diggs held 15 slaves attached to Green Hill. Please go to my last slide. This is not true for many people because mostly slave records did not include names. But 33 names of the 39 enslaved persons that William Diggs inherited from his aunt, Anne, earlier that I mentioned in 1825, 33 of them are named, and the names are here. I'm coming back to just look at you to say whether or not the guidelines of 2010 apply. We have a duty of care to this little slice, which is one of the few pieces of land that we can still look at with due diligence to see if we can see residues here. And I would encourage historic preservation to help us with this. I was involved with the University of Maryland self-inquiry for years about trying to look at slave labor residues rising up the whole entire physical plant and land of the University of Maryland. And so much development had taken place that we knew we could not see the evidence. This is a tiny slice. It's not inconsequential. And my friend, neighbor, and colleague, Jillian, is going to take this historical piece up very beautifully in her presentation, which is about to begin. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Shea. You were sworn in, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
Thank you. Ms. Brackell, and you were sworn in as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Gillian Brackell. I'm a resident of Carroll Highlands in Prince George's County, and I'm just going to speak extemporaneously from my letter today, asking you not to approve this plan until further research on this site can be conducted. I apologize for coming so late into this conversation. I simply was not aware of the existence of this property until recently. So if there was a more appropriate time for me to submit all of this, I apologize for not doing that.
You're doing fine, and keep going.
I'm not a trained historian, but until January, I was the staff writer at the Washington Post covering history. I wrote the Retropolis column. I'm writing a book about slavery and public memory, and I do hold a bachelor's in African history for what it's worth. In my work at the Washington Post and in research for my book, I am constantly looking at plantation records, how plantations are being used today. And I'm looking a lot at these historic summary sheets of different plantation properties in Virginia, Maryland, and in the National Register of Historic Places. So I have a lot of familiarity with these records. And so I've looked at the Maryland Historic Trust summary sheet for Green Hill, which appears to have been conducted in about 1990. And, the quality of these summaries vary wildly in their information about enslaved people. And it's basically whether, the person then found it interesting or not. And I have to say that this one is, heavy on the architectural details of the property and rather poorly done on the outer properties, the outbuildings, where they were, what they were used for. So this summary sheet says that there were 2 known burials. Those were in a different area of the property. Again, he was only inventorying the parcel of land that is currently being used by the seminary, not the area outside of it. That area was already separated before he did this inventory. He also said that there are two servant outbuildings. He doesn't say if they were used for paid laborers post-emancipation or for enslaved laborers, and he doesn't say where those outbuildings are. That's important because a lot of burial grounds for enslaved people would be located just behind the quarters for the enslaved people. So I haven't been able to find any details about where an enslaved burial ground might be, if there is one, but I did contact Dr. Laura Mazur at Catholic University of America. She is an expert on enslaved burial grounds in the Mid-Atlantic. She's involved in the location and the restoration of the enslaved burial ground near Sacred Heart Church in Bowie. And she said my concern with the site's proximity to a plantation mansion, given where we know enslaved burial grounds often are located in relation to the mansion, is that it's absolutely important that this area be checked and that my concern about it was valid. She said that this community should be better safe than sorry. That's a direct quote, in ensuring that this is not a hallowed ground. She also said that she checked county archaeological records, and she confirmed that the site has not been previously surveyed by archaeologists, and it also hasn't been developed, which would, as Mary Beth Shea said, would render the issue moot because the site had already been turned over. But we do, right, so like I said, the Maryland Historic Trust doesn't say anything about enslaved people on this property in this 1990 survey, but we do know there were enslaved people there. We know that William Dudley Diggs inherited 33 people in 1822, took them to Green Hill. We know that the Maryland State Archives shows that Diggs and his wife Nora posted 5 runaway ads for enslaved people who escaped Green Hill between 1819 and 1839. Nora Diggs also sold 3 people aged 30, 7, and 4 years old away from Green Hill in 1844, and the 1850 census lists 15 enslaved people there. 4 of these people were over the age of 50, and 2 were over the age of 70. I also located this 1877 illustration that was in my email, if someone could bring it up, of the mansion at the Museum of the American Revolution, which shows a group of field stones in a flat plot at the bottom of the hill from the mansion. Enslaved burial grounds were often located this approximate distance from plantation mansions, often in wooded areas with field stones or wooden stakes as the only markers. We do not know if this part of the illustration is accurate, if these field stones are meant to denote graves, or if the stones correspond to the site in question. It could also be underneath the pizza bowlies right now, I readily admit that. But we will never know for sure if we don't check. Let's be clear, it's likelier than not that this is not an enslaved burial ground, but it is possible. Until recent decades, history professionals, land developers, and people in this country in general ignored these types of sites, but we should not. And we should not compound the wrongs that they did and not thinking that this stuff was important by not checking. I understand that life is for the living and that we should prioritize decisions about living people. They are not more important than, or living people are more important than historic sites. I'm not a NIMBYist and I'm not an antiquarian. I don't think that every historic site should be preserved. However, I think that historic sites that include burial grounds are often, like I said, you look at the catacombs in Paris and, there was a removal of a black cemetery in Northeast Washington to build the Rhode Island Avenue Metro Station. I understand that these things happen. However, I feel strongly that enslaved burial grounds should be honored for as long as the plantation mansion built with their forced labor is still standing and Green Hill is still standing. So far, the county has only evaluated whether the McDonald's could interfere with the historic site next to it, the Plantation Mansion, not whether the site itself could be historic. I think that we owe it to the enslaved people who built this county to find out. And I urge the board to suspend any plans for development of this site until it can be evaluated by the experts who can actually make a determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for that. And I'm curious, how much of this research was independent research that you and Ms. Shea did? I'm trying to get a handle on
All
that.
of it.
Okay.
So, I mean, Peter, I am not this kind of expert, but I do have a PhD and I know how to evaluate evidence and information. And there is so much information that I looked at, which is from it's called the Maryland State Chancery, because we didn't have the District of Columbia at that time. Legal records have a power of evidence that folk tales and family tales maybe don't. I was actually stunned at how much is available to us on a relatively recent timeline. Some of you may understand that Georgetown in the last about 9 years has devoted a huge amount of resources to, and it's mostly Prince George's County. Men and women and children were sold to support Georgetown and Georgetown visitation. That's why those institutions are there. And they are opening up their archives at about 15 different levels, including legal levels, to show us what has happened.
Gotcha.
Thank you. And yes. I'd just like to say that we don't have to go straight to ground penetrating radar. One of the things that I bumped up with in my research that I think that the experts who work for this county could actually do a much better job at than I could is figuring out when this parcel was separated from Green Hill. All I'm able to tell is that it was sometime between 1863 and 1930. And then, go back from there and get, there are detailed descriptions of properties when they are conveyed. So, if there's a detailed description in 1863 of where the servants' quarters are, that would give us a better idea of where a possible enslaved burial ground might be or might not be. But that's something that the county could do much better than I can. And you don't necessarily need to get ground penetrating radar out there first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. Last, we have Mr. Smith, and let's just check the clock real quick to make sure we're all aligned.
Ryan, Mr. Smith's exhibits are in the last exhibit on page 100.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez for that.
All right, Mr. Smith, that's you. Take it away.
Thank you very much, planning board members, planning staff. This has been a long day for everybody. I'll try to make it succinct. I'll go back to on a particular point that I made during cross where I asked what 100-year storm event the applicant had used in designing stormwater management facilities, and their expert testified he thought around 7.5 inches. That is actually not the standard in Prince George's County. DPI issued a technogram requiring 100-year floodplain delineations and stormwater management facilities to be based on a 100-year storm of 8.5 inches, not 7.4, 15% higher. To the extent that they have not used that more recent standard, you cannot make a finding that their stormwater management designs are adequate, that this site won't be affected or neighboring sites won't be affected. And frankly, that standard of 8.5 inches does not reflect the latest precipitation science. So we're designing for the past and not the future that is already here and is coming. So that's just one point I want to make. Now, with respect to this question of whether or not we only have to look at what happens on this site and only look at certain required findings under, I think it's 27.285. That's not true. Section 27.284 explicitly asks the planning department, planning board to look beyond the site because it requires the detailed site plan to be referred to the health department and for the health department to conduct a health impact assessment that looks at the potential impacts on the community and how those impacts are distributed, and that particular requirement is also cited amply in the report that the county's own Environmental Justice Commission released. That requires you to look out off the site at some of the impacts that we have been working to highlight in our written comments, in our comments today. So that's why we have to insist that we look at things like the fact that we look at the existing context, the fact that this is very near a dangerous intersection and dangerous roads, the fact that this site is in the middle of an intense urban heat island with a lack of green space, the fact that this community dials up using the US EPA's environmental justice screening tool and the University of Maryland School of Public Health's environmental screening tool, which rely on largely the same data sets as an environmental justice community. Very high percentage of people of color, very high percentage of people with less than a high school education, very high percentage of kids under 5 who are highly susceptible to things like traffic-related air pollution or heat. I provided a number of slides, but I just want to put that out there. You're not constrained to looking at that one particular finding that Mr. Ferguson tried to focus you on. You're actually required to look beyond that by 27.284 and more. So I'll go through my slides starting now. First of all, and these are basics, the requirements set forth, including the requirements at 27.285, are the minimum requirements. They're not the maximum, and nothing that I know of, and maybe prevents the board from requiring more and better of the applicant. I would submit that this applicant hasn't even met the minimum requirements, and I'll go through a couple of instances in a minute. The burden of proof is on the applicant. It's not on concerned citizens and the community, residents of the community. It's not on the planning staff. It's on the applicant entirely to show that this project supports the achievement of the purposes of the zoning ordinance and the other relevant laws and the general plan and the local master plan. I would submit that the applicant has failed to meet that burden. Next slide, please. So this is section 27.102. I highlighted it for a reason. These are purposes of the ordinance. And I submit that the planning board should be looking at this plan to determine whether or not it supports the achievement of these purposes. If you can't find that it does, then you should not approve the project. And that includes a number of the purposes that Mr. Bovado and Ms. Schweisguth and maybe others have cited in their testimony. I won't go through them in detail now, but this is the higher law. And if we're going to ignore the higher law that says what this zoning ordinance is about and other ordinances as well, then why have the purpose and goals? Next slide, please. I think 2 more slides. Let's go to the next slide. So you've heard a lot about justice. You've heard it from Ms. Burkell, you've heard it from Ms. Shea and from other folks. And it's critical here. Part of my work history has been doing things like critiquing health risk assessments, critiquing environmental impact statements, and including on things like highways. I'm very familiar with the public health impacts of highway-related air pollution. And at this particular intersection, you have this nexus where you have high heat, high air pollution rates, susceptible populations, and in one of my slides, I show that this area also dials up as a community where very few people have health insurance. I hate the overuse of the term perfect storm, but that's kind of what you have here. And it's a context that I believe you should not ignore. It's very important. Context matters when you are making assessments and when you are planning. Next slide, please. So again, this is the middle of an intense urban heat island. The owner of this property, according to Mr. Wilper's testimony, has already cleared forest apparently without a permit, and the proposal is to clear the remaining forest and replace it with an increase in impervious surface. These are just background points from readily available public documents. Hydesville study, loss of tree canopy, the Chesapeake Base program on the loss of forest and cover and tree canopy county by county and at a fine level within the Chesapeake watershed in Maryland. Prince George's County dials up as having lost more acres of forest and tree canopy than any other county in the state. And when we talked to some U.S. forest scientists, they also said if you really look at it, you've probably lost more forest and tree canopy than any county in the entire Chesapeake Bay watershed, 206 counties. Next slide, please. Okay, we've already talked a lot about this just 5-point intersection. I put the slide in here partly to show that, but also to show that contrary to the applicant's efforts to denigrate the forest or devalue the forest, Commissioner Harrell has been right in asking about I think the robustness of the forest. If you look at satellite photos, they're easily available. Even if you look at ground level photos that were provided by Ms. Weisguth, where you're looking from east-west into the site. And if you look at these ones, you can see it's an intact canopy and it's contiguous with another forest. We don't have a lot of that left. We should preserve what we have. And frankly, efforts should be made on this site to enhance the tree canopy, not reduce it. Why is that important? Climate change, urban heat island. Next slide, please. All right, I got this map. I just searched. I did something crazy. I searched for urban heat island, Prince George's County. And I found this really great online tool offered by the Trust for Public Lands and hosted by ESRI, Environmental Services Research Institute, I think is what ESRI stands for. It's readily available. The county is also doing its own urban heat island mapping. Yay, county. Very important. What you can see is this site is in the middle of an intense urban heat island, and where you don't see heat island is where you see forest, right? When we talk about heat island, what does that mean in practical terms? It means the temperature on that site can be 10 to 20 degrees higher than on sites that are not paved over and not built on. So we have high air pollution, susceptible populations, folks without health insurance, and we're proposing to expand the urban heat island and add traffic to this site that's already overburdened. Next slide. Okay, this next series of slides, I'll go through them very quickly. I got these from the U.S. EPA's Environmental Justice Screening Tool. You can search for an address very easily. Red, in this case, red is shows that this community, with a shaded dark red, it ranks at a 95th percentile of communities in terms of percentage of the folks who are people of color. Why does this matter? Well, as has been, I think, testified earlier, people of color often have higher rates of obesity, diabetes, and other diseases that are contributed to by poor diet, lack of exercise, lack of access to green space, and in this community, a lack of access to health insurance. So this is a classic environmental justice community in a number of ways. Next slide, please. 95th percentile in terms of people with less than a high school education. Next slide, please. Lack of health insurance. I don't need to explain that. Next slide. Children under 5. Children are highly susceptible to traffic-related air pollution and heat and other stressors. My point here is this community already suffers from an overburden of serious environmental, social, economic, and public health stressors. This proposal adds to those stressors. The first rule of medicine, do no harm. Next slide, please. Part of this community dials up higher than average in terms of low income. Next slide. And that's EPA allows you in some cases to compare it to the state. versus comparing to the national norms. This slide shows that a very high percentage of the community has limited English, and yet we have testimony from the applicants team that it appears, even though they're committed to DEI, it appears that perhaps none of their outreach was done in Spanish. Next slide, please. Higher than usual, higher than average asthma rates. Traffic-related air pollutants are directly related to asthma. Thank you. Next slide, please. Higher than average traffic proximity, no kidding. Next slide, please. Ozone pollution, directly related to traffic-related air pollution, nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds coming out of tailpipes. Diesel particulates, they're not only toxic, they're carcinogenic. Next slide, please. Nitrogen dioxide, related to respiratory disease and other ailments. This is simply a slide I took from a journal article. Contributors to urban heat islands don't need to over-explain them. You cut down trees, you pay riverland, you get. I included in my testimony a number of experts from the county's climate action plan. That team did excellent work in highlighting the impacts of climate change are already here that are coming, highlighting the need to expand and our tree canopy and forest cover, highlighting urban heat islands. If you go to that document, you search for urban heat islands. Can't quite remember. It might have come up at least 30 times. It's a really big deal, and yet we're not dealing with it when we look at projects like this. We should, and we like to be able to count on you to take these serious impacts into account. Next slide. The impacts are disparate. People of color and low-income folks typically suffer more from things like urban heat islands and other stressors caused by climate change than folks who are wealthy or white. It's this picture across the board. And it's not only do they suffer in terms of the health, they often can't afford, they might have to have air conditioning to make it through. They don't have access to green space to find respite from the heat island. All of these are serious stressors, and we're looking at not only environmental justice, social and economic justice as well.
Mr. Smith, I know you're getting toward the end, but I want to remind you you have 2 minutes left.
Yeah. This is all in the record. We're already experiencing significant increases in our average temperatures. They're projected to get significantly worse and potentially very quickly. We can't continue doing things like building drive-throughs in the middle of urban heat islands and cutting down trees to accommodate the drive-throughs. It makes no sense at all. Next. I'll just get through it. I'll leave it to you to consider these things. I've made all of these points. I could go on and on about urban heat island trees. This is a very important point. Again, environmental justice. As Mr. Wilpers pointed out, this site is not very far from Sligo Creek, which flows very soon downstream into Northwest Branch. The entire lower Northwest Branch and the Anacostia are listed by the Maryland Department of Environment as impaired waters under the Clean Water Act, Section 303D, for things like trash, fecal coliform, and other pollutants. And that's one reason I asked, well, what's your trash prevention and maintenance plan? I made a number of Look, I don't think this project should happen, but I made a number of recommendations. If you're thinking about letting the project happen, here are the conditions I hope you'll impose. Next. This is something I really want to highlight here. These changes are already happening, and they're happening very rapidly. Even that county technogram does not keep up with what has already happened in terms of changes in our precipitation regimes and the occurrence of severe storms and the severity of those storms. I recommend to you the First Street Foundation's work. They're looking very closely. We're looking at national data sets on climate change-driven impacts, including precipitation, flooding, wildfires, air pollution. And they found, looking at the available data sets, that 100-year storms are already happening every 14, so-called 100-year storms.
I need you to wrap up, okay?
Already are happening every 14 years in Baltimore and about every 20 years in Washington, D.C. And they're projected to get worse more frequent quickly. There's no evidence in this record that the stormwater management plans or the idea of cutting down an acre of forest or adding a pervious surface to this site takes into account this or even the DPI's technogram of, I think, 2022, requiring developers to use more intense 100-year storms in designing their facilities and delineating floodplains. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Commissioners, before we turn...
by the way, I oppose the project and I ask you to disapprove it.
Thank you. There's a surprise on that. Thank you. Before we go back to the applicant for rebuttal and close, I want to see if there's any questions for any of the folks who have presented in opposition.
Well,
a lot of information.
Yeah, a lot of information. I did have a couple of points before you turn to the applicant as well as staff. I made some notes that I hope that the applicant and or staff would just kind of address in their summation. One, I think Mr. Wilpers commented on multiple times with regards to the incorrectness of the staff's report, I think specifically in relation to the DDS. Ms. Shea and Ms. Brockle, thank you both thank everyone for your testimony. And it's quite apparent everyone put a lot of work into it. And I for one, certainly appreciate it. But I'd like to hear from Mr. Gross or somebody in HPC with regards to what our position is with regards to further exploration of the site. And Mr. Smith, in your comments, your presentation, and I too, I feel a certain kind of way about there not being outreach in Spanish, given, the predominant population in this community. I could understand a small mom and pop just may not get it, but this is a multi-million-dollar corporation, global corporation. And I think that was just a tremendous, tremendous oversight. So I'll just leave that there. And then Mr. Smith, you mentioned some conditions to consider, but I didn't see anything in your presentation that suggested conditions. So those were just my major notes. And I also want to thank, this goes back to the applicants, Mr. Crocker, because there's been some media attention surrounding this case with regards to a current tenancy. And I for one, appreciate Mr. Crocker addressing that head on with respect to, and I don't recall her name, but the current owner not being made aware. But it was important for me to understand kind of the circumstances surrounding that. And I know that there were comments about McDonald's should have been the one to inform her. I actually disagree, because McDonald's they're leasing the land, they don't own it. So the property management took whatever steps they deemed necessary and appropriate. And I appreciate that clarification. So those are all I have right now, Mr. Chairman.
That's very helpful. I appreciate that. Ms. Bailey, Mr. Giraldo, anything from you?
Well, I share in a lot of Commissioner Washington's comments. I would like the HPC to check into with regards to whether or not there's any former slaves buried in and around that property. I know that there's ways that they can do that without disturbing everything. I'm also very concerned about the departure from design standard. I just don't think, they're cutting away too many trees. And I'm familiar with the area, and it is a hotbed. So I'm concerned with that, and I would hope that there could be a redesign so you don't have to do those trees. I don't think we have a role because we know what the situation is with unhoused people. We know that. I don't think that's our responsibility to cut down trees. So maybe the people won't live there anymore or camp out there. I just don't think it's our responsibility. It's a responsibility of the landlord. It's responsibility maybe of McDonald's if it ever gets built. But I don't think it's my responsibility as commissioner to see that we should clear out a land to prevent people. What are they going to do? They're going to go to another area. So those are
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I just want to thank everyone who came down to speak today. I recently visited our Marietta house, and a lot of the information that was shared came out of our house here in the county, and it was just very interesting to hear some of the information that was shared about the slave ownership and all of the slaves that helped build that house, and how close it was to Washington. Well, it was a part of Washington D.C. at that time, but very interesting conversation. We have a number of things to consider as we move forward on this case. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, let me say we're going to turn to Mr. Gibbs for rebuttal, and then have the opportunity for a summation from the opposition, a summation from the applicant, who will get the final word. So there's more for us to hear today. I can tell you where I'm at, even right now. I'm not prejudging what I'm going to hear over the next half hour or so, but there is so much information here. I have so many questions based upon what I've heard, that I imagine, and colleagues, I can only imagine based on what I've heard from you, that you're in the same place, that we need to continue this. And as we hear from Mr. Gibbs, and even in his rebuttal, and then when we hear from the respective summations, I want us to think about, if that is the direction that we go, let us think about specifically, in a limited scope way, what are the issues that we want addressed? What do we want to go back to staff to and have them take on? So that's where I'm at right now. Again, we still have Mr. Gibbs' rebuttal, and that's going to help. That very well may shape my thinking on this, as it might with you as well. And we'll hear from Mr. Smith and then Mr. Gibbs again. And then we'll have an opportunity to make a decision about how we want to proceed. Okay? So again, I don't want to prejudge it, but I just want to sort of say, and in part I'm doing that for you, Mr. Gibbs, so you're clear that it's not just my colleagues who have lots and lots of questions about this. I'm filled with them as well. So again, Mr. Gibbs on rebuttal, then we'll turn to the parties in opposition for a summation. And I please will ask you all to designate somebody to do that. I'm going to ask you for both of you not to be repetitive. We've heard lots and lots of information. To be blunt, we don't need to hear it all again. We're smart folks and we've taken it in. And then Mr. Gibbs will end with you for a close, and then we'll make a decision as a board. So Mr. Gibbs, turn to you.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to ask this, but could I possibly have 2 or 3 minutes to speak with my client?
Yes, sir.
Before we commence rebuttal?
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem with that at all. It's 5:21. The hour is late. We've been going a long time. Let's take a little bit of a longer, not too longer break, but let's go till 5:30, a 9-minute break, so we can have a little bio break and get something to drink or something like that.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
All right. See you all at 5:30.
Thank you.
Let's start back up. Let's gather everybody. I want to talk about the final process here once everybody gathers. Let's give Ms. Bailey 1 second. All right. We are all present and accounted for. So let me go over again what I'm going to suggest that we do. And I'm open to hearing from you, Mr. Gibbs, and the folks in the parties of opposition as well on this. Again, this is a whole lot of information, and so I can just about guarantee that we are going to be continuing this in some measure of limited scope, and I want to talk with you, colleagues, about what that would be. I have some thoughts and suggestions around it. But I also, while it's fresh, and this is especially because the applicant, Mr. Gibbs, your applicant has rights here too, and I want to make sure you get a full-throated rebuttal for everything that we've heard as well. What I'm suggesting, though, is give you the opportunity for rebuttal, and then ask you and ask the parties in opposition to keep the summation very, very brief, because it's actually not a full-blown summation, because, again, if I'm reading the tea leaves here with my colleagues, we're continuing this hearing. And so when we continue the hearing with what the scope there is, assuming we do that, if we do that, assuming we do, then we'll have a hearing again. We will be hearing from essentially the same process that we went through today, and that's when a summation is going to be truly a summation for everything that we've heard, including what we hear in the limited scope. Okay, so that's what I'm suggesting in terms of a process, and I want to hear. Let me first of all, colleagues. Let me start with you all. And again, this is more of a straw poll than a vote because we have not made any decisions, but where are you with what I'm suggesting?
It works for me, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Giraldo, you're okay with that too?
I'm fine with that
Yes.
decision, yes.
That's a straw poll, and we'll make a decision. There'll be a more formal process. But let me turn to you, Mr. Gibbs. You've heard what is said. Thoughts, reactions to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Let me say this. I don't object to the continuance. I do think that any rebuttal is contingent upon what the continuance is for as well. And so and it's 5:34 in the afternoon. And how much longer do we want to go today? I don't think any closing statement should be made today, short or long.
Let me interrupt you one second, Mr. Gibbs, because I'm thinking the rebuttal is very necessary today, in part because for you it's fresh and it's here, and it kind of closes off everything we've done. But if you have a different view on that, we can continue this hearing and pick up at another day for the rebuttal, and then we can make the decision around what, if any, limited scope hearing we're going to do. I'm okay with that too.
I quite frankly would think you could do both, because then the rebuttal could cover anything that comes up as a result of. I have no idea what the thought of the board is and what additional information you're looking for.
Correct.
And so my thought would be that any rebuttal would just occur at one time.
Okay.
And I don't object to the continuance at all. And once again, I have on close a lot of things to say. And so to say today, basically say little to nothing, I think my position is we're better. I would prefer making a close at the close.
Okay, I think that's perfectly appropriate, commissioners, colleagues. I'm fine with what Mr. Gibbs is suggesting if there's no objection from you all.
No.
Mr. Smith or others, I just want to give you a chance to weigh in too, just if you have any thoughts or reactions about this.
I feel like I should just object to keep form, but if the other members are
would you, Mr. Smith?
Excuse me. Gotcha, Mr. Gibbs. It's good that we can all laugh at 5:30. Thank you, commissioners and staff, for hanging in all day. It's been a long day, and it has been.
I appreciate it. So
if the other members of our team don't object, I don't object.
All right, so then what I want to do is we don't even need to, right here, right now, we don't even need to focus on what the limited scope is. Essentially, what we're going to do is continue this hearing. We will pick this back up at a date certain. At that date certain, we will essentially continue where we are right now and what we're going to continue with. And to Mr. Gibbs' point, I think Mr. Gibbs wants to hear how we might want to imagine limiting the scope of a continued hearing. And then he can rebut that at the time. I guess, Mr. Warner, I'm trying to think right now if we have this limited scope conversation now or we wait until when we reconvene.
Well, I think it's appropriate now to give the reasons why we're continuing the hearing. And if I'm understanding correctly, you want to continue the hearing because there are some issues that perhaps you still want staff to look at, perhaps, and bring back later on?
Very much so. The problem is, though, that our reaction to it might change based upon what we hear from rebuttal and summations, right? That's what I'm a little bit mindful of, for the integrity of the process.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, the rebuttal and the summations at the end of the hearing is perfectly fine whenever you have that.
Okay. So then if we commissioners, if we can talk about what I have heard from you all and what I've picked up on from me, and then I have some questions for staff. The hour's late. I assume the appropriate staff is still here. But the obvious one, I think, is related to the issues related to parking, loading, and circulation, and that's for both auto and bike ped as well. But looking through the DSP lens, looking at issues related to parking, loading, circulation, auto, bike ped, we would ask. I would imagine we'll want staff to dive in and do further analysis on all these issues. Mm-hmm. And I think this issue around the cars coming in and out of the site, and the whatever the correct ITE rate and all that, I think that's really relevant. I don't know how we determine what the impact is in the site unless we know what's coming in and out of the site. So that feels like more than fair game. And then on the pedestrian circulation piece, I mean, I'm really stuck on this one, but this, I want to make sure that we're clear and staff is clear around issues related to the bike ped. When I look at this thing, I see crosswalk deficiencies. I don't know. I don't feel like I have enough information around that. And then the last two big ones that I have on the list is I do want to hear something around the conflict with the loading dock, and Mr. Gibbs has already suggested a potential proffer on that, so that I want staff to analyze that as well, and also for staff to look at this issue of what SHA is or isn't saying to us. I don't have nearly enough information on that. I want to make sure they're looking at this in the most complete context, and to addressing how we look at this DSP through their lens as well, and what the unique context of this intersection. In addition to that, I heard from my colleagues, I heard from you, there's questions about whether the NRI was done appropriately. Is there some inadequacy there? And I think Commissioner Washington, you spoke to that specifically, and I agree with that. And I think it's tied into Commissioner Giraldo, your issue with the tree cutting and that general issue. I think we want staff to revisit that if we get to that, when we get to that, in the limited scope. And then if Mr. Gross is on the line, this is a very specific issue, but this issue around the burial ground and HPC and what can or can't be before us, and how much flexibility we have, I think that caught all of our attention, very much so. And I was struck by not wanting to miss an opportunity to do some research that we might not be able to do depending on what direction this goes. I'm going to imagine, Mr. Gibbs, that your client wouldn't be opposed to some kind of investigation, study, research, something related to this. But I can't speak for you or your client. But Mr. Gross, first start off with what is within our purview here, what isn't, and what kind of latitude do we have?
I'm sure. Again, for the record, Tom Gross with Historic Preservation Section staff. So to start by saying, Historic Preservation staff and the commission certainly, are are sensitive to the concerns that have been raised today about the potential for burials on a property. It's not specific to this site. Given the history of land ownership in the county, it's a pretty wide-ranging issue. This was reviewed by the HPC through the lens of impacts to the designated historic site, which is Green Hill. And so that's what we looked at, and that's what the HPC commented on to the planning board. So the comments were with respect to the visible impact of the development. In terms of archaeological investigations, the subdivision ordinance allows for us to require phase 1 archaeology at the time of preliminary plan. There is not that statutory basis for requiring archaeology at the time of detailed site plan. That is not to say that it cannot be done or proffered, but we are limited in our ability to require that at this stage of development.
Okay. All right. So we have on our own have limited latitude around that. Okay. Understood.
Right. But the applicant can proffer to do that. I believe I heard you say, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Hint, hint. Yes, we heard it. And there was one other one, and Mr. Smith brought this up, and I think it's also worth investigating. This question about the stormwater management, whether it's designed adequately, and it may or may not be based upon standards that are in place. Staff is quite diligent around this. And so I'd be curious to have staff look into this issue as well to understand how their determination was made and whether they were looking at it through the right lens and all those things. So commissioners, I'd want to put that on a list as well for one last look at. All right, did I miss commissioners? And this is just for commissioners. I imagine there's a bunch of folks here who have lots of feelings about this. If the ones that you're focused on was in the list, they're not on the list, but this is for us as commissioners to make sense of this. And is there any others that you feel like you would want Mr. Gibbs, the parties in opposition, to hear as they sort of consider how we're going to rebut and sum up when we go to the next step? And again, what we'll do, I'm sorry, let me just say one thing. What we're going to do is we'll direct staff to do all this for us so that when we come back, we'll have these materials and staff and applicants will have ample opportunity to review those materials that come back to us.
Mm-hmm. No, well, it makes sense to me, and everything you mentioned was covered by the list that I had. And I guess I'll just state this just for to be thought provoking as part of the next step phase. But with regards to the trees, for me, it sounded like the trees were being cut to help solve a community issue problem, but not because McDonald's necessarily needed it. So perhaps that question can be thought through as part of this process as well, because it didn't seem to me that there was any necessity to deal with the forestation issue other than trying to deal with the homeless or the unencampment. I don't want to be in apolitical in terms of my characterization, but the issues surrounding the homeless population there. So. Right.
I agree. I'm with you. Thank you for noting that, and I know that's where Commissioner Giraldo is too. So, I would want us, I would encourage staff to think about to revisit that specifically because it's not, I don't think it's going to solve the problem. And so, there are other ways to solve that problem. That's my sense of it too.
That's my sense.
Yeah. Okay, so commissioners, we're okay. This covers all the things that we've wanted to. We'll take up in a limited scope public hearing. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So then, Mr. Gibbs, based upon that, is there sort of you do have an opportunity here for rebuttal, a bit of rebuttal or more, if you choose, or summation, or we just sort of take this, what we said, we'll direct staff to do this research. We'll come back at a date certain. And we'll pick this up again where we are now.
That is the better course of action, the latter, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith? You're on mute, sir.
And I'm sure you preferred it that way, but here I am again. Just no more. It wasn't that funny. Or maybe it was. So just so we understand the process, you're going to refer this limited scope of issues to staff. They're going to do some homework. I assume we're going to have an opportunity to submit written comments and testimony at hearing on these, and then you'll go to rebuttal and summation.
Yes.
Okay, just so we understand that, I would also ask that you look at this, the question of whether or not the health impact assessment that's required at 27-285 was adequate. It's a significant issue. There's plenty of evidence on the record. It's a serious issue, and it's a mandate. It's not a suggestion.
I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know where you are, colleagues. That for me, that's not. It's an issue I have a lot of passion about. I really care about, as I know we all do, and it does not feel relevant to this DSP. So, I mean, I'm speaking to my colleagues, Mr. Smith, but unless I hear otherwise, I would not have that be part of the limited scope public hearing, despite my passion about it.
Just to interrupt, the referral was made to the health department, and the letter is in the backup from the health department.
Okay, all right.
I agree, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
All right, so that's that. All due respect, Mr. Wilpers, if you're going to make another suggestion for another one.
No. All I wanted to do is, how much time will we have from the time the staff answers all your questions, with something written, and we can look at it? How much time between those things being posted and the next hearing?
I mean, I guarantee you it'll be at least 30 minutes. Is that all right? Will that do? Is there a statutory requirement for this, Mr. Warner, or is it just around what's going to be an appropriate level of time?
Now, the staff report needs to be published 2 weeks before the start of the hearing. So you're continuing a hearing. So it's not a requirement at this point.
Not a new
There
hearing.
should be ample time given to everybody to evaluate staff's review, but it's not necessarily 2 weeks.
But we could treat that, assuming, because there's going to be a lot of information here, I would say, there's a reason why that rule has been set. And even if we're not bound by it, I'd say we should let's honor that because it's a reasonable amount of time and it's defensible too.
Sure.
Question for staff and maybe for Ms. Jones, if you're on the line, our planning board administrator. I'm thinking about what could work with this timing. Because we need to do it here and now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm thinking November, the second week of November.
I think if you do that, though, you're only giving staff less than a week to do the work. If you want to get that published 2 weeks ahead of time, so you might need to give staff a little bit more time.
So should we go to November 21st?
I think that's better for staff, yeah.
That could work, yes.
Okay, all right. So without objection, commissioners, Mr. Gibbs, will November 21st work for you?
Is on mute.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it will.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're going to go with November 21st. And again, it'll be limited scope based on what we said. I'm going to ask you to make sure you sort of encapsulate what we've described as a limited scope and make sure you communicate that to Mr. Gibbs and to the other parties of record, just to make sure that we're all aligned around this. I'm going to ask one other thing, which is staff, if you could work with Mr. Warner to make sure that it's reflected what you have heard too and what you feel is appropriate through the legal lens as well, okay? I don't think you need to vet it back through us as commissioners. We'll leave it to you to do that and then make sure it gets communicated to the parties as well. And we'll pick this up again on November 21st. Any concerns, problems? No? So,
quick question.
Yeah.
I asked that the public notice be issued to all persons of record.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, if it's an email getting out to folks, let me not speak for staff, but I assume getting out Ms. Connor, am I missing this? Is that a big deal or a little deal if we get the public notice about this for November 21st?
Yes, anytime a case is continued longer than 1 week, we'll send a mailed notice of the new hearing date.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, good. So unless there's any objections to this, commissioners, then do I need a vote on this, or without objection, we can continue to November 21st?
You should have a motion.
Okay, so look for a motion, commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue DDS-23001 and DSP-22001 to planning board hearing date of November 21st, 2024.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey, and under discussion, the only thing I would say is to note that it's a limited scope hearing based upon the information that has been communicated in the conversation over the past 5 or 10 minutes. And staff will craft that appropriately. Any further discussion on the motion? I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. I want to thank everybody for all of your work and participation today, and professionalism and diligence and creativity and the education and all the above. So it felt quite productive. And we will see you all in some context on November 21st.
Have a good evening, all.
And before, commissioners, before we cut off, we have no further items, but I want to confirm that with Ms. Connor. Any further business before us?
No further items. Have a good evening.
Okay, then. Thank you. Without objection, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Bye now.
All right.